hope my hair gets longer. Oh, it will. Absolutely will. Hi, my peoples. Good morning. I'm here today. I was gonna come live yesterday, but I was a little busy. I think the boy is starting to have a little rhythm. Like he's starting to go to sleep around this time, so I might start doing live like around this time and stuff. Mommy needs to work. I need to do my videos. I need to do my videos. Get in here. Get in here. I hope he sleeps for a while. What's up, you guys? Today is Friday. Oh, Lord. It's a lot. Get in here. Get in here. This is the awkward part, but I'll just start. Let me just start the video. I'm gonna write this weekend I'm gonna work on a list of videos. I need to go back to having a schedule, and I need to go back to having a schedule, and I need to schedule my topics, right? So I'll do that this weekend, so we'll know like Monday, Tuesday, I will try to come on live every day because that was the goal. Hey Val, good morning Virgo. What's up? Diana, what's up? Bruno, is your power back in Houston? I hope it is. Okay. But good morning, everybody. I was saying the baby seems to have a little rhythm to himself, like he's like sleeping. Hey Lisa, what's up? He's starting to sleep now. Like around this time, he can sleep for like 2-3 hours. I'm good, but I'm tired. Hey Janet. Ken, what up, Ken? Fallon, what's up? Good morning. Good morning. So I think we might do morning lives, and then we might do a nighttime live. I don't know. Yeah, I need to do my lives. I've missed my lives. I've missed talking. I need somebody to talk to. Jade is not a talker. I need to talk to people. Hey, Mimi, what's up, Erica? Right? I need somebody to talk to. Yeah. You know, the thing is, I've noticed a thing. Let me get closer. Let me get closer. Let me get closer. Okay. I've noticed a thing. Before I was like really, sorry. Before, I was really afraid to leave my lives up. Because, I'm crazy. I'm going to say how I feel, okay? Because, you guys, I swear, life is too short. That's the way I feel. Life is too short. Life is too short to not be yourself. Like, for real. Life is too short to not say how you feel. And the thing is, even if you're wrong, at least you try to be correct. You try to be right instead of pretending. I just think life is too short to be fake like that. It's just too much. I can't. I really can't. You know what I mean? I really, really can't. My sister sent me a picture of Amanda Bynes. Remember her from Nickelodeon, right? Oh, she's not looking good. She's not looking good. I really feel bad for all the kids who had to be celebrities as children, Nickelodeon, Disney, because your whole life you're fake. You are pretending to be someone you're not because you have money to make. You have an image to upkeep. You got to worry about brand deals. Da, 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 da. I mean, like, yeah, I'm sure the money's nice, but it's like ultimately these people have like mental breakdowns because they're not being themselves. They have double lives, triple lives, quadruple lives, right? I can't do that. I really can't. It's too much. It's too much upkeep. Life is too short. Be yourself. So before I used to be really afraid to like leave my lives up, right? Because I'm like, my mind, hey Lacey, my mind says a lot. Like the way I think, it's a lot. And trust, I have not even told you half the things that are in my head. Okay. So I used to like delete the lives and stuff until Sana was like, Marlene, don't delete them. Like put them on Patreon. I was like, okay, sure. Why not? Like it doesn't hurt. Right. But then I was like, But then I started leaving my lives up, right? So I was like, oh, people are not commenting. So I was like, I don't know if that's good or that's bad. But then I've learned that when people don't comment, because it's like it probably touched them real much, and it's like they need to like chew on it because it probably was a lot. It probably was a lot. So now I know that y'all watch the video because I see the views, right? But the comments are low, and I'm like, ooh, oh gosh. The comments are low. So when I get low comments, I know people are thinking. It's causing them to think, which is good, which is amazing. Okay. So you guys, there's something that's been on my heart. Something's been on my heart. And it has to do with jealousy and envy. And it's specifically like jealousy and envy of successful people. Yes. Because, I'm no longer a socialist. Like once upon a time, I was a socialist. I believed in like, not so much equality because I'm like, it's not possible to be equal. Like even a person, like you look at your body, like, The fingers on your hands are not equal, right? Like sometimes one leg is taller than the other. You know what I mean? Like your body barely has proper equality itself. So I'm like, can we really expect equality from the world? You know, you have children, unfortunately, who are born with like Down syndrome. You have some people who are born tall. Some people, they're born short. You have people who are born in wealthy families. You have people who are born in like seriously poor families, right? So I'm like, equality, I don't think that's possible. Hey, May, what's up? But I do believe that, you know, we should have some level of equity, right? And to me, equity is like making it so everybody has a chance. For example, not just because I say you have a chance, don't mean you're gonna get the same results though. Hey, right? But you know, I've noticed like with my sons, especially with my son Stefan, you know, ever since he was a baby, like I think he started counting when he was like 7 months, 6, 7 months, like he was very small. The boy was counting to 10. Like something is off. Okay. But I didn't want to be like, oh my gosh, I think my son's a genius. You know what I mean? I think that's a little too much. Hey, Art, right? But he was counting before he started walking. So that's because he walked really late. Hey, Maria, he started walking really late. So I wasn't worried about him walking late. Because I'm like, well, if he can count, his brain obviously works. He's just lazy. Okay. So he was like a lazy walker. We had to take him like therapy, like, you know, like I guess like a physiotherapist, however you call it. He went there twice. I guess he didn't like it. He started walking. Like the second class, he started walking. So he had it in him. I think he just wanted to be carried, right? But it made me realize something. It's like, you know, some children are born with this like spectacular intelligence. It's not like they did anything for it. You're just born with it, like it's a gift, right? And then you have other children, like say, like you have a child that has Down syndrome, right? So it's like for me as a mom, you know, yeah, because I do believe in like, you know, you have to be fair. I would want my son to the baby with Down syndrome to be in a class with Stefan. I don't think that'd be fair at all. Because Stefan probably make the baby feel a certain type of way. And that's not fair because Stefan did not earn it. He was just born that way, right? Hey, for me, he was just born that way. But I do believe that the baby that has Down syndrome, we should have special accommodations to get him to his optimal point where he feels like he's just as good or he's just as competent. Does that make sense? Right? So that's the way I look at life, right? We have to make things equitable so that people have a chance if they are willing, okay? If they are willing to do the work, to commit, they also stand a pretty good chance of having very good results, right? So the older I've gotten, like I've gotten away from socialism. And then a thing that bothers me a lot also with socialism, because I hear it a lot. And when I was younger, it didn't bother me because I guess like when you're young, also like when you were a kid, you know, I grew up watching Robin Hood, but it was dubbed in French, right? So Robin des Bois, so Robin des Bois. So you know, I watched Robin Hood. It made a lot of sense. You steal from the king, you help the poor. You know what I mean? You grew up also, you know, a lot of people demonize rich people. Now, I'm not rich. I mean, I'm rich in the spirit. I'm rich of family and I'm rich with boys. I got 3 sons, right? But I'm not a millionaire in my bank account, right? So you go. I'm trying to see. Okay, seems like he can cope, right? But when you're young, you do feel like, for the majority of the part, that people who are wealthy, people who are really rich, people who are successful, they must have done something awful to be rich. Now, for some people, it's true though, right? You know, like if you come from a West African perspective, you know, usually people are, oh, he must have done some juju work. He must have done some voodoo. He must have done something by the water. He must have sacrificed his children, right? In order to be successful or to have this type of money, because it's just not normal. It's just not natural. You must have done something, okay? Because most people don't make this kind of money. So how did you make this kind of money? Why is it you? Why you of all people, right? So that's that perspective. I think here, if you live in a Western nation, it's more like, oh, you exploited your workers. You didn't pay people right. You took money from people. There's exploitation, right? But we have a tendency to like demonize wealthy, rich people. Then if you also look at the Bible, you have the passage where Jesus said, like, it's really hard for a rich person to get into heaven, right? It's like what, like I don't know, I forgot. It's like putting a camel through a needle eye or something. I forgot how it goes, right? So from Christianity to culturally, you know, or societally, I don't know how you want to say it, right? There's always there's always this like demonization of rich, wealthy people. And I also feel like from Christianity, oh my goodness, what is wrong with these kids? Stefan, baby Stefan. Sorry, guys. Come here, baby. Sorry, you guys. Stefan is back. Stefan, can you close my door?
Which door?
This one, because you're kind of loud. Someone. And ask Daddy, would he like to come take the baby?
What?
Oh, he's coming. He's right behind you.
Daddy, what?
If he wants to, yeah, to take the baby.
I need to go hide.
No, he doesn't need to hide. Oh gosh, you guys.
What?
Huh?
What?
Why don't you take the baby?
This is my family, right?
Why not? You're a big guy, right?
I'm not.
I'm actually live. Can you take the child?
Yeah, I got the child.
Okay, thank you. So he got the child. So the thing is, right? Sorry, you guys. Sorry. You know how it is. My lives are going to be ratchet until next week.
What's next week?
Why are you picking up like this?
That's how we roll.
Oh my goodness.
Feel
You
free
just
to
grab
take
the
the
baby
baby.
like this. Huh?
Feel free to take the baby.
James, my child is a very special care package. I don't have a choice but to trust you. But anyways, right? So it's like, what was I saying? People, this is sorry, you guys. Sorry. I'm sorry. So, but when it comes to poor people, right? When it comes to poor people or people who don't have money, usually people consider them to be good. Oh, well, you don't have money. What about my door, though? Hey, Abby. Huh?
What about your door?
It's like, we should have taken one thing at a time.
You got this one.
Hey, Bridget. Bridget, you told me you sold your flat. Is that what you said last time? But when you're poor, even like, I guess from people's poor understanding of the Bible, right? Because me, I'm going to say this. I do feel like the new, oh my gosh, sorry, you guys. I'm sorry. I do feel like the New Testament has messed up a lot of people. I will say that. I do believe that the way people understand Jesus, or even the way Jesus moved, the way it's recounted in the New Testament and the way people teach from the New Testament, it has caused so much harm. It has caused tremendous harm because there's nothing worse than poor understanding of scripture, because it just creates an avalanche of just disasters. I don't care what anybody says. Like, that's just how I feel, right? So you're meant to feel like being poor is the optimal thing. Oh, because when you're poor, you're humble. When you're poor, you truly love God. When you're poor, it means that you're not attached to worldly things, right? Or even Paul, I think the Apostle Paul says, like, be not of this world, but in this world. I forgot how it goes, right? Hey, Guns, what's up, babe? Right? And it's like, this is ridiculous, right? And then in society too, you see that most people that we tend to celebrate, like you have the Mother Teresa, them people, you're made to feel like, oh yeah, like don't want too much. Like don't ask for too much. Be content with what you have. Like don't be like that other person. They're too greedy. Like all they think about is money. All they do is work for money. You know what I'm saying? So you grow up, right? And you kind of have hatred. You despise, you loathe, you have bad energy towards rich people, right? When you hear politicians, because this I ain't gonna lie to you. Let me not be misleading also, right? Because this is gonna lead to Trump. This is gonna lead to Trump, right? But it's like, so when you grow up and you hear politicians across the world, right, running, but since we're here in the States, you hear politicians run on policies such as, or promises such as, oh, we're going to raise taxes on the rich. We're going to raise taxes on the rich, right? We're going to make rich people pay their fair share, right? When you come from a very cultural, like I guess, religious, Christian, I don't know, socialist type of background, it's like, yeah, tax the rich. They need to pay more money. Right? And it's like, based off of what? Do people feel as though it is rich people need to pay more money in order to do what? Right? And one thing I've come to recognize too is like, you can never have something if you consistently talk bad about that thing. You understand? I even feel like I'm all over the place, but whatever. Okay. I even feel like one of the main reasons why so many people, especially younger people, don't give two flying flies, okay, about going to church, reading the Bible, or why people make such a mockery of Christianity, or people don't even have an issue making fun of Jesus because nothing's going to happen, right? Because so many Christians are defeated people. Okay, so many Christians are defeated people. Like if I was to line up a secular person, an Arab, a Christian, a Buddhist, I can pretty much feel confident that the Christian will have the least amount of money, but the most yippity yap about, oh, but you know, the Bible says, shut the hell up. Okay, we are not in the afterlife. We are here right now. We are here presently, right? But it's like if you compare an Arab to a Christian, you compare a Muslim to a Christian, you'll see that the Muslim man most likely has way more success than the Christian man, right? Because it's like in their culture, in their faith, you first of all, you gotta wake up at 5 o'clock to pray, okay? Like, so you're already up by 4:30. You gotta wake up, get yourself ready, because you gotta like clean yourself before you go into prayer. They stay ready, right? And I'm like, these are also the attributes of a successful person. No, Sabrina is a socialist, right? So, you know, I love Sabrina, but it's not, she also needs to be delivered because she lives in this mindset of like, oh, all we have to do is just tax more people. No, you cannot be taxing people, right? People need to understand. And I'm like, people have to understand this. Even when you talk about this Project 2025, okay? Even when you talk about Project 2025, I told you this already. I'm not even concerned about Project 2025 because if you're honest with yourself, we are already in some dark project. When you look at the content, when you see the music, you see the portrayal, like all the stuff that's happening, this is something they wrote 30, 40, 50 years ago, and now it's happening right before our eyes, right? If they really felt like Project 2025 was something they truly want to do, you wouldn't even know about it. The devil never, people who really mean you evil will never make it accessible for you to know exactly how, when, where they plan to hurt you. When has the devil ever dropped a text message talking about, oh yeah, in the next 3 months, I'm coming for your finances, okay? In the next 2 months, I'm coming for your marriage. When have you ever received a text notification from the devil talking about, yeah, I'm about to hit you tomorrow? It never happens. That's why you gotta stay ready. That's why when you read Habakkuk, he said you got to stay ready. You stay at your post, right? You stay at your post. You stay ready because no one is going to warn you, right? You understand me? So I'm like, this notion of like taxing rich people, making rich people pay more. I was like, yo, when you really think about it, it really comes from a place of bitterness and jealousy and envy. And the reality of it is, if any one of us could be a wealthy person, who would say no to that? You know what I'm saying? If any one of us could wake up in the morning and be Katie, if anybody could wake up in the morning and be a wealthy person, who would say no? Tell me you don't have people in your life that you wish you could do something for, right? Even when it comes to animals. I don't know, like maybe because I just had a baby, but I am a sweet person. Believe it or not, I'm very sweet, right? But it's like lately I've been really into like mammals. Like I save videos of like mother gorillas and their babies. I have like all these little baby elephants. I've adopted like 2 baby elephants out of Kenya. Yes, it's like $50 to adopt them. So I adopted 2 baby elephants. I'm like, yo, if I really could afford it, like if I had that type of wealth, right? If I had that type of wealth, I would truly travel to Africa, other places. I'm like, I would really give my money and build hospitals and build charities. I would take care of elephants. Like last night before I went to bed, I saw this baby elephant. It's a female little girl. She fell into a whale, you know, so her mom couldn't get her out. So ultimately her mom had to leave her. So thank God the people, the rescue people in Kenya, they took care of her. And I was like, wow. Right? I'm like, I would love to have a whole vacation with my kids, take my kids to like a rescue of elephants, you know, and take care of that. Even my cousin, like sometimes, like usually, maybe like once a month or so, because where my dad is from the Ivory Coast, like these are like the elephant people. They really are. Like we have elephants just running through, yo, they just be running through the countryside and they be scaring all the people, you know? And I told my dad, I would love to have a rescue, like a rescue shelter for our elephants, right? I think that's so beautiful. They're so big, okay? They're so beautiful. But I'm like, oh, it takes money. It takes money, right? Everything out here, it takes money, right? And it's like, you know, and I told you guys this, and I'll play it for you guys. So make sure I write the note, right? Or you remind me, right? You know, one thing I could take, because in life also, maybe today I'll talk about myself, because it's really important to talk about yourself too. Because, you know, talking about other people, it's like, it's always cute, whatever, right? But listen, sometimes you also got to talk about yourself, right? Like, I'm 39 years old, right? And I do feel like I've talked about my issue with being consistent. Like, I can be quite inconsistent. So throw my ass in there, right? Aquarius, we're very inconsistent. And I told you, the way I talked about Kelly Rowland, I felt the same way about myself. We can be some very inconsistent people. Right? People got upset at me, but I'm like, no. To me, Kelly's very pretty. She's very talented. I think Kelly Rowland is even more beautiful than Beyonce. I truly do. Okay? Always had love for Kelly. But my issue is, like I said, you are not equal to Beyonce. Okay? You're not equal. Like, yeah, on a human level, yeah, sure, whatever. But as far, hey, Jen, as far as career is concerned, right? You're not Beyonce's equal. Because Beyonce's work ethic is out this world. Okay, when you look at her bank account, you think you get $500 million by just being in bed or releasing an album every 3, 4, 5, 6 years? No. Beyonce is very consistent. I'm not going to sit here and act like, okay, they haven't finessed a few Grammys. I'm sure they have, right? But it's like, hey, Ace, what's up, my love? How's your new job? Okay, but Beyonce is very consistent. And I say, Kelly, when it comes to you, when it comes to myself, us as Aquarius people, right? God has given us so much, but we tend not to be consistent. So you cannot be upset when you go to Paris, you go to Monaco, and you get handled like you're a regular person, because you are a regular person. Okay? They would have scurried off Beyonce off the stage. Why? Because Beyonce earned that respect, and she earned it by working hard for over 30 years consistently. So stop with the mess. But she's Beyonce's sister. Yeah, fine. Solange is also Beyonce's sister. Okay? But career-wise, they are not equal. Like, Beyonce is in a league of her own. And when people trying to make them equal career-wise, I'm like, y'all, it just reeks jealousy. Because it's okay to be like, you know what? Even though we are sisters, my sister is better than me. Why you can't say that? Why you can't admit to that? Why do you have a problem when the people asking you about Beyonce? What else was to ask about? Mea culpa? Make it make sense. Right? And that's the part about Kelly I don't like, because for me, I'm like, it reeks jealousy and envy. Because you should be happy for her. And you should understand, had Beyonce not applied pressure consistently for 30 years, all you people would be irrelevant. Because every time Beyonce breaks a record, every time Beyonce does something brand new, it makes people think about all of y'all. Okay? Y'all not keeping the name up. You're not keeping Destiny's Child up. You're not keeping she's doing it. Right? It's the same thing. Had Diana Ross not gone on to have a very successful solo career and been the ever glamorous Diana Ross, right? Who would even talk about the Supremes? Right? If Beyonce had all y'all's work ethic and she liked to be outside and be a socialite, nobody would talk about y'all. Y'all be irrelevant today. Look at what happened to SWV. Okay, look what happened to En Vogue. Look at what happened to Brownstone. You are not the first, you're not the last, and also you're not the best female girl group in America. As it pertains to being Black people, you sure ain't. Because you cannot touch En Vogue. I'm not trying to be funny, but let's be for real. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but let's be so for real. Okay, Destiny's Child has nothing on En Vogue. Hey, Vanessa, you have nothing on En Vogue. En Vogue, everybody could sing. It is not a joke. It is not a joke. Michelle, I love you, but you're not a vocalist. Okay? If Destiny's Child came out at the same time as En Vogue, you wouldn't have lasted. You wouldn't have lasted. Not even TLC is cute too. TLC is like, they're a different type of cute, right? But I'm telling you, like, when it comes to En Vogue, every single one of these ladies could sing. Like, it is not a joke. Like, oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Okay, it's like 4 or 5 of them. Dawn and the other people. All of them, they can truly sing. It is impressive. Like, it is seriously impressive. Like, it's not a joke. It's because y'all were lucky that you came after them. Because it's always the people who put the groundwork in are never the people who reap the fruits. Right? That's what I was saying about Fanita. Right? The fact that she's able to get like 2 million people on the TikTok overnight is based off all the Black girls who've been on social media since like before social media was even a thing. Like every time you're successful, you are standing on the shoulders of somebody else or another group of people, right? Who put the groundwork in, so it makes it easier for you, right? But before we had to get to a place where short form content was a thing, you had to make long form content be a thing. How old was Fanita? Like 2 years old? Make it make sense, right? But never expressing gratitude, always being a hater. Make it make sense, right? But we all stand on somebody else's shoulders, right? But I'm like, let's be so for real though. Okay. En Vogue is insane. I'm about to sing for y'all, but I'm not going to sing for y'all. My voice is a hot mess. Okay. So here's what it is, right? But it's like, yeah, Kelly does give off jealousy. I don't care what nobody says. Because me, Marlene, if my sister is entering a new genre of music, I will be very excited for her. Like, of course, it's amazing. She's doing country now. We are so excited, girl, because you know when Beyonce wins, all you heifers win. Okay? But you don't want to answer a question about Beyonce, but you sure did make sure Beyonce came to your opening night because you know it's Mrs. Carter, baby. Okay? Don't do that. Jealousy. Instead of checking yourself and be like, you know what? She deserves what she got. You understand? Even a lot of times, people will be on the outside, like, oh, trying to like diminish. I'm starting to see it. You know, I'm not the type to use the word jealousy or haters really lightly, but it's like it comes a time you have to reckon with what you're reckoning with, okay? But I'm like, there comes a time where you also have to look inside yourself and be like, you know what? This person had to work hard. That's why for me, I don't practice jealousy because I tell myself, like, listen, you can't just look at the good side of somebody's life, right? Oh, look, she has money or she has this. No, because you don't know what she went through. You don't know how she suffered. You don't know what she had in her life. And you can't just cherry pick stuff off of someone's life like a picky 2-year-old who don't want to eat his food. Okay? If you want somebody's life, you have to take the entire life. You just can't take the part where they're making money, where they have millions of followers, because you don't know. You know what I'm saying? You might be like, you know what? Listen, I'm glad you got your money though, but I don't want all the problems that come with your money. Okay? You understand? You know what I'm trying to say? And she's not even just, I'm like, she's the one who keep y'all relevant. I'm like, you really think Tyler Perry gave you that role because you a good actress? Girl, if you don't stop with your nonsense, right? But I'm like, y'all, if we let's look at all of us, right? If we had all been members of Destiny's Child, right? Because Beyonce is so relevant, because Beyonce is such an icon, you guys, all of us right now, we be getting offers after offers. Like, you don't even have to do anything. Just exist. And just because Beyonce works so hard, it trickled down on the rest of us. That's what you call trickling down economics. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, for me, I will be forever grateful for her because, like, girl, the work ethic you have, I ain't got it. But I cannot deny that every time you break records, you do something, it starts a whole conversation about Destiny's Child. Look at LaToya Luckett. Why do people care about her? Because once upon a time, she was a member of Destiny's Child, right? She got married for the 3rd time in 8 years. Miss Tina was there. Why? Because of Destiny's Child, right? But had Beyonce not kept the name Beyonce alive, and sometimes she does the songs, whatever, nobody be talking about you people. You be completely irrelevant. So you got to check yourself and you got to have self-awareness. Yes, you're pretty. Yes, you're talented. But have you pushed yourself to the limit? Push it to the limit, okay? No, you have not. So yes, they scurried your ass off the damn steps. And I said what I said. Feel bad, feel whatever. I said what I said. But they will never do Beyonce like that. Then they brought Heidi Klum. Oh, look, they're treating this white woman differently. Duh, it's Heidi Klum. Do you know how many covers of magazine around the world? Hey, Elena, that this lady got? Heidi Klum is worth $150 million. Let's start there. Hey, Anna. She worth $150 million. Kelly Rowland is worth like $8 million. Okay, 8 or 10, something like that. Heidi got $150-some million. Number 2. When it comes to work, Heidi Klum, she is her own person. Like, I can't say she really made herself because there's always a man somewhere. Like, there's Joe Ben Simon, the photographer. Then you have Seal was her husband. I'm saying, like, that she was not part of a girl group. She worked solo, even though there's always a man somewhere. right? But I'm like, think about all the magazine covers that Heidi Klum has had. They're not in the same league. As a solo person, even if there's a man somewhere, what has Kelly done by herself? Okay? What's she done by herself? So no. And on top of that, Heidi Klum, she went there for L'Oreal. L'Oreal is the biggest, almost like, yeah, I think it's like the second biggest French company ever. Okay? It's a multinational. It's one of the biggest makeup company, cosmetic, hair care, heavy beauty, whatever you call it, in the world. It's a publicly traded company. It's on the stock exchange. Like, what the heck? Okay. Kelly Rowland, she went to Cannes with a perfume company. I mean, girl, what? So of course they're gonna scoot. Okay. And on top of that, L'Oreal paid for Heidi to have the red carpet to herself. Everything is not racism. Okay, it's about competition. Did you compete? If you didn't compete, move out the way. I got time for this. Okay, so it's like the older I get, like socialism really turns me off. And this notion of like, oh, tax rich people, just tax the rich people, you know, because people want to see you suffer. People want to see you lose what you have. People want you to be just like where they are because people are miserable. Because in all honesty, right, do we even need to tax rich people more? Why should we penalize people for being creative? Why should we penalize people for breaking their 401k, breaking their savings, you know, going broke for so many years to fight for their ideas, fight for their business, fight for their... People have no idea what it takes to become successful. For some people, it definitely is a lot easier. Like if you're Jewish, if you're white, if you went to Ivy League, yeah, sure. But I'm like, it's still work though. It's still a lot of work. People don't sleep. People get divorced. People go through so many things, right, to become successful in their business ventures, right? And folks say, oh, no, just tax him more, make him pay or make her pay more money because she dared to do something different that made her not be like everybody else. Yeah, right. Come get it in blood, okay? Make it make sense. Okay, I'm like, no, it's jealousy because otherwise the people will say, I don't need you to tax the rich. The money that we already pay into our taxes, why don't y'all give us a breakdown of how y'all spending our money, right? The government is out here squandering money. They are wasting money. And instead of like them trying to do better, instead of them trying to hire the most efficient people, getting rid of jobs that are truly don't serve, they're not productive, they're not efficient, right? Instead of them looking at every department of the federal government and try to plug the leaks, cut the stupid jobs, cut off people who are just stupid, okay, who don't do nothing, cut those people off. No, they don't want to make any changes. They don't want to learn how to handle money better. And I also blame the population because what business do we have constantly appointing lawyers to run the national budget? These people are lawyers. What lawyer you know got good credit? Okay? What lawyer do you know has great money skills? Not many of them. Many lawyers are broke, just like doctors. They make a lot of money, but don't know how to handle the money, right? It would make more sense for us to have politicians who are accountants, who are CPAs, who are certified financial advisors. We need people who care about money. We need, like when it comes to Congress, when it comes to the White House, right? We need to appoint politicians with some type of financial literacy. No, we keep putting lawyers in Congress who are nothing but people who just sell you a bunch of words that mean a whole lot of nothing. Okay, we put nothing but like lawyers who sell you dreams, pipe dreams, use all kinds of convoluted language, and ultimately do nothing but print more money. I was like, we need to have more CPAs in Congress. People who can actually look at a balance sheet like this is excessive. You cannot have more liabilities than you have assets. There's a problem right now with the U.S. Treasury bonds, right? But you think these lawyers care? No, they don't care. Because lawyers are idealists. They don't deal with real stuff. Like we have real money problems. And when you have a nation that has like $32 trillion in debt, it's about time for us to hire people who understand money to get us out this mess. But instead, what do most lawyers do? Divide and conquer. That's why I don't like divorce attorneys. Because I'm like, you could easily encourage your client to pipe down. No, but you want your client to be lit. So the more they stay lit, the more they stay mad, you can keep billing people. Lawyers don't fix shit. They just make stuff worse. Because the longer it drags, the more you pay them. The lawyers are not called to be efficient. Okay? Have you ever seen a lawyer trying to fix a problem in a day or 2 days? No. They're going to try to drag it out for 6 months, drag it out for a year, drag it out for 10 years because they make money off their billables. Okay? Like, think. People got to think for a second, right? Like, we need people who understand money. We put people in position to decide for a national budget who've never ran a business. They've never worked in the private sector, right? They've never been CEOs. They've never had to make tough financial decisions, right? Look, I promise you, you take Jamie Dimon of JP Morgan Chase and you appoint him as president, he gonna fire so many people, they won't even know what hit him. Okay? Because we are subsidizing jobs. The government is sitting here and they're subsidizing federal government jobs. You cannot do this. It is not fair. It is not fair to the taxpayer people. And I've told y'all this, right? When I first thought about January 6th, I was kind of ticked off, like, why are these white people running up on the Congress and trying to kill the Congress people? I was kind of pissed off. But then you know what, though? The more I thought about it, I said more power to them. More power to them, because these people work for the people. These Congress people are put up there. They are elected to work for the people. And if more people cared about what they do in Congress, a lot of us would have joined them to tear that bitch up. Point blank, period. Because the way the government squanders money, people should be pissed off. Like, what the heck is this? What the heck is this? People work so hard for their money. You don't pay taxes, the IRS will track your ass down to the gutter. Okay? You don't pay taxes, you don't pay millions worth of taxes, they will put your ass in prison. But yet, when the politician man squanders our tax money, nobody says a thing. They don't have to face the justice system. Why is that okay? How is that okay? How is that okay? The same people who tell you, hey, so baby, the same people who tell you, right, oh, we're gonna go tax the rich, or we're gonna go, like, for example, the whole Trump situation. Oh, Trump is a felon, okay, yeah, sure, whatever, right? But when you politicians, when you squander our tax dollars, when you do stuff with our money that we never asked you to do with our money, how come your behind is not facing consequences? How come nobody drags you before a judge? Okay? Because you are scamming. You are stealing from the American people. I was really shocked. Okay? I was really shocked to know that Medicare and Medicaid loses $100 billion every year. I said $100 billion. That's all of us' money. If somebody stole your money, would you stay indifferent? No, you would not. If you check your Chase account, your Bank of America account, your Wells Fargo account, your TD America bank account, and you saw that you were missing $50,000, would you be like, oh, it's okay, it's not a big deal, we'll just tax the rich? No, where is my money? You better run me my money, okay? And it's like we are just too lackadaisical with these politicians when it comes to how they handle our money. Because, oh, no, they just tax the rich. You cannot tax your way out of debt. I'm like, this doesn't make no sense. And rich people, they pay what they pay because rich people, first of all, they create jobs for the most part. And also, rich people do not use as many government services. So why would they have to pay more in taxes? Make it make sense. How about you learn to better handle the money that you get in the taxes? Because if I can have a collection, if I can get arrested, if I can go to jail for not paying my taxes, but the same should happen for the politician. If he mishandles my money, I need to be able to drag his ass to the judge. Mr. Judge, here is a politician who stole my coins. He stole my money. Because I never pay taxes for you to send my money to Ukraine. Did you ask me if I was okay with it? Right? And it's like people are so comfortable. You guys, hold. Wait a minute. People are so comfortable being sheep nowadays. People are so scared of the government. People are so scared of politicians. You've lost the plot. You've lost who you are. You are the main character. Politicians, they work for you. You have the right to complain. You have the right to fire these politicians. They don't, you like, oh my gosh, anything is better than Trump. No. Stop thinking like you're goofy. Okay? These people stole from us. I don't care what, I had somebody come my DM at 11:30 at night trying to talk politics, trying to talk about Trump. I said, you better not. I'm breastfeeding, okay? I'm not in the mood. Okay? Because some of y'all so goofy, right? You are sitting here, you sat here, and you saw all this money being sent to Ukraine. Bunch of cowards. And you want to come in my DM to do what? You going to school me? School me how? If we went to the same college, we will never go into the same building. Do you not understand this? Sis, I don't do basic majors. I don't do like weird stuff. I do hard stuff. I'm not no punk. And not even just that too, right? I'm a very intelligent person. And I understand when you're black, no matter how black you are, people want you to dumb yourself down. You got the wrong one. Do I look like Carisha? Might be an Aquarius, but do I look like Carisha? Okay? And that's one thing, and that's why I respect Candace. Because unlike most black women who are very smart, Candace does not dumb herself down. Okay? Because when it comes to black people, because black people are some hating ass people. I don't want to say, but it's the truth though. That's why so many of our young women have to conduct themselves like 304s to get attention. I woke up yesterday, Krishan is facing 8 years in prison. She never should have messed with black culture. Because black culture is toxic as hell. I said what I said. Feel how you want to feel. Be a xenophobe, be a whatever. I don't care. When that young lady was not messing with black people, she was out here beautiful. She didn't have no tattoos. She wasn't getting drunk. She was out here running track. She was looking beautiful. When Krishan was not involved with black people, she was probably going to be at the Olympics. Okay? She was probably going to go to the Olympics. I don't even know how she ends up on this weird show. She has to audition for Blueface. Her life goes straight to hell after that. Because the only thing black people will support is a train wreck. It's a train wreck. The more you destroy yourself, the more you destroy your life, the more you become promiscuous, you become rowdy, you become rebellious, you try to like do bad things to yourself, you will have the most amount of support from black people that you've never had in your life, because black people are toxic. They are toxic to themselves and they are toxic to other people. I said what I said. It's enough. Okay? I had to say it. Nothing good comes out of it. Nothing good. All these young female rappers, before they messed with the culture, they all had their natural hair. They had their natural skin. They didn't have no tattoos. They were not promiscuous. Okay? Every single one of them. Flo Milli, what's her name? Tamia, that's her name, right? Sexy Red, her name is Janae. Even that part of the culture too. You are born, you have a beautiful name. But to be accepted by the culture, you got to give yourself a weird name. Your mama named you Tamia, you call yourself Flo Milli. Your mama named you Janae, you call yourself Sexy Red. Your mama named you Gloria, Hallelujah, you call yourself Glorilla like a gorilla. Like, what is going on? What is going on? Right? Your mama named you Alyssa, you call yourself Mulatto and the Lotto. Like, what is going on? Because to be part of black culture, you have to hate yourself. You have to hate yourself. Okay? You can't even like be proud of. Tamia is a very pretty name. Your mama named you Tamia. Why you can't be Tamia? No, you gotta be the Flo Milli. Your mama named you Alyssa. What is wrong with being called Alyssa? Alyssa is your name. It's a pretty name. No. Not with this culture. Mulatto and the Lotto. Like what? I'm like, what is wrong with these people? Right? Your name is Janae. You go by Sexy Red. Go sexy. Go sexy. It's like you see this? You see this? Okay, nothing good gonna come out of this. Your name is Megan Pete. You call yourself Meg the Stallion. Is you a man? Like, what is going on? You are a woman. Why are you calling yourself the Stallion? You're not a stallion. Make it make sense, right? Krishan Malone. I think her name is Malone. Krishan Rock. What kind of rock? The crack? Like, what is going on? I mean, what is happening? I'm like, what is happening here? Right? This is it. They bring the worst out of you. It brings the worst because they love a train wreck. They love themselves a train wreck.
You're loud, by the way.
Oh, sorry. What happened?
He's unhappy.
So because he's unhappy, you bring it back to me.
Yeah,
Did you even try to make him happy?
I did. And he threw up on me.
Maybe. Okay, can you bring it back to swing? Well. Okay. No, y'all laughing, but it's serious. Say hi to the baby. Say hi to your people. Say hi to your aunties and uncles. Say hi, aunties and uncles. I love y'all. Okay. No, it's the truth, you guys. You cannot love yourself. It's a free James. Yeah. Her name is Megan Pete. What is wrong? I'm like, what is wrong? It's just, oh my gosh. I'm like, it's a curse. Like something is happening to people. Oh, you see, Suki, her name is Destiny. Like these are pretty black girls with very beautiful first names. No. They got to go find these deranged weirdo names like Super, whatever. Even Super, like Super's name is Linnell. I remember the first time I talked to Super on the phone. She was like, oh, my name is Super. I was like, no, like, what's your real name? Because I was so confused. I'm not calling you Super. She was like, oh, Linnell. I said, oh, that's really pretty, right? But what is going on with these people, right? But nobody wants to wear their God, like not God, but like, you know, like their birth certificate name. Like your mom gave you a pretty name. Why don't you want to wear your actual name? It is your name. Okay, child, James will never. Okay, it is your name. Everybody's saying you're so cute. Say thank you, everybody. What's up, Tina? Right? It's your name. It is your name. But no, they will bring the worst out of you. This is what we do. This is what we do. Remember one time I showed y'all before and after, before the culture, after the culture, before the culture, after the culture. It's like a function of degeneracy. Like once you are put into that function, that black function, you come on the other side, you are unrecognizable. It's like, what is this? Right? So now Chrisean is facing up to 8 years in prison. 8 years. I'm like, this girl, has she never gotten involved with black people? And I said what I said. Feel how you want to feel. I said, well, I don't care. Like, you know, you guys, listen. November 4th, they might no longer be in America, so we might as well be honest. Exactly. Black China. Her name is Angela. I'm telling you, they all have these very pretty names. They have these pretty names, okay? I kid you not. They have pretty names. All these girls have very pretty names. But no. Okay? Because God forbid you be healthy. Because this culture doesn't like a healthy-minded person. This culture does not like a healthy-minded, wholesome, okay, God-fearing, career-driven, okay, peaceful black person. They don't like it. They do not like it. You got to become a train wreck. You have to become a train wreck. When you become a train wreck, then they love you, right? Let me show you what I mean. Right? Hold up. Wait a minute. Oh, he's quiet, though. Well, Daddy was talking bad about you. You're actually pretty quiet. All right. Let me share my screen. Okay. Here is Chrisean Rock before the culture. Okay. Look at this young woman before the culture. Right? Look at this. Look at this. Okay. Okay, look at her. This is Chrisean before the culture. There's not a single tattoo. There is no run-ins with the police. There is no pregnancy. There's no like none of that degenerate business, right? Because she was running track, right? Look how beautiful she was. Running track, minding her business, right? Now, here's your girl Chrisean. After messing with the culture. This is her. This is what they do to people. This is what this culture does to people. You need to stay away from it. You need to keep your kids away from it. Keep your daughters away. I am being so serious. Okay. A heart attack ain't got nothing to me. Okay. Look at this young lady, y'all. Look at her. Look at her. This is what we do. This is what not me. This is what the culture does to people. Okay, you could have your life on track. You could be going to college. You could be like on a scholarship. You could be an athlete. You know, you eat right, your body right, girl. And one thing they cannot stand, oh my gosh, one thing they can't stand is a black woman who eats right. One thing they cannot stand is a black woman with a flat stomach. I'm being so serious. Okay, y'all see how they go above and beyond to finesse you to thinking that obesity is cute, being fat is cute, having 3, 4, 5 stomachs is cute. Even me, I know I gained some weight with the pregnancy, right? But I know it's not cute. It's not cute, right? You see how they love to support a fat woman? Okay, like what you do? Sit home and eat? Like, imagine people treat you like it's an accomplishment. Bitch, you fat, you're lazy. All you do is sit there and eat. And come, I want you to run up in my comments and say something. Okay, this is the culture. Because it's full of jealousy and envy. Because seriously, why would you ever make an obese person the standard? And I'm obese myself, but I don't be the standard. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Because they have resentment. They have resentment against Black women who take care of themselves. Okay? The ones who are healthy, who do work out, who have a flat stomach, who have really fit, like their bodies are really fit and really tight. You know what I'm saying? It triggers them. So you mean she don't eat like I do? You mean she's not a sloppy eater like I do? You mean she's not an emotional eater like I am? No, she's not. She drinks her water. She works out. She lifts weights. It triggers them. Okay? Start having a conversation about eating healthy. They'll lose their mind. Hey, Z, they will lose their mind. Well, you know, it's not always easy. Well, you know, I don't always have time, but you sure do have time to talk bad about people. Right? You sure do have time to be on the TikTok, right? You have time for what you prioritize, right? So when they see you and you're a Black girl, no matter, okay, no matter how, like, Black, dark skin, like, it don't matter. If you're a Black girl and your body is tight, they're not gonna like you. That's why they love a BBL, because anybody can get it. You see this? It's a culture that constantly devalues people's hard work. It's hating people. People are hateful and they are jealous. I said what I said. Because you are devaluing people. That's why you want the easy stuff to be a standard. That's why they love Kamala Harris. Because Kamala Harris is the embodiment of you don't have to work hard. Stuff is just given to you. Okay? Stuff is given to you. Because if you truly like to compete, if you're the type to compete, if you're the type to work hard, you're going to take offense to somebody who's not qualified just being given stuff. Why are you giving stuff, right? Why are you giving stuff? That's why they love 3 or 4 culture, because it's so much easier to get on your knees, to give a man head and get some paper than to actually use your real head, right? And get paper the right way, right? A culture of mediocrity, a culture of shortcuts. People are always looking for shortcuts, right? So that's why they love to promote mediocrity. And so if you decide in your head that you want to cater to Black people and you want to have a Black audience, you will have to self-destruct. I'm telling you, you will destroy yourself, because the worst thing you can ever do to yourself is try to cater to a mediocre people. I said what I said. Because especially if they're mediocre, a mediocre person hates God. I said what I said. A person who is mediocre resents God. Because when you love God, if you are grateful to God, you wake up every day and you try to maximize everything that God has given you, right? And you even feel bad that you waste opportunities that the Lord has given you. When you truly love God, when you truly are a Christian, the way they don't want to teach Christianity, which is that you need to work hard. You have to work. Jesus himself, he worked. He had a job. He was a carpenter. I don't know if he was making much though, but he had a job. Jesus had a career. He was a carpenter. He never asked nobody for money. He made a way out of no way. He made his talents, they made a way for him, right? He never made himself mediocre. Okay? Because Ozempic is easy tea. It's a people who like an easy way out. You not notice? They like an easy way out. They like everything to be so easy. Ozempic, BBL, because then, if I can pay for it, then they're no longer intimidated because now they can pay for it. Whereas when it comes to actually having discipline, it's a matter of changing your character. You have to change your character to acquire discipline. You cannot purchase discipline. You have to earn discipline through trial and tribulation, errors and failure, you know what I mean, and remaining consistent. Yes, right? Yes. But there's a culture out here that always wants to make the lowest denominators the standard, because these are easy standards. They are easy to attain, right? If everybody is fat, then you don't feel the pressure to do better. If everybody's overweight, you don't feel the pressure to like be mindful of how you eat. If everybody's just as big as you think life is good, right? And we cannot stand people who challenge us to think outside the box and to arise to what God has called us to do. Make it make sense, because it don't make no sense, right? But they're always out here being happy. If a girl is promiscuous, they love her so much, right? Because she's like, well, at least I got less bodies than her. Girl, they about to fuck your life up. They about to fuck your life up, right? They gonna fuck your life up, because a good woman, a good friend, she be like, girl, you're not scared? Girl, what about your pH balance? Girl, what if this man assaults you? A real friend would tell you, sis, you got to stop. You know what I'm saying? What exactly are you searching for? Because you're definitely not going to find it in a man's pants. right? Your real joy, your real liberation, your real freedom, the thing that you want to make you whole and put you together is never gonna be the length of a penis. It is never gonna be a side of a man's pants. It is never gonna be on the bed with you on your back and your legs wide open. You gotta use your mind. Right? Real freedom is intellectual freedom, because once you understand, even if you're even able, hold up, wait a minute, if you're even able to trace your step back and be like, you know what, I understand I did too much, because sometimes we do too much. But if you're able to trace your step back and be like, God, I want to change. Show me where I went wrong. I promise you, God's going to show you, and you're going to do so much better, because the true liberation, what truly makes us happy, what truly brings us joy, right, is when you're free in your mind, okay? But they never want you to work on your mind, work on your ass, work on your edges, work on having fake hair, work on having fake nails, do everything that is fake and that can be bought. But the stuff that truly involves you having to work, do the work inside and out, they never want to make that the standard. They do not, right? They do not. And they tell you, oh, it's for the common good. We all need to be equal, blah, blah, blah. No, I don't want to be equal. Okay. And nobody should want to be equal, because once you start becoming equal to too many people, you are falling behind. You are regressing. Oh, I do not care. You are regressing. Why would you ever want to be equal? Your life should be inspirational. You should inspire yourself. And by inspiring yourself, you inspire other people. Don't you ever want to be equal to nobody. Why would I be equal? For what? Okay. Okay, you like life is a competition. We are mammals. We are called to compete. Now, I'm not saying be nasty and evil and go hurt people, but every day you should compete with your former self. Every day you should push yourself, right? Because it's a competition. Why are you stagnant? Right? Why are you stagnant? And you have a culture that encourages you to be stagnant. That's why it is so filthy. Because have you ever heard, they always tell you this, if you ever get stranded somewhere, never drink still waters, because the water doesn't move. And if the water doesn't move, the water's not getting filtered. If the water's not getting filtered, the water is rotting. It's not all water that you drink, right? That's why you drink the spring water, because this water that's always moving is going through the rocks, so it's getting filtered, right? But if you stay stagnant, you're going to be just like stagnant water. And eventually, if you ever leave water in a pot somewhere, it eventually starts to rot. Like it goes green and like this weird algae starts to form in there. Then it starts to stink. Like what the heck? Right? But that's what happened when there's no movement. There is no movement. If there's no movement, there's no filtration. There's no filtration. It's just going to be stinking. Right? And that's why we have a culture out here that straight up stinks. Because it's a culture of complacency. It's a culture of perversion. It's a culture of stagnation. It's a culture of somebody owes me something. I hate rich people. You need to stop. You need to be stopped. Okay? Nobody in their right mind should ever be okay with being overweight. You can do something about it. Every day you can do something about it. Even if it takes you 3 years to get your health back in order, you can do something about it. And anyone who tells you to embrace your fupa and you need to run as fast as you can because she wants you to be equal to her, that's not a good look. Why would I want my fupa to match your fupa? Okay, I want to be fupa-less, right? And that's why when you notice a lot of the times, right, when they do all this diversity, equity, and inclusion, you will never see a very fit Black woman, right? They will have a biracial, and if they have a dark-skinned woman, she's always overweight. Right? That's the definition of diversity, is an overweight, dark-skinned Black woman. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Right? Then why doesn't your diversity, equity, and inclusion also include and praise, right? The same way you praise the degeneracy, why don't you praise the Black girls who are very fit, who go to the gym, who have these, like, their bodies are like sculpted? Why don't you promote that too? Because you know you can't pay for that. You have to earn that. And you are jealous of that. And it's the same thing as it pertains to wealth. But a lot of people are jealous of successful people. A lot of people are jealous of wealthy people. Because it's so much easier to be jealous, to be envious, to say that somebody did some witchcraft, somebody did some juju, somebody did X, Y, and Z, right? Right? Because then you can diminish their effort instead of saying, you know what? I'm actually inspired. I just don't know where to start. Oh, humility. Look at that. Look at God. Okay? While the government got me, I'm not rich. right? I am not rich. I could easily say, yeah, that's right. I don't like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not rich. Even me, like when I do feel like when it comes to my business, well, I guess like ultimately I wasn't successful because I had to close it, right? But even above all of that, and I had some hard financial times because of my business, right? But I don't resent people who made it. Good for you. I'm happy for you, right? At least somebody made it, right? I can be like, well, my business didn't work out. I no longer have my business. So yeah, tax everybody who has a business, right? Make sure they have the same fate as me. No, that's not how you prosper. And just because this thing didn't work out, God can put me in another business, right? When you're an entrepreneur, sometimes you got to try different businesses before you find the one that's actually right for you. Maybe that one was not right for me. I don't know. Maybe I didn't make moves I should have made. I don't know, right? But it's life. You live, you learn. But you got to always be a good sportsman. Like you got to have good sportsmanship, right? And learn to be happy for other people. But the way people want rich people to be taxed out here, it's given. Since I don't have it, since I'm going through some shit, since I can't pay for this and pay for that, I also want you to suffer. You will never prosper in your life when you wish harm for another person just because you're going through the gigs. It's part of life. Learn to be happy for other people. And many, many times, right, if we were actually a bit wiser, we would want rich people to open their doors. Like, show me how you made it, right? Show me how you made it. And I've told you all this. That's where I meant to go. Yeah, because guns, let me tell you something, guns, right? The health. Let's say even when you're healthy, you don't see how like DJ Khaled started losing weight. What's his name? Joe over there. Joe, what's his name? Joe Pun, whatever, the Latino one. He started losing weight. Oprah losing weight, right? Because what's the whole point of making money and you're not healthy? So you're gonna make money just to pay for doctors. You're gonna make money just to pay for medication. You're going to make money so you can hold a cane. You can have braces. You can't even walk. No, you need to enjoy your money, right? Yes, baby, right? You need Fat Joe. You need to enjoy your money. You have to enjoy your money. And you cannot enjoy your money if you're not healthy, right? So the first source of wealth is your health. And today, out here, when you Black, they're making you feel like, oh, it's a joke to be fat. You go on TikTok. You go on Instagram, guns. You go on YouTube. You should see how Black people cook. When I tell you, they'll grab like this whole thing of sugar. They'll grab this, like this is what, like almost like a gallon, right? They'll grab a gallon of sugar, guns, and they'll just pour the sugar in the food like this. I'm like, y'all gonna kill people. Y'all really want to kill people. You are like, it's like Black people eat just to die. It's like, so is this your last day on earth? They will pour butter. I'm talking like all kinds of butter into the food, all kinds of sugar. They'll have like a bag of like a 5 pound, 6 pound, 20 pound of what's it called? Of flour. They'll just pour the flour in there. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this is a heart attack. This is diabetes. They make Kool-Aid. They'll drop 3-4 kilos of sugar into the Kool-Aid. Like, I'm like, what kind of ignorance is this? What kind of ignorance is this? And then they sit here and they say, oh, we should have more money for Medicare, Medicaid. Hell no, I don't want to pay for it. Okay? And you know how I tell you guys, like, if it was me, people would not have the right to vote. Citizens would not have the right to vote, but they would have a license to vote. Like, you would actually have to go take a test, just like a driver's license, because voting for a president is serious business. And a lot of people, they don't deserve the right to vote because the way they think is concerning. Okay? Something so serious. You have become so reductive that you're bringing down to color of the skin and gender of a person. You are insane. Okay? We need to have a proper government license where people will go and take a test for 45 minutes to an hour to prove that they are competent, they are qualified to vote. Okay? You understand, right? But let me tell you something too, though. If we want to do universal health care, people have to agree to take better care of themselves. Oh, I said what I said. Okay? Based on your age, your height, your ethnicity, we're going to have weight requirements. We're going to have health requirements. So I mean, like, if you take, I'm going to give you an example, right? So if you take Medicare, Medicaid, and you want us to pay for your health care, I ain't got a problem. But I also going to have some standards. So every year, you're going to have to run a mile. Okay? We will have testing centers. Oh, yes, because every year, you're going to have to qualify to renew your Medicare, Medicaid. Because it's not fair to be part of a pool of people who pay for healthcare, and all you do is keep hurting yourself. You eat like you're crazy. You drink like you're crazy. You smoke like you're crazy. You're not taking care of yourself. So you're going to cost us more money. So once a year, you have to run a mile. Oh, yes, ma'am. Okay, you will have a physical, and part of your physical exam for you to retain your health care, unless you have a serious disability, like you're in a wheelchair or something, but I'll figure something out. And even if you are in a wheelchair, I will have weight requirement, because why are you so big? Okay, because the bigger you get in the wheelchair, now we gotta buy you a whole new wheelchair. We ain't got it. Because I do believe that having universal health care, okay, it is not a right, it is a privilege. Okay? Your body is your right. Do whatever you want with it. But when the rest of us have to pay for you to stay healthy, for you to see a doctor, you're going to have to prove to us that you deserve to be in this group. It's going to be like Survivor on the island, right? If you want to stay over here and have shelter and have food, you better prove to us that you are also resourceful. If you cannot be resourceful, get the F off my island, because I'm not paying for ish. Okay? It needs to be like that. Otherwise, go and get you some private insurance, because it's not fair. It's not fair. You want to have Medicare, Medicaid, you want the government to pay for your health care using taxpayer dollar, you're going to have to stop smoking. I know that's right. Oh, you don't want to stop smoking? We're going to kick you off the insurance. Go do what you must do, because obviously you won't die. Your life is not that special. And I think like one mistake we've made as human beings, like we make people feel, oh, your life is so special, we have to save everyone. No, we don't have to save everyone. We have to save those who want to be saved and who are willing to do the work required to be part of the group. If you don't want to work, you don't belong here, because you don't work, you don't eat. Okay? Exactly. All right? You'll see all kinds of people take advantage. They could try. A lot of people should not have diabetes, but because the government pays for the insulin, they keep having diabetes. Oh, okay. Let me be in charge of healthcare in America. I promise you one thing, unless it's genetics, right? If you have type 2 where it's self-inflicted, in less than a year, you're going to get off. You're going to stop having diabetes. I promise you that, because I will take your insurance. Okay? Planet Fitness don't cost more than $10, $15 a month. Get you a gym membership. You don't want to get one, start walking. Okay? We need to start forcing people to take care of their bodies and not sit there and expect the government to foot the bills no matter what they do to their bodies. No, it's not fair, because it's not free. Healthcare is not free. It requires healthcare professionals who've had to pay for their medical school, right? It's not free. When you require somebody else's time for you to get better, it is not a right. It is a privilege. You're not owed nothing. But the people who went to med school, did you help them to go to med school? No. If you pay for someone to go to med school and they have the competency to help you with your ailment, I can see why you will be expecting of them looking out for you. Because, oh, I helped you, so help me too. I get that, right? But these doctors, you ain't helping them. People take themselves to law school, to medical school. People pay for their medical school. People get into debt for their medical school, right? And you think you are owed free healthcare? Why? Because you're a citizen? I don't care about your citizenry. You don't even care about yourself. Exactly. You know, because I'm like, y'all think about it, right? If more and more people put their health first, if more and more people take their health seriously, less and less people will go see the doctor, right? So if less and less people go see the doctor, it will bring the rate down for everybody. Like we gotta think, right? When you live in a place like New Orleans, right, you will pay more in car insurance compared to other places because people in New Orleans don't got insurance and they drive like they reckless. So the more you have car accidents, the more the rate goes up, right? If you had less car accidents, if you are in a city with great drivers, with safe drivers, most likely your car insurance is going to be really cheap. Why? Because you are around responsible people. Responsible people are a freaking blessing. Exactly, Lonnie. Lonnie, where you been? Okay. Responsible people are a blessing. Think about this. If you live in a neighborhood with serious people, with clean people, with people who love their houses, love their homes as much as you do, sis, do you know how easier it's going to be for your house to go up in value? Right? Do you know how easier it's going to be for you to sell your property too? Because every neighbor got a clean house, a clean yard, a clean outside. Everything is beautiful. So we all winning because you are in a neighborhood with very responsible people who value their property, who clean their yard, who cut the grass. You know, every 2 years or so, they'll change their mailbox. You know, so when every neighbor takes care of their property, right, everybody wins because you're around responsible people, right? And today we have a society full of irresponsible people who think that somebody else owes them something because that person is more mindful, that person worked harder. No. Right? No. I remember when I lived in New Orleans, I'm like, yo, is it really that hard to go and rent a power washing machine and power wash the siding of your house? These people do not care. They do not care. And I used to fall for every time black people move into a neighborhood, white people leave. Yeah, it could be racism. I can't discount that. Anything is possible. You know what I'm saying? But I had to grow up and I had to be mature. Is that black people a lot of times, do not care about their property. It is a mindset that comes with black people that they just degrade everything they touch. It's the truth. You don't have to admit it, but it's fine. Right? So I can understand. It's not like, could the man be racist? Maybe, maybe not. But ultimately, he spent a lot of money for his house. Before his house goes down in value because you're going to be a bad neighbor, I understand why he'd rather move. Because when you buy a house, it's an investment. You are buying a house to build wealth. You are buying a house to build equity into your home. But if you're surrounded by people who don't care, who don't cut the grass, who don't pick up the trash, they can't even be bothered to move the big trash bin back to their house. It's just ridiculous. Why would I want to live next to you? Right? You're not good for business. You're not good for my investment. So I'm going to move away. And people are so obsessed with looking at everything through racism and racism and racism. People never stop and think like, you know what? Maybe there's the culture. There is a mindset that makes people not desirable. Okay? I said what I said. Hey, what's up, Mo? Man, okay? What? No. It's the truth though, right? Because when you spend a lot of money towards something, you want to be around people who care. You know what I'm saying? Are you going to go buy a Bugatti and move into a neighborhood where there's always car break-ins? No, you're not. Because that's a very expensive car. Now, if you drive a whole beat-up Toyota that don't even have anything in there, of course you don't care where you live because your car's not worth much. Your car's not worth much. But someone who has a Bugatti, I understand why they don't want to live in certain neighborhood. Somebody who drives a Maserati, I understand why they don't want to live around certain people because that's a very expensive car. And not just that too, it's not even just the break-ins or whatever, but you also want to live next to people who are not going to be jealous. If my neighbor has a Bentley, I have a Maserati, the neighbor next door got a Rolls Royce, you're like, okay, everybody's doing well. There's not going to be no jealousy because you do want to live around people that when you buy nice things for yourself, it don't trigger nobody, right? Because a lot of times, if you live around people who ain't got much and you start taking care of yourself, you start loving on yourself, you start buying nice things, bad things could start happening to you. Right? Because they're jealous. Because the majority of people cannot stand to see other people do better than them. Right? And now and that's why now I am very leery. Yes, I am very cautious of people who talk about equality. Oh, we should all be equal. Yeah, right. Because you're a freaking loser. Right? Only losers want people to be equal to them because you ain't got nothing to lose. Your broke ass, with your weak ass, with your failing ass, right? Because if you were really successful, would you want to be equal? No, because you worked really hard to get to where you're at, right? Why do I want to be equal to people just because, right? If you worked really hard, if you went to a great university, you had amazing grades, like you always worked so hard, you have a great job, okay? And you make a lot of money and you do well for yourself, right? Would you truly, right, want to be equal to people? No. I can be respectful towards people. I can be kind towards people, but why do I want to be equal to you? Right? And it's like, notice carefully the people who always talk about equality. Okay. They usually don't have much going on for themselves. So they want everybody be equal to them, right? Because they don't want to work. They don't want to work. Why do you want to be equal to people? Why? Why should people want to be equal to you? Exactly. It's always them. It's like, oh, beef. I'm like, y'all, when I was younger, I thought it was cute. Like, oh, yeah, we should all be equal. We should all be equal. No, we should not. A person who does not work, a person who does not commit themselves, a person who is not dedicated does not deserve to have the same results as somebody who gives their all. That is not fair. Like, you look, like right now, we're looking at the Olympics, right? Okay. These people earned it. Everybody who's there at the Olympics, they earned that stuff, right? They're not equal to the rest of us. They train hard for 4 years. They're not equal. We don't want y'all to be equal. Okay, because people can't stand for somebody to be a standard. People can't stand for you to be ahead. People can't stand for you to know what you want and know what you deserve. And that's why a lot of times I feel like even with me, people meet me and it's like they want me to change my convictions or they want me to be a little different because I guess I can be a lot to take. No, I will not change nothing. Okay, this is who I am. That's how I feel. That's how I think. That's who I am. I'm not changing myself to make you comfortable. You better keep up. That they always want you to lower the standard because they can't keep up with you. Oh, well, too bad, so sad. Okay, you think I worked hard all my life so that people can keep up with me? No, I want to be smart. I want to be knowledgeable. I want to be different. I don't want to be like everybody else. It bores me, and you should be bored. People should be bored. Why would I want to be equal to you? Make it make sense. You think I worked this hard in my life to be equal to a bunch of random people? I don't want to be your equal. You don't even inspire me. Imagine that bullshit. You don't even inspire me. Your life doesn't even inspire me. And you think I want us to be equal? Equal where? Where? Make it make sense, right? And then they want to trap you with, oh, but we're black, and as black people, we are black, yes, but we don't have the same standards. We don't have the same vision. We don't want the same thing. And that's why I say I don't claim every single black person, because there goes that creepy equality again, right? Some of y'all don't even care. You do not care. You don't care how you present yourself. You don't care how you talk. You just don't care. And I don't want your brand. I don't want your brand. I don't want people to look at me and look at you and think we're the same. We are not the same. We are not the same. Okay? Like sometimes I look at the news, I look at some, oh gosh, why does this person have my complexion? Why must you have my complexion? Okay, I wish I could charge money for my complexion because it should, like, you should put your things on a status symbol. Like, it needs to be a status. It has to be earned. Unfortunately, you don't earn complexion. You just get complexion. And then you get lumped up with people who do all kinds of foolishness. And then you have to pay the price for their foolishness. And I'm like, no, I'm not a foolish person. Why am I being prejudiced? Why am I being taxed for somebody else's foolishness? I don't think like these people. I don't act like these people. Okay? No, that's why I'm not down with the sisterhood, because it's so damn toxic. It is so toxic. You mess around with the sisterhood, your life will be a hot ass mess. You're going to be promiscuous. You're going to have kids by different men. You're going to be fighting all your baby daddies. Girl, your life will be a mess. You're going to go lay on the table somewhere and have this weird ass parentheses BBL where your ass don't match your leg. All your edges going to be gone towards the back. Okay? I do not mess with the sisterhood. It is toxic. It is a cult. No, and no, and no. And they never hold themselves accountable. I don't mess with them people. I don't want that. You can't keep it. I do not want your sisterhood. It will take me nowhere. Hey, Sonia. Yes, the sisterhood will have you losing your edges. That's why the majority of black women, they got traction alopecia. You see the hairline, it go all the way right here. Once upon a time, I was in the sisterhood. The lace fronts, the weaves. Do you know how this thing had damaged my hair? Hey, Nicole, it damaged my hair. I've been cutting my hair since January. It got to a point one time, my edges were going all the way inside, putting glue on my forehead. Like, who even does that? I'm like, sometimes I'm like, what the heck was I thinking? Like, what part tells you that it's a smart thing to put glue on your forehead? They got you out here with stocking caps on your head. They put the stocking cap, then they put holes in the stocking cap, like they're about to go rob a bank. You see this? Instead of just loving your hair. Like, what is this? What like, oh my gosh. Like, I don't even know how to say things. Okay? This is ridiculous. Learn to love your hair. Learn, like, you see? So I had to cut my hair. I had to cut my hair. You know what I mean? And thank God I never gave into the BBL, especially when I had the money. I thank God I never gave to the BBL. Not all of them are going back out here to get that stuff taken out their bodies because it's toxic. Okay? Black women never even had issues with our butt. We always had big butts, but somehow the sisterhood convinced us that, no, we needed bigger butts, right? Do all kinds of weird things. And the sisterhood will never tell you to go to the gym, change your diet, reduce the stress in your life, right? Calm down. You don't have to react to everything. It's okay to make peace with people. No, it's always rebellion. You rebel even against your hair, your natural hair. You rebel against your natural hair. You rebel against your natural beauty. You rebel against peace. Anything that is good, you go against it. This thing is a pagan cult. It is so real. Like guns, it was real. When I took, oh my gosh, I've been cutting my hair since January. I'm like, what was I thinking? You know what I'm saying? Because they, oh my goodness, even when it comes to your hair, they'll have you program out here to do stuff that is bad for you. It's like this whole thing is just toxic. It's just so toxic. Okay? So I'm like, why would I ever do this to myself? This is not a healthy space. The sisterhood is not a healthy space. You can't think for yourself. You're not encouraged to have your own voice, right? All you got to do is just repeat what they say and say yes, amen, and go throw your life away. How many beautiful Black girls have died over a BBL? Look at Miss Jackie, just gone over a BBL. Foolishness. Pure fool. There was nothing wrong with that girl. There was nothing wrong with that girl. She could have just gone to the gym. Even if it took her like 18 months. What's 18 months in the life of a person? It's nothing. It's nothing. But have you ever seen the sisterhood tell you to go to the gym and drink some water and be patient and change your diet? No. Even the sisterhood, they resent anything that has to do with maternity. Okay? They hate being mothers. They hate being maternal. Okay? Always trying to keep up with the young girls, trying to dress all sexy, trying to dress like little thotties, like, girl, you a mama now. Like, okay, you will never see the sisterhood do homework with their kids, right? Because they can't stand being at home with their kids. Always trying to compete with a man. Of course he was. Okay, always trying to compete with a man. Because the sisterhood makes you feel like it's wrong to be a mother. They makes you like, oh, like it's a weakness. There's something wrong with you. You're too smart to be a mother. Why do you have kids? Why are you at home with your kids? Because heifer, that's what God called me to do. What the heck? Imagine that. What if my mom was not maternal? Okay, what would I be today? I owe a lot to my mom. I sure do. I would come home from school. I've always had food. That's why I'm really stuck to my parents. We fight, but I love them though. Okay, you understand? But that's one of our ministry as a woman. It's like you have to be a mother. It's a beautiful thing. But the sisterhood, oh, you gotta snap back. You gotta snap back. You gotta go back to work. There's this girl. She was bragging about going back to work. The baby's like 8 weeks old. I'm like, girl. But I'm like, it's the sisterhood. And she really thinks she's doing something cute, right? Because they make you hate being a mother. They want you to hate motherhood. Oh, you're pregnant? Well, go kill the baby. That means it's like, what is wrong with these people? Like, what is wrong with these people? They are a bunch of weirdos. Yeah. Okay. I'm like, no. You have to love kids. I'm like, you meet so many women today, they don't even have a single maternal instinct in their bones. It's like, what is wrong with you? Like, they don't love kids. Like, oh my, if you don't love kids, you're a witch. Like, what is wrong with you? Like, what is your problem? What is your problem? Right? And I'm like, the years, yes, Mavi, yes, what's wrong? Oh, little baby. What do you want? I love you. It's okay. You hungry? Okay. Hold that, little baby. Hold on. Sorry, you guys. Little commercial break, huh? So he can fall asleep. Because he has turned me into a human pacifier. Yeah. How can you hate family like this? It's so weird. They hate family, y'all. It's weird. I don't know. Like we grew up at a time like family was everything. Like most people, especially Black people, most people didn't even have friends. Like most of your friends were your cousins because people were having children, right? You see these big families, they didn't have like external friends. Like their friends were their cousins. Like they grew up with their cousins. All they knew was their cousin, right? Today you don't have that because people hate children. People hate babies. They hate babies. It is just bizarre. I'm like, it is really bizarre. It is very, very bizarre. Right? It's so bizarre. And I'm like, no, I don't want to resent a big part of me, which is like, yeah, you are called to be a mother. Like James can't do it. He can't. Like men don't carry children. Somebody got to do it. Right? I mean, it's what it is, right? Someone has to do it. But I don't want to resent being a mother. Like, it's a beautiful thing. I mean, yeah, it's exhausting. Yeah. You know what I mean? It can be exhausting because like the little babies, like it can be a lot, but it don't last forever. Like they get older. The first 2 years might be challenging, but it's like they get older. Like time does fly, right? And they are really cute. Maverick is really cute. Okay. But it's like, they're like, what is wrong with y'all? They don't like kids. Like for them, it's okay. You can drop a baby at daycare at 6 o'clock in the morning and go pick up the baby at 6 p.m. I'm like, 6 p.m. The baby been there for 12 hours. Are you okay? Are you sane? No, they're not sane. They are insane. They are seriously insane. But this is just madness. Just madness. Yeah. So no, don't want to raise their kids. They hate motherhood. Being there, change, like being with your kids, doing homework with your kids. There's one girl I watch. I'm like, okay, sure. I get it, right? You do the little influencer thing. You wear clothes. You're very pretty. Sure, a bunch of surgery, but whatever. Let's say you're pretty. But my thing is, do you like, why don't we ever see you do homework with your daughter? Like, who helps her with her homework? Right? But she's so consumed with her goofy ass female audience. I'm like, these girls are very goofy to me. They are truly goofy to me. Because me, Marlene, I'm not trying to be funny, but the older your kids get, the closer they get to college, we're going to take it very seriously. Like, yo, ladies, like, it's my life. Like, I have a child. I have a daughter. I have a son. I have to help them with homework. And that will be part of my vlogs. If I'm a mother and I'm vlogging, and especially if I have teenage kids, right, I'm going to be doing homework with them. Not pretend that I'm not a mother or I'm just there to buy my daughters like fancy gifts. Like, girl, that is goofy stuff, right? You buy her all these goofy gifts. Does she have the grades to get a job later where she can keep that life for herself? You are insane. But because I feel like they feel as though if they show the motherly side of them, if they show like the family side, they're no longer like bad bees because they have to be bad bees forever. Okay? It's like there's a time to hang it up. Okay? There is a time with this obsession with being a bad bee, you have to hang it up. Another thing that's also very weird to me is like when you are a mother, even if you're a young mom, trying to compete with girls who don't have kids is weird. It is very weird. See, what's her name? What's Gemini's name? Aaliyah's face. Aaliyah ain't got no kids, right? So the way she lived her life, it makes sense. She ain't got no kids. She's young. She's single. She ain't got no kids, right? Kira also ain't got no kid. You have a child. So it's like you can be making content that is like just like their content because it's weird. You have a child you got to take care of. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, why are you afraid to show yourself doing homework? I like not just buying the child all kinds of gifts, right? Yeah. Like actually do homework with your child. Show people that you do homework with your child. Show people that you cook food, like you cook dinner, you cook lunch with your daughter. Like, you know, like stuff like that. Like, that's a real life because who helps her with her homework? You know what I mean? You guys, one thing I had to realize, you guys, this vlog, this video is all over the place, but forgive me, right? Y'all know how we do out here. But it's like one thing I had to recognize in my life, especially like getting involved with my son, right? Okay. It's the fact that you guys, everybody needs a coach. Okay. Everybody needs a coach. And I thank God, like I really think my angels or the Holy Spirit or even myself, I don't know, but the voice that spoke to me that day, I am very grateful for that voice because, you know, when Trey was in the 7th grade, I wasn't really looking at his grades. I have to be honest because I assumed he was just going to like ace it. You know, I just assumed, oh, he's going to get A's. I wasn't thinking much about it. And I felt as though like Jamie had it because they never came to me. So I'm like, okay, it's all good, right? Until fast forward, last year, right, when he was in, what's it called? Geometry honors, right? So geometry honors too, I just assumed he had it. I was like, oh, he had it. It's not because he was like, oh, he's studying. Because I used to get the text messages. And I said, okay, Trey, you have a test. He said, oh, mommy, I got it. I studied, girl. I said, okay, boo-boo. He said, I studied. And I said to him, don't sell the skin of the bear. I said, oh, when I was younger, here's what Pepe told me, my dad. So my dad goes by Pepe, right? So I was like, here's what Pepe told me when I was younger. And I was like, Pepe always said, you don't sell the skin of the bear until you've killed the bear. So are you sure you really studied? He's like, yeah. And y'all remember the boy went and got a 56. I said, oh, dang, a 56. I said, you didn't even kill the bear. I said, the bear mauled you. The bear whooped your behind. Okay. So his dad and I were laughing. So I wasn't upset. Like, oh, I'm about to beat you. How dare you get an F? You know what I'm saying? I wasn't mad. Because you know what? I didn't help the boy. Right. And then I reached out to his teacher, his geometry teacher, like the Korean lady. And I think she was afraid because she like CC'd the counselor. Hey, Peggy, she CC'd the counselor because maybe she felt like I was going to go in there and pop off. Because, you know, I think Black moms have a reputation of just going places, just popping off. Right. So I finally got to meet the lady. And I told her, no, I'm not upset. I'm not mad at him. I ain't mad at you. Right. Honestly, I was not invested. So I can't be mad at my son for not having an A. Because I do believe, like, if you want kids to have an A, you have to show them what studying to get an A looks like. Okay? You can't just expect kids to have an A. How will they know how to have an A? Did you show them how to have an A? No. So from that moment, I recognize like, yo, like everybody really needs a coach. And when you are a parent, right, you're not just there to be a parent, like, oh, I'm gonna cook your food, I'm gonna buy you some clothes, I'm gonna give you shelter, water, and lighting, you know what I'm saying? You know, buy you gifts for Christmas, yeah, whatever, right? But a parent also has parents also have to be coaches. We have to coach them with education. We have to coach them on being clean. We have to coach them on finances. Yes, y'all, we really do. You know, when was it, like 2 days ago, whatever, we had to go get my car, right? So I told Jimmy, we were talking in the car. And I'm like, you know what, when Tracy probably like maybe this year or like next year, whatever, we need to start building his credit. You know, yes. Because in a lot of other communities or people who are Black who know better, right? They start building the young people's credit before they get to a certain age. Why is that? Because, sometimes you don't know about credit. You don't know what you don't know. Huh? Right? It's okay. Whether you're a Black American, like you're from here, or you're a Black immigrant, a lot of us don't know about credit or did not know about credit. Because you think, oh, but if I have no credit, it's good. It's like, no, having no credit too is bad. Right? Like if you have a credit report and there's nothing on your credit, it's also like, it's not a good thing. It's not like bad as being like a bad spender who doesn't pay, but it's not good, right? Also having bad credit is obviously not good, right? So you need to have credit history, which many of us, I don't know, me and my parents, we never had the conversation. They never try to build my credit. Okay. And plus I signed up for a stupid credit card on George Mason campus. I will never forget. Okay. So I was like, when he gets to a certain age, we probably should add him to like the water bill or the power bill so he can start building credit. Because as we sit here and we see like the price of housing and stuff, to buy a house when they get older, it's going to be really, really expensive. So I feel as though those of us who are parents now, millennials who are currently parents, right? We have to start thinking about how are our children going to buy their first home, right? So that you got to have a good credit. You got to have good credit. You got to have credit history, right? You also got to have like 2 years of employment with some good pay stubs, right? You have to have low debt to income ratio. And you also need to have a great substantial deposit towards the home. So that way, there's some kind of penalty that doesn't kick in or whatever, right? I forgot what it's called, but it's called something, right? So it's like, we got to start planning that stuff down. We got to plan for our children because they don't know. And it's like, you want your kids to have something that you don't have, though, that you didn't get to have, right? But I would love for my son to go to a great university on a full ride scholarship. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Have like a 700, like a high 700 credit score, right? Hopefully either we buy the house for him and then we can just transfer the estate to him, or we save the down payment for him. Makes sense, right? But it's like, we all got to start thinking about that kind of stuff. Okay. We really do. We truly do. Because I know for me personally, because I have to be honest, my dad is a socialist. Okay. My dad is a socialist. So because growing up, I used to look up to my dad so much. He's a Libra. Okay. I used to look up to that Libra so much. But my dad's a socialist. And the older I get, I'm like, no, I don't want to be like him. Okay. I don't want to be like people who are always resenting rich people, wealthy people. I don't like that. I really do not like that because it also breeds complacency. Because I do think my dad could have done more. I really do. I truly do. I feel like he could have, he's so smart. If he really wanted to make like finances and investment his thing, he really could have. He just chose not to because deep down inside, he is resentful of rich people because my granddad was resentful of rich people. That's how it starts. You understand? Like my granddad didn't want to be rich. He was happy being a school teacher. And he had issues with wealth. Like, because like Ivory Coast is smaller. Because we got our independence like what, 1962 or 63 or something like that. So like at that time, around that time, when the country was like building itself with the new government, right? Our president, Félix Houphouët-Boigny, he had reached out to my granddad because he was trying to take a person, or like people from every ethnicity, like every region of the Ivory Coast, and have them in the government. And since my granddad was he was an amazing teacher, right? So he wanted him to be like, think like in the Department of Education. My granddad said, I don't like you. I don't like your policy. I think you shiesty. I don't like how you mess with the French people. Wumpty wump, on like being all self-righteous. On like the Dr. Umar type of stuff, right? So my granddad turned his back on the man. The man didn't appreciate that because, you don't say no to rich people. So my granddad got to be penalized for that, right? So my dad growing up, he saw the consequences of my granddad not wanting to link up with these people, right? And also my granddad's attitude towards wealthy people, because the first, hold on, let me show you his picture, because you need to see who I'm talking about. Otherwise, it's too much. Y'all, because I was talking to my mom about this yesterday. I was like, you know what? I was like, this needs to be a video on, I got to make a live about this, right? Okay. So this is our first, this is the first president of the Ivory Coast. Okay. Félix Houphouët-Boigny. All right. Let me see if I can find a nice picture of the man. Okay. So here he is, right? So he linked up with the French, like Charles de Gaulle, Charles de Gaulle, the French dude, okay? He linked up with the French, right? So when let me show you his picture also. So at least that way you can have a name to the picture, to the thing, okay? So here are the evil French people. Let me put the evil white man up here, okay? So here's Charles de Gaulle, okay? So when Charles de Gaulle did what he did to the Ivory Coast, and then they, I guess, quote unquote, like give independence to the Ivory Coast. So he was locked in because he was also a senator, Houphouët-Boigny, right? Because, since we were a French colony, so technically he's French also, right? Because we're a French colony. So if you're born in a colony, you also get the nationality of your colonizer. So technically my dad even could have been French because he's born in 1953, right? My mom is born like right after the independence, like 1962, right? So because of that, he was a congressman in the French parliament, right? So he was locked in. So for someone like my granddad who stayed back in the Ivory Coast, he looked at him like he's a traitor. Like, yeah, you locked in with these white people after everything they've done to us. They're fake. They're fraudulent, right? Instead of being like, you know what? You got to be strategic in life. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's effed up. But at the same time, though, it's better to be inside the club than to be outside the club, right? But it's that mindset like being self-righteous. So because my granddad tried to be self-righteous, right? He got penalized for that. And so financially, it affected the family. Whereas like my mom, her dad didn't say no, because her dad, he was in the military. He becomes like a colonel in the Ivorian army. Like it's some real stuff. So my mom's family, like they were very wealthy people because they joined in, like we're about to be locked in because you got to be strategic. Like you can't make changes from outside the club. Because sometimes, and I see that here too, like with this whole Trump, Kamala Harris situation, is that when it comes to politics, right? When it comes to politics, Black people are truly unsophisticated politicians. Why do I say that? Because Black people expect the perfect politician, right? You got to be perfect. No, you don't. And that was the issue with my granddad. See, so I have my dad's dad over here, right? His name was Christophe, okay? And then you have my mom's dad, his name was Gaston, okay? So you have Gaston and Christophe, okay? So Christopher, that's my little brother's name actually, but Christopher was like, nah, he's going to be a purist. My dad's dad was a purist. Very, very smart. Oh my God, he was handsome. When I tell you he was like beautiful, my granddad was beautiful, like super tall. Like I'm talking like super tall. He never even had a cane. Like he was just so handsome like that, right? Very, very, very intelligent. Very intelligent. It got to a point that people even got scared because they thought he did witchcraft on the kids because anybody that he had as a student, they became incredibly smarter. So the parents started getting scared and they didn't want their kids in his classroom anymore. Y'all, it was real. Because what happened was, let me give you a little more background story, right? His mother. So, okay. My dad's granddad, a giant. I need to find his picture, okay? His name was like Agua, like water. Yes, super tall. Because my dad's by the water. So these are like fishermen people, right? So he has his village, right? My granddad's mother. So Christophe, his mother, right? She's from a different village. So it's all the same people, but it's different villages, right? So her name was polio, like the disease, like polio was her name, okay? So she comes to that village to marry that man. So because she was from a different village, they were very, very evil towards her. So growing up, my granddad, Christophe, right? He noticed how badly his mom was abused. And he promised himself it's not going to happen. And then she ends up passing away. And somehow I feel like he becomes like super obsessed with books. It's almost like borderline esotericism because he became a Freemason. My granddad became a Freemason. Like, this is what it is, right? They have a thing called like the Rose Croix. It's like the the cross, what? Let me see how I can say it. The cross of the rose, okay? If I was to translate it, it's called Hosqua. People know them, but it's like they're like Freemasons, pretty much, right? And he did that for protection, but he was like hella smart. So then, becoming a teacher too, he's really gifted. Like he makes the kids really, really smart or a lot smarter. The parents are like, I don't know if I want him to teach my kid, okay? So people start pulling him out because my dad's very brilliant. Like he definitely made my dad super smart. My dad's very smart but super awkward, okay? He probably has autism. Who knows? But my granddad was a purist, like kind of like that. I'd be like, squad, I'll type it up when this boy frees my hand. People used to look at it like sideways, like, oh, my granddad could be a witch, but I never look at it that way. I was like, he had to protect himself because it was really bad for his mom. Because African people do witchcraft, like we really do. Because his mom Polio, like she died really, she didn't have a good life. And he didn't like that for her because out the whole family, he's very protective. May he rest in peace. He was always very protective of his siblings, but he was like super, super smart. And it really scared people. Right? So then he turned my dad into him because my dad is like a mini version of him because my dad also is like one of the top one, but my dad's older brother is also even smarter. Like he's like a whole like dictionary on wheels. Like it's crazy. Right? But my granddad was a purist. So he's like, I'm messing with you. You touch these French like you're tainted. Wumpty wump 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 wump. Because he wanted like a perfect, like a true African revolutionary kind of, you know what I'm saying? But I was like, child, you sometimes you got to work with what you got, right? Now, my mom's dad, right? On that side, okay, Gaston, okay? Gaston. Like the Beauty and the Beast, right? So my granddad's name is Gaston. Okay, so that's people over there. So his name is Gaston. And so he locked in, like he was in the military. He's from the west part of the Ivory Coast. Like my people, their people are closer to Liberia. Like his dad is almost like Liberian, almost kind of in a way, right? So because Ufwe was picking people from every single region, right? So if you go like mostly on the Ivory Coast, people who are mostly in the military, like armed forces, are from the west part of the Ivory Coast, like my mom's people, right? So my granddad, he joined in. He's like, yeah, I'm going to be locked in, right? And so by locking in, my granddad had a lot of power on that side, right? There's a whole army camp that's named after him. He has a whole statue in there. He had lots of money, y'all. He had money. My grandma had money, okay? They had houses. Like, it's real. My mom is in Ivory Coast right now, living her best life because her daddy left her some money, okay? Right? And so they grew up differently. Because we had this conversation yesterday. We really did. And I'm like, you can see how when you're raised by parents who resent wealthy people, it's gonna mess you up. Maverick, let mommy cook, please. Okay. Thank you. Love you. Right? When you're raised by parents who resent wealthy people, it will mess you up. You will hate them. And because you hate them for the most part, you will never become wealthy. Right? Number two, when you're raised by parents who constantly tell you, we don't have it, how we gonna pay for it? Whoo, this costs so much money. No, not my dad, my granddad. And because he wanted my dad to join the Freemason thing, my dad said no. He was really upset. My granddad was really upset. He was really, really upset. My dad was like, Daddy, I can't do it. I'm a Christian. He was like, you a what? It was so funny. Oh, he's a commercial break sponsored by Maverick. Right? No, I see it now. Right? It messed up my dad. I think it killed something in him. Right? Whereas like my mom, I think when you grow up really wealthy, you're not afraid of stuff. You're not afraid. Because when you grow up in a wealthy family, when you grow up with people who have means, you see people go after what they want. They don't say, oh, how much is that going to cost? Oh, that's too much money. Oh, I think he felt like it was a challenge for. It's not like he's not a basic bum. But that's not a bum. My dad does it very well. But I just feel like he could have been more aggressive. Like when it comes to outside of like the work he does, like I'm telling you, he's almost like borderline. He's a genius. I think Stefan also has his brain. They look alike, right? But I look at my dad, I'm like, he could have been so aggressive because the brain that God gave him, honestly, there's nothing he cannot do. But the problem is, if you have hatred towards rich people, if you feel like, oh, I'm okay with what I have, I don't want to have more because you're raised a socialist, right? it's not good. It's not good. Cause I'm like, it's not good. Right. And it's like, cause you see my mom, like if you compare my mom to my dad, my mom is fearless. She don't care. It don't matter how much it costs. She'll find a way. Because it's like, and I'm like, cause the way she grew up, price was never a problem. Like the cost of a thing was never a problem. Right? It was not a problem. Like when her brother, like her oldest brother, who's a doctor, right? When he was 16, that's in the Ivory Coast, right? When he was 16, he had like a Porsche or Ferrari at 16. Like that's like what, like the 60s or something like that, right? Like they grew up very wealthy. She had like elephants in her backyard. She had like these fancy monkeys. Like she had like chimpanzees in her backyard. Like they grew up very, very wealthy. And because we're in the West, like they're in the West part of the Ivory Coast, like there was an ivory trade. That's kind of wrong though, but there's diamond, there's gold. So my grandma used to receive that stuff from my granddad, and she would like help to sell it or like bring it back to this man, right? So it's like when you grow up in abundance, it's like the sky's the limit because people don't have to scratch their heads for money, right? And I'm like, it's real because when you get older, you really have to think about this. Like, what are you showing your kids, right? I do believe like I don't think you should be spoiling kids rotten now. Right. But I do believe like when parents always tell their kids, we don't have it. How we going to pay for it? This is going to cost too much money. Oh, my gosh. Like what you think we are? We're not like them rich people. Wumpy, wump, 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 wump. You think you're doing good. But what you're teaching that kid is limitation. Right. And a lot of people grow up and they have this mindset of, oh, I don't deserve it because I don't have the money. Oh, I don't deserve this because maybe it's not meant for me. Oh, I don't deserve this because I don't have this last name. Wump, 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 wump. Because your parents have they transferred the doubt onto you. When you live like that, when you handle money like this in front of your kids, you make your kids question whether or not they are deserving. You know what I'm trying to say, right? So it's like it will dampen their confidence, even if they're really smart kids, even if they're like geniuses. But when it comes to having a lot of self-confidence outside of academia, they're going to struggle, right? They're going to struggle. So you gotta be very mindful. Whereas like if one day I'll do a live with my mom, some of y'all, you follow her, so you kind of know her, right? Y'all see how she's extravagant, but she always grew up that way. So it's like for her, it's like, this is just normal. You know what I mean? She will find a way. And one thing about that lady, good or bad, right? My parents have had their fair share of like financial mistakes too, because you're not from here. So this whole credit system is very different, right? But it's like my mom gonna find a way to keep her standard of life. She gonna find a way. I don't know how she does it, okay? But she gonna find a way. Right now, she's in the Ivory Coast living her best life. And it's like my dad, right now, he's at home, right? And then like you see the difference because my mom is not a socialist. My mom is not a social. Ooh, child. That lady is not a socialist. Like she believes in business. And she'll try again and again and again. My dad is a socialist, right? You see him, he's watching like the French news. He'll be on the socialist side. He's watching American news. He's on the socialist side. You catch him watching Venezuela news. He's also on the socialist side. I'm like, but sir, can you stop? Like, can you stop? Right? Like you're not born. I don't know how to explain this, right? But I'm like, you really have to think about that. If you always like, let's say your child says, "Mommy, I want to go to this school," and you say, "Oh, we ain't got the money for it. We ain't got the money for it." You think it's cute, but you just told the child you're not deserving of this opportunity. You might not mean to, right? You might not mean to, but it's like as a parent, if your child is really smart to get into a fancy school, you better figure out how you're gonna get the money. You don't tell the child like, "Oh well, who gonna pay for this? How are we gonna get the money for that?" And shut up. You don't say that to your kid. Like if your child, like let's say you have a C student, not to be offensive, right? If you have a C student and your C student wants to go to a school that's like $40,000 a year, yeah, we ain't got it because you're a C student. Sure, I ain't wasting my money on you, okay? Right? But let's say you have an A+ student. You have a child that has like a 3.8, like from 3.7, right? No, even 3.6. I'm mistaken, right? I think 3.6, right? If you have a child that has a 3. If you have a child that has a 3.6 GPA, all the way to a 4.0. Some people even have a 4.5. But let's say your child got a 4.0 GPA or your child has a 3.9 GPA and your child wants to go to a school and the school has everything your child wants. You're going to be like, "Oh, how we going to pay for this? We ain't got it." Are you insane? Hey, Kevin, what's up, love? Bisou. Okay. You cannot do that. Because you got to be like, yo, my child is way smarter than me. Yes. Did you have a 4.0 when you graduated high school? No, you didn't. So sit your ass down somewhere. Okay. Cuckoo, Kevin. Number 2, the child deserves it. Number 3, if that child goes in that school, it's not even just the education, the teachers, but it's the network. They're going to come out that school, right? Cuckoozy, they're going to come out that school with a network of powerful friends. Like my little sister went to the school, like I don't know what it's called. It's some bougie school in North Carolina. Okay. Like most of her friends are like white and many of them are Jewish. She went to this like fancy ass wedding in Brazil because the girl that she met at school, right? I forgot what it's called, but the girl that she met at school, her parents, like her dad is like a multi-millionaire in Brazil. Like they're Brazilian Jews, right? So like I think it was last year. Her and my mom went to Brazil for the girl's wedding. Child, bunch of rich Jewish people, child, from the Brazil. So like the girl, her dad's a businessman. Her mom is a stay-at-home mom, right? So she went to school here and then she went back to Brazil because she found her husband, who's also a Brazilian Jew, right? The boy, the young man, his family is also loaded in Brazil. So she was like, why would I live in America? It's so ghetto, okay? They're rich as hell. They don't live in Rio. They live somewhere else in Brazil. But it was like a whole wedding full of luxury, like rich people, right? My dad didn't go. Of course, he's a socialist. My mom went. She made so many friends because they're like, oh, Leo, we heard about your dad in the Ivory Coast and how he was a colonel. Like they were so impressed because my granddad joined in. He was locked in. You will never find a thing as a righteous politician. Sometimes you work with what you got. You have to work with imperfect people who can get you the results that you want, right? So I was like, that's crazy. But I'm like, so first, the thing is, your child is very smart, maybe even smarter than you, and also most likely more responsible than you were when you were in high school, because it's pretty impressive. Okay, any child that can get out there with a 3.7, 3.8, all the way to 4.5 GPA, child, I commend you because I didn't do it. Okay, then they earn that fancy school because you got to apply. You have to apply and you have to be accepted. So the child did all this work, 12 plus years of schooling, right? Gruesome hours taking that freaking stupid ass SAT. Then they did their entire application. Okay, they got in. They did everything to get into that school. Now you're gonna tell your child, oh, after 12 years of hard work, everything you did, oh, well, I ain't got it. So, how are we gonna pay for this? You need to look at yourself and be embarrassed. Okay, okay, we're gonna find a way to get you in there. Because once your child goes to that school and they hopefully graduate from that school, their life will have nothing to do with the rest of us. And that's what we should want. We should want our children's life to have, like, when I look at your life, like, damn, sis, you did the damn thing. Like, that's what parents should do. But I will say this, and you can be mad and that's fine. But I think a lot of Black parents are haters. Yes, I think a lot of Black parents are some hateful ass people. Yo, I don't like Black people pretty much. I really don't. I don't like the way they think. I don't even know how to, like, I can't even lie to you. I think a lot of Black parents are haters, right? Because it's like, when you have a child that's brilliant, you should know, like, yo, my child is special. I need to start stacking money. I need to find a way to make extra money because God gave me a special child. And what I look like when the time comes to foot the bill, I ain't got it. Right now, you might not have the extra money. If you know that you're not going to have the money for college, right, then you should be a better coach. Like, son, daughter, right, I want you to go to a great college. Mom, by the time you get there, mommy might not have it. So, or daddy might not have it. We might not have it, right? So because we might not have it, we really have to work hard on these grades, right? So that you can have a full ride scholarship. Because there's a way. There's always a way. But the thing is, you have to plan early. So that way we don't look stupid. Okay, what you mean who I be around, right? Does that make sense? So if you know that financially you might not be able to pay for a full ride to college, right? You have to be involved in your child's academics. You cannot be, I gotta live my life. I gotta do me. No, the child didn't ask to be born. And as a parent, it is your job to be a coach. That's why you see Coach Dion out there, Coach Prime. Okay, he's a coach to his son. These boys gonna go into the NFL. Okay, because he coaches kids. He's one of the greatest players ever. Like, what you look like not coaching your kids to follow in your greatness, right? So that's why I'm like, so when you're a parent, you got to also, like, there are certain things you might not be able to do for a season because you got to make sure your child is successful because either you're going to have the money Or if you don't have the money, they better have the grades to get a full ride. You decide. Okay. But I think a lot of Black parents, they be saying that goofy shit like, oh, but nobody helped me. And when I was 18, I had to leave my parents' house and no one helped me. And why should I help you? You figure it out. So many Black parents say that goofy stuff to their kids. Like, it's so damn evil. And it's like you're trying to get rid of your responsibility because you have to be a coach. What does an 18-year-old know about life? Like, stop being an idiot. Right? But because you're in such a hurry to just be selfish. And I'm like, and that's why I say I resent the culture, because the culture makes you resentful of parenthood. As opposed to like be excited, like, yo, like that's my child. Like I'm betting on my child. I'm investing in my child. Like I'm gonna be a coach. Me and this Korean mom, me and this Indian mom, we're gonna go toe to toe. Shoot, I got time for you, sis. I'm pulling up outside. Your son is not gonna beat my son. Okay. We should be excited about planning a future for our kids. Way more than we are excited about bragging about ourselves, what car we bought, what clothes we bought, what vacation we go on. My girl, do you not do homework with your child? Do you not worry where she goes to school? So you don't care what college she goes to? You'll just throw her anywhere? Are you weird? Like, what is wrong with you? That's why I can't watch certain people. I'm like, it's so irresponsible, right? But it's like we should be cheerleaders for our kids. If nobody sat us down to talk about credit, let's not let our kids fall into bad credit. Right? Like, yo, how can I make sure that when my child is 17, even at 17, right? 17, 18, your child could have a 700 credit score. No, instead, what they're going to do is use the child's credit to go get an apartment and not even pay the bill and give their child bad credit. Because I think a lot of Black parents, you don't want your kids to outdo you. You truly don't. You don't want your kids to go to a better college and leave you behind because you never went to college or you never got to experience a fancy college, right? You don't want your kids to have better credit. You don't want your kids to be debt free. You don't want your kids to, like, you want your kids to suffer because like a lot of Black parents are haters and a lot of Black parents are in competition with their children, right? It is not that hard to buy a few books from Amazon. It is not that hard to watch a few videos on YouTube and make it your priority to build your kids' credit, that when your kids are in their 20s, they can have amazing credit. Instead of renting, your child could be an owner. And whatever money you're going to pay towards rent, mommy and daddy, we made sure that we have the money for your deposit, like your down payment, right? And then pay the money that you're going to pay towards rent, pay that money into the house. So when you're older, we just pass the mortgage on to you because you have the credit. And because I raised you well, and I was a good coach, right? You're going to have a great degree. And that degree is going to give you a great job. And the great job is going to allow you to have enough money. You're going to have those 2 years of pay stubs, right? You're going to have a great money that when you pay the rent, when you pay the mortgage, it's a small part of your debt to income ratio, right? I'm like, that's the whole point of being parents. Right? And it's like so many people just can't wait to throw their kids out the house. And then you wonder why when you get old, they're going to throw your ass into a nursing home. Right? We got to start thinking better out here, child. We got to start thinking better. But always telling kids, no, I can't. No, I can't afford it. How are you going to pay for it? When you're 18, you're at my house. You're an adult now. No, everybody needs a coach. Even people like Jeff Bezos, they have life coach. Even really wealthy people, powerful people, they have coaches. Whether it's a lawyer, they have a lawyer for this, a lawyer for that. They have people who are always coaching them. They have people who are always giving them advice, the best advice, how to keep most of your money, how to fire people and not get sued. They are constantly surrounded by people who give them advice in order for them to be so successful, right? And it's like us over here, as soon as a Black child is 18, we can't wait to throw that baby out the house. How he going to succeed? How is she going to succeed? Right? Okay. That's crazy. That is really crazy. Me, when I was watching Vivek Ramaswamy, like when Vivek said that when he was 25, he was making $650,000. I said 650,000 at the age of 24. Huh? I didn't know it was possible. Like, do you know how late it was for me when I got into the game, like the scholarship game? But I thank God, because I made a lot of money off of scholarship. But if I had known back in high school, baby, okay? But I didn't know. You didn't tell me that you were a savage. I would have been a savage on the scholarship game. But when I transferred to the math major, though, I sure did learn about them scholarship. I became a savage, right? But if I had known that sooner, baby, what'd you say? Right? You hear me? right? So I'm like, so when you are a parent, you got to plan that for your kids. It is your job to be a coach for your kids. And the worst thing you can ever do to your kids is be a socialist, is to teach your kids, oh, we all should be equal. Don't you ever be equal to nobody. Be respectful and be kind, but you better be one of a kind. Work as hard as you have to never be basic. When you go somewhere, make people marvel in your presence. And when you leave that place, make people miss you. Let them talk about you so much. They looking for you, right? You want to be something special. You want to be someone who is special. You want to be somebody who's a problem solver, not a problem creator. Don't go places thinking that people owe you something. Nobody owes you nothing. What you don't know, find the answer to. Go find you a book, find you a podcast, find something. You know what I'm saying? It's not even just being with their parents, though. T, it's not just that. I think it's beautiful for parents to let their kids know, like, hey, you always have a place here if you want to come back home, right? That's a beautiful thing, too. But my thing is, like, I'm talking about the coaching, like coaching your kids with their education, coaching your kids with their finances, coaching your kids about how to build wealth, right? Coaching your kids. It's nice for them to know that, hey, I could always go back to mommy and dad, but they truly don't have to. Because if you plan this thing right, if you plan it right, you probably have to move in with them. Because the way they're going to live their life, like, damn. They're like, oh, mommy, you can move in here if you want to. Because like me, when I heard Vivek, because you see, it's like the first person who ran the mile. I forgot who it was, but somebody ran the mile like under like 7 minutes, whatever. Like, it was never done before. Because I think before, people used to run the mile like 10 minutes or more, right? Until somebody ran a mile under 7 minutes. It's like, what? People didn't think it was possible, right? A lot of times, people don't think that something is possible until they heard or they see somebody break a record. Because once you know something is possible, now competition makes somebody else like, well, maybe I can do it. Maybe I can do it for a shorter time, right? And that's why you don't want equality. Because when you have status quo, you rob people of their desire to compete, their innate nature to compete. Mammals have to compete for survival. So if you talk about equality, you're like pretty much trying to stop humanity from evolving. Because if we're all equal, that means that we've done everything we could have done out here. No, we have not. There's still more to do. There's still more to discover. There are more books that need to be written. There's a lot more that needs to be done. So we cannot be equal, right? We should not even strive to be equal. Because if you have equality, you will stop innovation. You stop innovation, people are going to start dying, okay? We don't want to be equal. Because when you know that you can stand out, it drives you. It drives innovation, right? So then people started shaving time off the mile. Right. So what I'm saying is when you don't know what you don't know, that's fine. But now as you get older, when I heard that there was a 24-year-old or 25-year-old who made $650,000, I didn't hear that growing up. I didn't even know it was possible growing up. I didn't know because I never heard it. You know how, like, you probably don't know, but maybe you do know why. I don't know. Maybe you do know, right? But the Bible says this. It says, how does faith come? And it says faith come by hearing and hearing the word of God. Right? If you've never heard of Jesus, how will you know to believe in Jesus? It's the same thing. If you never heard that there's a 24-year-old who's the same age as you, especially me at that time, who's making $650,000, you'll think, well, if I'm 24, maybe I want to make like $60,000 because you feel, oh, that's what most 24-year-olds make because that's what you heard. But the day you hear that there are other 24-year-olds who are making $650,000, you're like, oh, I want to make that. What did they do that caused them to make that, right? What did they do? Because now it triggers something in you. And what's been triggered in you is going to push you to do your research and change a few things around and be like, okay, I want to make that kind of money too. Or if I don't make that, I want to make something close to it. Because now I know just because I'm 24 doesn't mean I have to settle for 60,000. And people who talk about equality, they low-key, high-key want you to settle. Oh, don't ask for more. Let's all be equal. No. Because now I heard I can make 650,000. So when I heard Vivek, I think his first year, like 25, he made 25, I think he made like 500. And when he was 26, he made 650. I said, what? Within 2 years, you made like 1.1 million? Like how? Right? So then I said to myself, like, for me, I mean, it's too late. I'm no longer 24, 25, right? I wish I had known, but I didn't know, right? But it's like with my son, James, or Stefan, or this one, Maverick, right now, I know. So now that I know that it's possible for a 25, 24, 25-year-old to make 500 to 600,000. I want my sons to make that kind of money. Because I don't resent money. You know, because you'll have some people who will say to you, like people like my dad, for example, over there, right? Them socialist people, they'll say to you, oh, but that's too much for a 24-year-old. Ooh, what does a child need with all that money? You could be right. What does a child need with all that money? That's why as a parent, as a coach, I will be there to guide him on how to invest that money, right? So the issue is not whether a 20 is too much money for a 24-year-old. The question we have to say, what the concern we should have is to say, you know what, does he have the proper guidance around him so that when he does come into that kind of money, he knows exactly what to do with that money? As far as like, where do you invest the money, right? What should we do? First of all, how are we going to handle this money so it doesn't get to your head, right? Number two, right? How do we invest the money so that you pay the least amount of taxes? Yes. Because the government has proven over and over to not be responsible with money because they can just tax people, right? And I do feel like all Americans should we should all be asking for a proper accounting of where our money is going and how our money is being spent. That's why a lot of people don't trust giving money to the church. Because when you give money to the church, you pay your tithes, your offerings, the bishop love offering, whatever type of offering else they got going on, right? You never get a proper accounting of where the money's being spent. But you come, you see the pastor's changing cars. He went from a Bentley to this car. He's moving houses. Okay, where is the money being spent? And that's why today, so many people have a hard time paying their tithes, 10% of their income. It's not that they don't want to give it. They just don't trust what's going to be done with their money. And where there is no transparency, it's hard to build the trust. So many people they no longer pay tithes and offerings. They rather go find a non-for-profit that they trust and go give them money to the non-for-profit, right? And we should do the same thing with these politicians. Every year, we should get a statement from the government telling us where our money is being spent and how much of our money they've wasted. And I promise you, just like them January 6 people will be outside. Like, this is preposterous. Like, how can you just squander money this way, right? But like we have to. I told my son, even told my sister that I was like, we have to stop thinking that there is a perfect age to become a millionaire. No, that is a system they created for us to make you feel like you should work for 66 years and then you only get to enjoy life when you're in your 60s. That's like a little too old. Okay, right? Because today we see you can have a 10-year-old become a millionaire. You can have a 16-year-old be a millionaire, right? There is no age for being a millionaire. Right? But for the longest, for decades, they made people feel as though millionaires are people who are old. They worked hard and it's their retirement money that makes them a millionaire. And that's very silly. So all your life, you're just going to worry about doing the bare minimum? Or I'm going to wait for the government to invest my money to make me rich, like a 401k or something like that, right? No. If you start working at 20 something, right? And you retire in your 60s, right? You have 30 years. That's 3 decades. You never picked up a book on finances. You never picked up a book on investments. You never scheduled a call with a money manager, a certified financial, certified financial planner. You never had a call with a CPA. It is your responsibility to build your wealth, right? You can't wait on the government. People are sitting here panicking because they might not have Social Security. I'm like, of course they're not. There's over 300 million people in this country. You think the government is smart enough, responsible enough, prudent enough financially to make sure everybody can retire well? No. And on top of that, people are having less and less children thanks to feminism, right? So you're not going to have that many people whose checks you can tax to take the money from to be able to pay for all these retirements, right? These politicians need to be serious and tell people the truth. The time has come for you to be responsible for your retirement. You're going to have to learn financial literacy, right? For you to take care of your retirement because the government cannot do it for everybody. They're lying to you. Okay. There's not enough money. Hey, forehead. There's not enough money. They don't have enough money for everybody to retire. They do not. They're lying. They do not, and they will not. Right. So instead of like teaching people to resent wealthy people or to make it seem like God hates wealthy people, a lot of people, while you're still young, but the Bible says while there's still time, we all need to start learning about finances. We all need to start learning about financial literacy. We need to start like we need to learn to not despise rich people, but instead we probably should learn the ways of rich people. Okay, there's a reason why rich people don't want to pay more taxes. So instead of loathing them for not wanting to pay more taxes, we should be okay, but why don't you want to pay the taxes? Right? What issues do you have with the tax rate in this country, with the tax code in this country, right? You're like, oh, I didn't even know, right? They want you to despise rich people, so that way you don't get close to rich people and realize that you're also getting cheated. Okay? You're also getting cheated. But nobody's going to take care of your retirement for you. When it comes to your health, right? The more you take care of yourself now, the less likely you'll spend a lot of money on medical expenses when you get older, right? But that part too, they don't want you to know. You know? Maybe that too. I don't know. I really think all this feminist stuff just messed up a lot of people. I think it messed up the man and it messed up the woman. Because today, babe, if you're being honest, Haitian girl, today a lot of men are no longer chivalrous. Because once upon a time, men used to open doors. Then the lady said, don't open my door. I got it. I don't need a man. I got it, right? So now dudes don't open doors. Now the ladies are making content like, oh my gosh, I'm so shocked. These guys not opening doors anymore. I'm like, yes, because when they were opening doors, y'all cut their asses out, right? That you had it. So now men don't care no more. You know, that's why I said, like, I said the ladies have ruined the man. They have ruined the fellas. They don't care anymore. You don't want to sleep with him, or you want to wait until marriage to sleep with him. He'll go find a sex worker because she'll do it for $5. Yeah, the porn. You need women to be in the pornography, but all that is feminism. Put money first. F a man, your career, get your money, act like a man, think like a man. Look at see, this is what it has led to. And now today you have men in their soft boy era. You have men who are too busy putting nail polishes on. You have men who don't open doors. You have men who are just consumer pornography. Because it's like everything is just, when women start behaving like men, right? They devalue themselves. Yeah. So it's like, it's done now. They don't want to do it. Now you're going to pick up the groceries. You're going to work. He's going to be at home with the kids. Oh, we're equal to men. I told you all this equality stuff. That's why I don't believe in equality. It's foolishness. Like, no, I'm not a man. I don't want to be a man. I don't want to be equal to a man. It is ridiculous. Why would I ever strive to be equal to a man? Right? So feminism was like, yeah, do what you want to do. It's your body. Don't let a man tell you what to do. A lot of men told the ladies, don't be doing all that gangsta, the female rap. It's not for you. Let the boys be filthy. No, if a man can do it, I can do it too, right? It's my body. Do what I want, right? I can sell my vagina. It's my money. It's my business. It's my body. You keep saying these things. You keep putting these things to the ether. Eventually, men do not care anymore. A vagina means nothing to them. Intimacy means nothing to them. Why is he going to go above and beyond to take you on a date, to get to know you? He could just have a subscription to OnlyFans for $5. He can see as much vagina as he wants to. And on top of that, she's not talking back at him. Okay? Like, think about that. That's why I say I don't understand why ladies who want to get married support sex work. She's your enemy. She's your ops. She conspires against you. What you're trying to sell at an expensive price, she's selling it for $5. And that's the thing. Like, that's the thing I don't like with like socialism and all this stuff we got out here. It's like this equality stuff. It makes people be friendly to people who are actually their competition, right? Because we want to teach women that, oh, we shouldn't compete with each other. Yes, we should. Yes, we should. We're not the same, right? If you're a woman and you have a standard, why would you hang out with another lady if she ain't got no standard because she's a black woman? Who cares? Who cares? She don't have good standards. And if her standards become the man's standard, you will be in trouble, right? Because part of socialism or part of like doing things for the greater good, that weird stuff, right? It teaches you to deny yourself for the common good. But what happens when the common good is a lower standard, right? Think about that. Because it's one thing if the common good has a high standard to it. Oh, for the common good, right? Everybody needs to be married. For the common good, do not sleep with somebody's husband, right? For the common good, Pay your bills for the common good. Do not steal for the common good. Make sure you have the best grade possible. At least if the common good has a high threshold, like it has a high standard, I understand, because everybody benefits when the standards are high, right? When people are competitive, right, the common good is going to be a really high standard. But what happens when the common good is in the gutter, right? What happens when the common good is you got to cater to sex workers, you got to cater to perversion, you can't even say that something makes you uncomfortable because, oh, you're judging. You know, it's like, this is ridiculous. This is utterly ridiculous. People expect you to be completely okay with filth because you're going to hurt somebody's feelings. What? Come again? It don't make no sense, right? That's the common good. Even if you know that something is perilous, something is bad, you need to pretend that it's good because the common good is mediocre, right? And that's why today, people like Sexy Red, people like Christian Rock can be filthy rich, right? Because here's the common good. That's the standard. And now you, who's too educated to compromise yourself like this, you're punished because you're not going to do it, right? That's why I always say people got to be very careful what they ask for. But people in the, I guess, like in their effervescence, like in their euphoria, people are not thinking ahead. Like, okay, yes, I want this today, but what does that look like 10 years from now? What does that look like 20 years from now? People never think far out there. Like, think outside the box. Like, you got to think like way, like think later, like in the years to come, right? What you're asking for today, what does that look like 20 years from now? Right? It's the same thing with DEI, right? Right now, everybody wants it because it seems like it benefits Black people and it seems like it benefits Black women. That's for now. But years from now, what does it look like? What does it look like? And so when you realize what it's going to look like 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, like, you know what? Even though it sounds good right now, I don't want it. It's like credit, right? It's like Klarna. It's a nice thing to know that you can split a payment into 4 for now, right? If something costs $1,000 and you only have to pay $250, oh, that's not too bad. I'll do it for now because you're thinking about what you want because you're immature. You're immature, right? Because immature people can't control their urges. Like, I want it now. I want it now. I gotta have it, gotta have it, gotta have it. But when people become more mature, when adults actually start adulting, you're like, yo, yes, I want this now. But once I have to start making these payments, I'm not going to like how that feels. Because getting it is nice. It's fun, right? But once you have it, and even after you stop liking it or you've used it up, you're still making payment on something that no longer serves you. That's not a good feeling. So although splitting the payment into 4 makes it easier for now, right? In the long term, it's going to be a pain in the behind. Because what are the odds that when you get it, you're even going to like it? What are the odds that it's going to last you for a long time, right? But one thing is for sure, though, these payments have to be made. And if you don't make these payments, the interest rate is like 30%, something crazy, right? And that's how people get got. It's like everything is so impulsive because people are seriously immature. I was that way too once upon a time. Right? Because you want what you want now. I gotta have this now. I got it. No, you can wait. It's okay to wait. And sometimes by waiting, like, you know what? I don't even really want it. Because it was an impulse thing, right? You don't need it. You have so many things around your house that you're not even using, right? But you have to learn to be like, you know what? I don't want this now. I would love to have it, but I don't really want to have it because once I have to keep making these monthly payments, I'm not going to enjoy making these monthly payments. So therefore, I don't want it. Right? There's this car that I want. I found the car that I want. Like there's this Benz that I want, like this G-Wagon. No, it's not G-Wagon. It's a G-Class. Mercedes that I want, y'all. It is so nice. I'm like, oh my gosh. Like it is just a beautiful car. And I'm like, you know what? I could do it. Right? We could do it. But I'm like, Marlene, that's a car note. I said, you know what? I don't want it. You know what I'm saying? So I look at it once in a while. I'll look at the car. I'll go through the pictures. I'll envision myself in the car. And that's it. I'm like, okay, that's enough for me. Right? Because I'm like, if I have to, because I haven't had a car payment, God knows how long. Right? I don't want the slavery of a car payment. I don't want it. I don't want it that bad. Right? I'm like, if I could pay it in cash, I would. But if it involves me having a car note, no, thank you. I do not want it because now it's like the car note is the car payment, the car note and the insurance payment. No, I'm good. I'm straight. Thank you. God bless you. But I look at it online though, right? Because I feel like that's part of like getting older too. But feminism really has ruined people. It has ruined the man and the woman. And now it's like gender roles, everything is confused. Nobody knows what their expectation is anymore because what's a man, what's a woman? The fact that we've gotten to a point where people can't even answer the question, what is a woman? It lets you know how messed up we are. Because gender roles don't exist. And when men no longer have defined purpose and defined roles, they become a threat to society, right? Because all this energy they have, how are they going to funnel that to something positive, right? It's a sad thing today. It really is a sad state of affairs that a lot of men don't want to have families today. They don't want to be married. They don't want to have families. They don't care. They want to be little hoes, right? They don't care. But it's like at the same time, when a man has when you compare a man that has a family versus a man who doesn't have a family, right? It's different. The drive is different. Even career-wise, it's all different, right? Because it's a blessing to have a family. It's a beautiful thing to be a leader of a household. But today it's like nobody really cares because they feel as though there's no value in having a family because everything has been demystified. You know what I'm saying? And that's why when you look at the world of luxury goods, for example, these brands go above and beyond to protect their brand, right? Because ultimately a bag is a bag, a purse is a purse. Like it's never that serious, right? But for these brands, it really is that serious. Because the day people feel like Chanel is just another bag, they're done. They're done, right? The day people feel like a Birkin is just another bag, the company's done. They're done. So they go above and beyond. They create these weird ass wait lists and they keep raising the price. They do everything they have to do. They send cease and desist. I mean, they go above and beyond. They only work with the most expensive celebrities because they need to make you feel like this is something utterly special. It is so special. It takes 2 years to get it. And that's if you get a call back, right? But all that is artificial, right? But what women have done, women have turned like the importance of having a wife, the importance of having a mother, the importance of having a life partner, the importance of having like, you know, a dedicated vagina to you, right? They pretty much turned that into, like he said, like a plastic bag. It don't mean nothing to people no more. Because after all, a vajayjay is just another vajayjay. And women have done that to themselves. Yeah. And that's the thing. Why would I spend all this money to pay for an engagement ring, then pay for a wedding ring, and then pay for a wedding and pay for this when you can just get all kinds of a JJ for like mad cheap? You know what I mean? It's very, very cheap. You know? And now you see all these girls trying to redefine themselves. They're trying to re-become Christian. They want to become fake ass, more feminine, my soft care era. But it's like these boys know that it's fake. Like, this is not who you are. You're a feminist. Right? So it's not working. But the women have done that to these men. Or they go on these dating apps and they expose how desperate they are for a date. I'm like, they have cheapened themselves. And that's what feminism did. Feminism is a freaking scam. It is a scam. And many women got conned. And today they see how hard it is. And that's why they get so upset and they get so triggered when you have someone like Harrison who talks about his wife and he says that, oh, her life didn't really start until she became a mother. And that's a fact. That's a fact. Right? Like, oh, how dare he say, oh, shut the hell up, right? If you had a husband like Harrison who was making like $5 million a month, don't have to do nothing but be at home with the kids, live your best life, pick up a hobby, everything is paid for. Who gonna say no to that? Okay? Nobody would. Nobody would. And that's why a lot of these feminists are so resentful of the ones who chose marriage, especially those who are married to very wealthy men and who don't have nothing to do. Like, oh, what if he leaves you one day? And if he leaves, she'll have money? The heck? She has to keep her lifestyle, right? Because they recognize they got played. You went to school, all you left the school was with a piece of paper. These girls, they left school with a piece of paper and a husband, okay? They don't have nothing to do. I'm like, me, Marlene, if I had to go marry Harrison, I would too. Yeah. I'm like, he means what he says. He's a serious man. He has work ethic. And then you see like Serena trying to be shady. I'm like, Serena, your husband is fat. Not trying to be funny, but your husband is a slob. Okay, like, have you seen your husband, Serena? Hold on, let me show you her husband. And I'm like, this girl is crazy. I was gonna do a video for y'all, but you know, this baby had me so busy. What's his name? Serena husband. Okay, all right. Where is the husband? Okay, hold on. I got time for y'all. Let me show you her husband. They were in Paris. See, because when she married him, he was a pretty decent size. Hold on, let me see if I can find this picture. Maverick. Maybe. Stop being a hater. Okay. Hold on. No, but he's fat. He's a fat boy. He's a slob. He's overweight. Okay, he's fat. But I'm like, you see, he wasn't like, but even that, you could tell he doesn't exercise. You know, he doesn't lift weights. He's just a nerd. He's a little simp, right? She runs all over that boy, right? They were in Paris recently. Hold on, let me find it for you. Hold on. No, baby, hold on. No, y'all like a lot of people. No. Serena husband in Paris. You'll see. I didn't even recognize him. I was like, who is that dude? Like, I thought he was security. Hold on. I mean, you can look at him. In a span of like what? How many years have been now? Right? Look at him. Yo, I didn't recognize him. There is a video of them in Paris. Hold on. Hold on. They were coming out of a hotel and stuff like that. I was like, who is this man? They were coming out of a hotel room or the hotel and stuff like that. They were getting into a car. Yo, see, here he is. Let me see if I can see his face right here real quick. I was like, why is this man so big like this? You know, look at him. Do y'all see this? Look at him. I was like, why is he so big? Who would know? What's up, babe? Oh, I need to find that video for y'all. I could not. I was shocked. I was like, why did he get big like this, right? So she's up there talking poorly about Harrison. And that girl, bye. Okay. So here is the man. I think I have a picture of him somewhere. Oh my gosh, I should have saved that video. What's his name? I will find his name. Hold on. I'm going to find that man's name. I will find his name. Name is Alexis, huh? Okay, hold on. Because let me see if I can find a recent picture of this dude. Y'all see? I'm like, girl, I know you're not talking. Look at it. You see? I'm not trying to be mean, but I mean, look. I'm not trying to be mean. But I'm like, look at her husband. Look how big he is. He don't work out. Look, the boy is just plump. I'm like, why is he so plump like this? Right? So this is her husband. Right? So she over there doing the little SP award thing, and then she wants to start throwing digs at Harrison. But I'm like, but this is Harrison though. Hold on. Let's be so for real. Let's be so for real. Okay? Y'all, this is Harrison. Hold up, wait a minute. I guess because he's a Christian, you're not going to see his body though, right? But I'm like, this is Harrison, boo-boo. He plays one of the most physical sports we have in American, like, tradition, right? Football. Football is very, very, it's a combat sport. Like, it's very, very demanding. Her husband couldn't even do it. He'd be huffing and puffing and dying, right? And he's really good at what he does, right? Go ahead, Harrison. But you can tell the man is fit. That's a fit white boy right there. Okay? Harrison, where your body at? I'm just saying, like, the boy's not fat. He's very athletic. He wakes up early. He trains. He watches what he eats. He got a great diet. They haven't fired him, right? They were going over there going crazy, hoping he's going to get fired. Fired by who? Fired by what? Okay? Look at Harrison. I know that's right. Okay, look at his thighs. Look at this. The man is muscular. Like, I'm like, y'all, it takes work. Okay? I'm saying, like, it takes work. This is some serious discipline. He's an athlete. All right? So I'm like, go sit down somewhere. Okay? Go sit down somewhere. And okay, look at the arms. Harrison, you better come through, baby. Come through, white man. You better show him what you're working with. Okay? But I'm like, we need to be serious in life. Like, sometimes you just have to be serious. If she had to choose between her husband and Harrison, she would pick Harrison. Go sit down somewhere. Go sit down somewhere. Okay? But I'm like, it takes work. It's sad that we don't have a picture of him. I wish we could see his abs though. But he probably ain't gonna show it. Hold on. Let's see if we can see his body. Hold on. Wait a minute, y'all. And be a little pervert. Okay. But I'm like, this brother right here is athletic. Okay? Girl, this is your husband. I'm not trying to be funny, but like I'm just not trying to be funny, but I'm like, hold up, wait a minute. Yeah, it's not Gary, but what money does he have? Her, my husband. What money he got? I mean, but imagine this dude. What's his life look like? What does he do? He's rich. Why he can't work out? Like I'm asking an honest question. Why does he look like this? Like, look at him. Look at all of this. Look at he's just pudgy as hell. For what reason? What does he do all day? Why doesn't he have a routine where he also works out and takes care of himself? I'm just saying, like, you know what I'm saying? But it's like, and I'm like, and imagine having sex with him. Let's be honest. His belly will be on you. Like, you couldn't even breathe. Okay? Like, do you see this? And when the belly is too big, it's hard to find the thingy, the third leg, because the belly is just too big. I told y'all this. I don't, you know what I'm saying? It's too big. Look how pudgy he is. I'm like, what is this? Mary Poppins like, wait, what are we doing? What are we doing? Right? Let's be so for real. If you have to choose between your husband looking like this and your husband, Harrison, where you at? Okay. I know that's right. Let me get a good picture of Harrison real quick. Oh no. Where's the picture? Okay. I know that's right, white man. You better come through, white man. Okay. This could be your husband or this could be your husband. Be so for real. Who you gonna pick? And looks do matter. Don't lie. Like, please stop. Exactly. Why does he look like this? I'm like, what are you doing? Look how big he is. He is married to a world-class athlete. Look at how he looks. So see, there's no routine. He doesn't take care of himself. And I'm like, and a man who does not take care of himself like this, you know, mentally, he's probably not okay. But I'm like, do you work out? No, he's being taken care of by this. She makes more than him. She's wealthier than him. Look how he looks. He's wealthy. Why he can't go to the gym? What's so hard about it? That you want to sit here and speak on Harrison? Serena, go sit down somewhere. Had you dated men like Harrison instead of running behind Drake and Common and stuff like that, you would have more self-esteem. All these blonde wigs you wearing, trying to look like a little lioness, you would love yourself more because you dated a bunch of broken men. Go sit down somewhere. Like, please stop. Stop the madness. Let's be so for real. Like, look at that. I know that's right, Harrison. Come through, boo-boo. Come through with the fashion. Okay. All right. I'm like, imagine, would you rather have intercourse with a man that has a belly this big? Or would you rather have intercourse with a man that has a belly that's built like a chocolate bar? Be so for real. Be honest with yourself. Okay? Be so honest with yourself. Like, stop. Like, I don't like people lie to themselves. It triggers me. It really triggers me. You should have seen the video in Paris. I didn't even recognize it was him. Hold on. Let me see. I was like, who is this dude? Like, who is? I thought it was security. My friend's like, no, Marley, that's her husband. I'm like, what you mean that's her husband? So I had to go back and look at it again. I was like, oh my gosh, that's him? Why is he so big like this? Oh my goodness. I should have saved the video. She gets into like this black van. Honestly, I didn't recognize the man. And I was like, there's no way that's her husband, right? Yep, it's him. I was like, wow. I mean, because there's nothing to be attracted to. Being overweight is not cute. Like, I don't know why people want to lie. Okay, even me, if I lost, well, I'd be even cuter. Okay, get snatched. Okay, all right, right? But I'm like, Harrison, if you had to just off, because I'm like, people are all about money. No, shut up. A lot of girls out here will date a man who's broke because he looks good. Future, whatever. Okay. But I'm like, me, if I had to choose between Harrison and Alexis, I'm going to choose, I'm choosing Harrison. Because I love a man who has a morning routine, y'all. I really do. I've always told y'all about my YouTube crush. Okay. Y'all know about my YouTube crush, Nick Bayer. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, I wouldn't marry a white man, but I do have a type. Okay. I do have a type. Okay. I told y'all about my love for Nick Bayer. Nick had me out here running. I said, oh my gosh. Okay. Right? Because I love a man who's into exercise and fitness. I really do. Wake up in the morning, go do something. Okay? Go exercise, go run, do something. Right? But look at Nick. Nick is always running. He's always running. And to me, it's like, that's part of like being a man. It's like, you need like exercise. I need you to go somewhere and lift something heavy and be like, hoo. You know what I mean? I feel like that's part of your, like, that's like all these testosterone, like all that stuff. Like you got to go somewhere and you got to release that. You got to, you got to have stamina. You got to be a leader. You got to look like you can whoop some butt. You know what I mean? You need to look like you can whoop somebody's ass. I don't want you to whoop somebody's behind, but I need you to look like you could. You know what I'm saying? I sure do. Right? I'm being serious. Like, see, I'm being really serious. I don't like men who are overweight. I don't like it. Like, I mean, listen, my husband has gained weight too at times. Jimmy gained weight. We were in New Orleans, like he gained weight, I gained weight, but I told him, my husband, you need to lose some weight. I don't find that attractive. I will let you know. Right? But I'm like, we have to be serious. Like, I'm like, what did Harrison say that is so bad? Okay. And my thing is, I'm not even upset at the man. I don't think he would. But I think she would. I think if she got to know Harrison, she would like him a whole lot. But she's trying to be cool because now it's cool to be hateful, like to hate this man for what he said. But I'm like, what did he say that is so harmful? Right? Because honestly, you guys, I'm going to be so for real. I'm going to be so for real. Right? I don't have an issue with a man who wants his wife to look good, like to be fit and healthy, especially if he's also fit and healthy. Because I'm like, yo, that's his lifestyle. Like, if a man is overweight and then he wants his wife to be fit, I'm like, yeah, go sit down somewhere. You're fat ass, right? Because you're a man. You got to lead the way, right? But I'm like, if a man is healthy, like if a man is fit and strong, like Nick Bayer type of stuff, and he wants his wife to also look like he does, I think that's perfectly normal. Why should he marry somebody who's fat, right? Why? Listen, he works hard to look like this. So if you want to be on his program, since he's a man and he leads, then you got to submit. You better submit to them dumbbells. Okay, you better submit to running a mile once in a while. All right, you know what I'm saying? But I'm like, for me, yeah, a man has to be fit. He got to take care of himself. Now, of course, some days you can fall the track though, but that's like, I have more leniency for a man who works a regular job and has children because it can be a lot, right? But I'm like, Alexis, what does he do? He's a multimillionaire. So why does he look like this? Okay, so I'm like, why? Why does your husband look like this? And why are you not saying anything to him? Why is she the wife? Why is she the black wife? And she's the most fit of them all. You know, but that's a top class athlete who's married to a couch potato. And now is that okay? You won't talk about Harrison? Girl, you better stop. You better stop. Yeah, it's like just be trying to be bully for the sake of being a bully. Like, have you talked to him personally? Do you know him personally? What did he say that is so awful? You date a bunch of broken men who don't have purpose, who don't want to marry, who don't want to take care of a family, and they messed you up. Drake messed you up. Common messed you up, right? All the dudes you wanted, they messed you up because they were a broken man, right? And then when you find somebody like Harrison who really is about family, he don't play with you. That girl he married, he's known her forever. He didn't like sleep with her and throw her out. Like, he's not the type to just run through bodies and just abuse women. He's an honorable person. If he likes you, he gonna stay with you. He gonna marry you. You know what I'm saying? And that's what he said. Her life didn't really start until she became a mother. Definitely. Because what job can give you what a job can give you? What job can fulfill you as much as being a mother, raising your own kid? A job where they can fire you, a job where people talk behind your back, a job where you get overlooked for a promotion, you're always stressed out. You know what I'm saying? Like these people swear that having a family is like the worst that can happen to a woman. No, it can fulfill her. Because part of making a home, part of having children, raising children, it is part of being a woman. It's a beautiful thing. And on top of that, if you do it for a multimillionaire who wakes up at 5:30 and he runs like 20 miles before 8 a.m. Before you woke up, the man already ran 20 miles, sis. What you scared for? If there was ever a war, he gonna take care of you. He's up and like Nick Bayer. When I tell you Nick wakes up at 4:30, he poops at like 4:45. This dude is crazy. He goes to the bathroom at 4:45. Then he gets into an ice bath by like 5 o'clock. By 5:30, he's running. By the time Stephanie wakes up, he already ran 12 miles. I said, my God. The man ran, oh my gosh. You have to watch this dude. Like when I tell you there is a segment of white boys that I'm in love with, it's them Christian, athletic, committed type of husbands. Oh, I love them. I love them. These dudes are dudes of principle. They don't play. Like they are some real Christian. There's another white boy here too, Ryan something, right? His wife is at home. She reads the Bible. She's a YouTuber too. She reads the Bible. She reads books. She don't do nothing because he makes so much money. He makes so much money. Whereas like over here in our culture, it's okay for a man to sleep with 20 women and impregnate 4 or 5 people, do all kinds of degenerate behavior because they don't respect the woman's body. They don't respect the woman's body. And we are so accustomed to male hoes that when we actually meet a man that has integrity, that talks about marriage, that he commit to his wife, like, here, you take care of the house, you have whatever you want. I'm like, you know how much she has? A month, a year? Do you know the limit on her American Express card? What kind of job gonna give her that? Okay. You don't think those kids go to daycare? Of course they go to daycare. Then she can do whatever she wants. You don't take care of the kids like all the time unless she really wants to. Right? But I just don't see how. I just don't. Yeah. You could be their type, but you just gotta get into running. T. They love a woman who runs. Like if you start running, you're gonna find them. If you start running, you're gonna find you the type of white boys. I love them. They're very serious people. And that's what K. Michelle was saying. Like, oh, when you go to Nashville, these people are really about family. Like at 7 o'clock, they stop whatever they're doing because they gotta go eat dinner with their families. Right? And I'm like, that's a beautiful thing because outside of family, what else you have? Family is everything. They're like, oh no, career, my ass. Right? Even you guys, to some extent, you are my digital family, and you mean a lot to me. But like, it goes to show you like human contact, human relationships, like, you know what I'm saying? Like you're my family too. Like we're family. You see how much you mean to me? Like, oh, where's Bruno? Like Don told you, was like, oh, Marlene. There's no power in Houston. Like he was worried about her. You know, he's like, where is she? Is she okay? Have you guys heard from her? Right? I was like, oh, Bruna, like Dunn told you looking for you, right? But it's like there's nothing like having people who care for you. A job can come and go. Let me tell you something. A job can come and go, but like really finding people who love you and who have your back, that's really hard. That's really hard. Being able to build a beautiful family for yourself, you know, it's a beautiful thing. And don't ever let anybody make you feel bad about taking time off to take care of your family. For what? These kids, they grow up. You'll see this one before you know it'll be 5 years old. Before you know it'll be 5, right? But it's like if you really have a man who has the money, has the means, he has the means, he has the values, yes, he has what it takes to take care of you. You should not say no to that. You should not say no to that. But I'm like, it's true. Oh my gosh, Maverick. I love you so much. Okay, right? But it's a real thing. I'm like, girl, be quiet. Don't be a hater. Because if you could have dated Harrison, you would have. Girl, be quiet. I know your type. Because when she was dating Common, she was very happy. Your shit does not sell, boo-boo. You never know. Anybody can reinvent themselves. He doesn't like the plastic. Anybody can reinvent themselves, right? But the most important thing I will say, do not talk badly about what you really want, because you're not going to have it. That's one thing I've learned, right? Don't be in pain. Don't be jealous. Don't be envious, right? If you see something like, you know what, I would love to have a husband who's financially stable, who's honest, who has character, is yes, is no, is no, right? Who would allow me to be at home with my kids, right? And who'd be a great provider. There are men like that. They exist. So like me, Harrison, when he spoke, I knew exactly what he meant because I'm familiar with these types of white boys. You see them more in the South. You see them more in the South, though. Like Southern white boys, they really be on some like, they come from like these really tight-knit families. They go to church. They wear these like promise rings. They're like really serious about their faith. Like they really, really are. Let me show you the boy here on YouTube. Hold on. His name is Ryan something. Like he has a really big channel. Ryan Trahan. There you go. Y'all seen him. He has like this boy right here. Ryan has 16 million followers, right? He's young. He's been married. And he has a wife. She's really cute. 60 million.
A while back, I tested the most absurd one-star hotel reviews I could find across.
Hold on. Let's see if I can find his wife. You see his views? Hold on. His views are crazy. But him and his wife they have a channel though. They got married super young. Oh, here she is. Y'all see her channel. All she does is read the Bible. Imagine. Haley, there you go. Her name is Haley. There you go. Haley, right? All Haley does is read the Bible, y'all. She reads the Bible. She does like book clubs.
If you watch my channel, the chances that you watch other book content on the internet is pretty high. And I, just like you, get a lot of book recommendations from the internet.
That's all she does. She just reads books. She reads books. And then it's like she vacations. I'm serious. But they're church people. That's where you find these types of white boys. I kid you not. She doesn't do anything. Like he does all the, like he, child. She does. I'm like, girl, you just sit here and read the Bible. See, I've read 157. Oh, I have 157 unread books, reading for 24 hours straight, my 20 diaries, right? It's like, that's it. But it's like Ryan does most of the, I don't know if he's Mormon. I don't know if he's Mormon. But Ryan does like most of the heavy lifting. Like even her followers, I'm sure most of these people, 3.2 million people, is because of Ryan. People who follow Ryan, they want to follow her too. They want to support her. But they got married really, really young. Because how old is he? Hold on. Let me see how old he is. Y'all, child. How old is he? He's 25. Yeah, 25. Multi-millionaire. Wife don't do nothing but read books. She just reads books all day. Her entire channel is about reading books. Okay. And then when Ryan is not doing his videos, because sometimes he has to go because he does he'll do challenges across the country, whatever. But when he comes back and stuff, let me show you.
As I'm in the midst of applying for residency right now, wish me luck. Grammarly has again been a lifesaver with my application.
Ryan and I are living in California for 1 month.
You see? Books. So her channel is all about reading books. And she mostly reads the Bible. And sometimes she'll have book clubs with the people and stuff. They'll all read the Bible. Okay, today we're gonna read the book of First John. When Ryan is here. But all she does is read books. And then she works out too, because Ryan is into running. So Ryan, the way he started on YouTube, he was a track star. He was a NCAA athlete, right? He ran track in college, but because he was making money off of YouTube at that time, it was causing a conflict with because back then when you were an athlete, when you were a college athlete, you could not make money off your sport. So he had to choose whether he's going to do YouTube or he's going to stay keep being a track star. So he chose to quit the track team from his college and just go full in on YouTube, right? But once again, what I tell you, athletic. There's something about a man who works out. I kid you not, right? So he's a track person, he's a runner. So he has that work ethic. You wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning, you run 20 miles in 2 hours, all that crazy stuff, right? So that's how he built his channel. It was by running, right? So then Haley, who wants to be his wife, guess what she does? She also starts running because it's a big part of his life. Hold on, Maddie. Hold on. Ah, my goodness. Gotta do my show in peace, son. Okay. Because you see, most of his early videos, they were all about him working out. Because he runs track. So because he's an athlete, right? You have the whole discipline. If I do something, I have to finish it, right? You compete. You're very competitive. You don't give up. You make it to the finish line. You show up for practice. You don't leave your teammates behind. All that stuff. It's good character stuff. It's good values, good core values, right? Then on top of that, he's a Christian. So he's not going to be out here trying to smash all these girls and play with their bodies and be lying to them. No, I don't do that. Okay. Then his channel blows up. I don't know how. Okay. So 4 years ago. So see, he was 21. Oh,
So for the past 3 weeks, I've just been talking to everyone about how badly I want to buy like 100 acres of land outside of Big Bend National Park, aka the first place we said I love you to each other. Then I told her that we were going to rent a van and film a YouTube video out there, like overnight in the darkest place on earth or something. And since the stars were so pretty there, I also said I bought her a star, which I literally did for $25. She couldn't just not go. So sit back, relax, grab some popcorn, because you're about to witness the story of how I proposed to the love of my life. Haley Fair, just to clarify. So we now own a star.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like right about here.
Wow. We bought a star we can't even see.
It was only $25. We're working on a budget.
So we've been on the road for 5 hours now. We're getting really close to the darkest place on planet Earth, Big Bend National Park. Haley, you're gonna see the star I got you, which is probably the most romantic thing I've ever done.
Yeah, you didn't bring all your friends here.
but you see, one thing also, hold on. Okay. And one thing about her, why Haley did not miss out on her blessing, she's not surrounded by feminists. Like where they're from is perfectly normal. If you love someone, you marry them. You're not about to go sleep with everybody, just have all these weird pH balances or imbalances, have all kinds of yeast infection and chlamydia. No, like what the heck? So you see, because Haley is not surrounded by a bunch of hateful, jealous ass hyenas, she's not in the toxic culture. She's not surrounded by, oh, but you're only 21 something. Like, girl, you have your whole life ahead of you. You don't need no man. Oh, girl, live for what? Live for what? This girl don't have to worry about UTIs. She don't have to worry about chlamydia. She don't have to worry about some weird ass yeast infections. She don't have to worry about if her vagina smells bad or not. She don't have to worry about her body count. Like, I'm like, you don't have to suffer. Okay? You don't. Okay? Like, you really don't. All this stuff they call freedom, whatever they call it, liberation, sexual liberation, it is a freaking trap. They're going to give you HIV. They're going to give you HIV. Keep playing with these people, right? So they got married young. That's okay. My mom got married at 22, actually, right? I got married at 25. But that, like the mainstream culture, they always want to scare you. So, oh no, don't do that. Go this, oh, you have your whole life ahead of you. Womp. Yeah, she don't gotta get 5 abortions. Exactly. Say that stuff forehead, right? And Ryan is a serious dude. He's like this. I'm telling you, like there's a demographic of white boys. That's exactly how they are. They are very serious. Like you're gonna have to be the one to divorce that man because he's not divorcing you. I kid you not. Like that's all she does is read. Like, y'all, you need to look. I'm like, the day I saw her channel, I couldn't believe it. And her people love her because she's how you call a book file? How you say it? She's obsessed with books. And like she gets like 300,000 views, 400,000 views. All she does is read books all day. Right? She's not trying to be a bad bee. All that bad bee behavior gonna get you messed up. It's gonna get your body count so high up. Watch. Then you're gonna have to be like Brittany Renner out here and think about you a Muslim. What the heck? What the heck? Right? But that's who he is. That's exactly how he is. Marry that girl. Let me play this so the boy can eat. Hold on.
All right, here we go. Come on. Let me see if he reads it. You read it. Be look. Yeah! This car up here. The volume in his bus.
Dude, this is wild.
Dude, that's so dope. What? Wait. We need to look both ways. Okay. You have some designer clothes. This is Prada.
This is me proposing.
Oh my god.
Shock!
Oh my
Just
gosh.
kidding, I got you, prankster.
What was that? At this point, I'm completely shocked and confused. I mean, slap me and call me Caitlyn.
EVE Online on Mac immerses you in a universe.
Bennett, because I'm pretty sure I pooped my pants there. Regardless, I just had to act like it was nothing. We're literally in the middle of nowhere, probably like 3 hours away from civilization, and there's just this designer store. Dude, he found a real life tumbleweed.
Yeah, really.
Here we go. Ready? Yeah.
Can I get a countdown?
Never understood my place as a man, male growing up.
Here's what you're saying. Hold on. Let me make sure he didn't speak before. Oh, here. Because they were so, that white boy, he ate. Hold on.
Family. It's kind of funny how we're talking about it. My take on masculinity is not about talking.
Look at this dude. He was completely lost this one. And you see, hold on. Let me make myself over here. Remember when I told y'all, I don't need you to do Bible study with me. I don't need you to pray with me for 2-3 hours. Like, what the heck, right? That a man should be concise. Even in your prayer life, you should be concise. You can pray for 10 minutes. You can pray for 15 minutes because as a man, you should talk less. You should talk less, right? And be more about action. And understand, like they say, brevity is the soul of wit. Like, get to the point. A man has to know how to get to a point. You don't have to be verbose. Because to me, when you start talking too much, it's like it's giving that you're trying to scam me. And that gives me anxiety. Like it really does, right? Get straight to the point. You see how they asked this man, the white man, Casey, what does it mean to be a man? He said, okay, when I first started, I was toxic. But because I reflected, and that's the thing, when you start reflecting on who you used to be because you want to be a better person, it brings conciseness. Right? When you're a person who has a lot of reflection, right? You start to be more concise. People who don't reflect a lot, they just be talking a whole bunch of nothing. Okay? Because it's not people who have a lot of introspection. The more introspection you have about yourself, the more concise you're going to be because your reflection allows you to get straight to the point. So he said, I identified 5 key points that make you a man. Right? So the same thing. When a man goes and he prays, get to the point. You don't have to be talking all this rah, 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 rah with God. Like, this is crazy, right? Because you don't have reflection. And even it shows that if you go into prayer and you just repeat the same thing over and over and over and over, it also shows me that you're not even mindful as to why you're going in prayer. You praying just for the sake of praying. You praying because you want people to think that you're religious. Because throughout the day, throughout the week, you should have been able to clearly identify the areas in your life in which you need God's help. God, I need help for this, and that. Right? Boom, 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 boom. We're done. But when you're going to prayer and you just ramble and ramble and ramble, you didn't even prepare yourself for this moment of prayer. Why are you here wasting people's time? Go get you a job. Nobody has time for this.
One is a man who walks with God. Point number 2 is a man who stands on principle. Point number
right. But what you notice is most of the 2 black guys, they never really gave much of thought. That's why it's like, well, don't abuse the power. No, because now that you're on the spot, now you guys start thinking about what being a man is. Where in all actuality, your whole life, every day, you should be thinking about, I'm a man. What does that mean for me to be a man? Right? So if you go back to the first brother, say, oh, I'm a black man. I grew up in the hood. Like, what? Okay, and like, what the heck? Right? But the guy said, the other man, he said, oh, no, it has integrity to it, which means you can't be out here just sleeping around with all kinds of people, right? What is wrong with you? But in the culture over here, it's perfectly okay for a man to be a hoe because a lot of black men are not encouraged to be on a higher level, like to actually conduct themselves like sentient beings. They conduct themselves like animals. They don't have sexual discipline. I'm not trying to be funny, not trying to be offensive, right? But a man who lacks sexual discipline, it's like, ask yourself, what's the difference between you and an animal? How are you different than an actual dog? How are you different than a lion, right? You don't control yourself. You have kids all over the place. Don't even know what, like this one has this type of education. This one got this education. This one got this education. You have no idea what's going on with your kids. You have no idea. It doesn't bother you because you're no different than an animal. You are not. But that's the thing. It's like, that's the thing. Most black people, I'm from the hood, evolve from that. The hood is a place. What the heck is in your mind? Okay? What's in your head? Your cabeza over here, like, what's in your head? What's in your head? And it goes to show you, like, we tend to have a culture out here that does not challenge people to actually think about their actions. And that's why a lot of black men get caught up in the system. What is like having a bunch of kids, being put on child support, getting arrested for child support, or getting arrested for God knows what, right? Because we don't think. People don't like to think. They don't even think hard. Think hard. The more you put thought into your life and who you want to be, the less bad things will happen to you, right? But we have a strong disdain for pure reflection. We don't like to think. We love to be distracted. We love distraction. And that's why they're always selling black people entertainment, right? Because we don't like to think. But when you don't think, right? When you don't think, you're no different than an animal. Because you know why? Because you're going to live off of instinct, right? Instead of living off your reason, instead of living off your intellect, instead of being able to be somebody who can take, like, you can withdraw wisdom from things that happened in the past, right? You're going to live just like an animal because you live day to day. And when you live day to day, you're more likely to live for your flesh. You are behaving like an animal, right? Like I used to get offended, like when Europeans will call like black people savages. Like, what the heck? What you mean, right? Like, I'm a human being. But I'm like, no, they're not talking about the sacrifice. Like, they're not talking about, yeah, you do look like a human, but your actions do not show human being. Because a real human realizes that he has a mind. He has a consciousness and he has a subconsciousness, right? He has a mind. And it's like very seldom do we spend our energy, right, strengthening our minds. We have very weak minds. And that's why we're most likely to be seduced by BS, and people end up in prison because the mind is not trained, because we don't have discipline. We don't encourage people to be disciplined. We encourage them to be entertained. And that's the worst thing you can do to the body. You have to train your flesh. Like, you got to train your flesh. You understand? You have to train your flesh. You got to train your flesh. You got to train your mind. You really do. And that's why, like, I truly, like, I have an issue with, no, that's fine. Okay. I have an issue with people who refuse to train their mind. Like, you got to train your mind. And that's why when I guess I found stoicism all over again, but when I got back into stoicism, right, it was good for me, right? Because the biggest battle of your life, it happens in your head. It's in your head. The hood is a place, right? The hood is a place. The mind you can be in the hood and your mind can be on Wall Street, right? You can be in the hood and your mind can be like in the Hamptons, right? Because the hood is just a place. But with your mind, you can go anywhere you wish to go, or you can stay right here. It's in your head. It's in your mind. You got to train your mind. You got to train your mind. You truly have to train your mind. And that's why sports, like being an athlete, like being athletic, is good for you, because it's so hard that it forces you to train your mind. When you work out, especially if you work out really hard, you are killing your flesh. That's why it hurts so much, because your muscles hurt, because you're killing your flesh, right? You got to kill your flesh. You got to kill muscle to build muscle. Like, you got to destroy your muscles to have more muscle. It's called atrophy, right? But the only way you can have muscle atrophy is by destroying your current muscles. You have to tear them. That's why you got to go lift heavy. Because when you lift heavy, you're causing these these lesions. Like, you're tearing up your muscle so that you can rebuild more muscle. You're gonna build better muscle and stronger muscle, right? But you have to train your mind. And one thing you notice about being Black is that people resent having to train their minds. Like, we're all about the flesh. We're always about the flesh. That's why stupid stuff, unserious stuff, right? It's always so attractive to us, because we don't like serious things. Like, yesterday I was listening to Angry Man, and he was like, it's crazy how people like Kai Cenat make so much money because they're so unserious. Like, yes, because we are a people who love unserious people. We don't like when people are serious, because at that point, it's like, yo, there's no more entertainment. Now I actually have to be serious. I have to think at a higher level. I have to challenge myself, right? And that's the part we don't like. We like stuff that's easy, because at that point, I don't have to kill the flesh. I might be. Okay? You really have to think like that, right? It's like, oh, wow, indeed. And that's why bad things always happen on this side, because it's not that people are not blessed. A lot of people are blessed. A lot of people are favored. A lot of people are talented. But if you don't learn to train your mind, this thing right here, nothing good's going to come out of it. You will never break the mold, because you got to think. Like, you really, really have to think. You got to think. Don't just think for today. Don't just think for tomorrow. Think for like 5 years in advance, right? Think about your next 10 years. Think about your next 15 years. What do you want for yourself? What does that look like, right? But if you live day to day, you're going to continue making bad decisions. You're going to continue to surround yourself with people who are honestly not good for you, right? Because you're not thinking ahead, right? You got to think ahead. You have to force yourself to think ahead. In the next 5 years, where do I want to be? Who do I want to be? Where do I see myself, right? Because right here, this is just a place. Even your body, right? You can come outside your body and go create another body. And then, like, everything you do today will lead you towards the new body that you're creating for yourself, right? But with the mind, there's nothing you cannot do for real, even including self-harm, if we're being honest, right? But just like the mind. And that's why today too, so many black men are not leaders. They are truly defeated and they're truly like disrespected, right? Because they lost their place as leaders. Nobody respects them because they don't think. They don't think, right? They don't think. They're just surviving, living day to day. No leadership style, no leadership skills, no leadership style. Like, what are you doing? So nobody's respecting you also, right? But I'm like, that's why, like me, I'll say again, like when Harrison said what he said, I understood exactly what he meant because I'm very familiar with these types of white boys. I know their type. Very athletic. They're really into the church. They go read the Bible. They're really about family. They understand, like, as a man, this is my role. I'm a provider. I provide so that my wife can build a home. That's how they think, right? And it's like, he's not going to be a coward. Because I'm like, he's an athlete. Like, it takes a lot. Like, these people work out. They work out so much. And then you got to go into a meeting. You got to learn your plays. Got to learn your moves. Like, they have to memorize all this stuff. Like, it's not a joke. But I'm like, football is a very hard sport to play. And that's why most people don't play for a long time. Because it does a lot to your body, right? But I'm like, he's very brave. He's very brave. Your husband looks like this, and you have the audacity to talk about a man who's head of household. You're head of household. Your stuff is in disorder. You're out of order, right? You're out of order. Come on, if you could have had a husband like Harrison, you would have jumped on that. Because I'm like, imagine how much must be lifted off your shoulders, right? When you're in a relationship where the man knows that he's supposed to be the man and the wife can be the wife, right? It takes so much pressure off your shoulders because, like, no woman truly wants to lead a household. No woman really wants to be head of household. Nobody does. No woman really does, right? It's a lie. Yeah, he's gonna be all right. But I'm like, your husband, he can barely work out. He barely has self-care in place. So I'm like, I'm sure a lot falls on you. Like, they have a nanny and stuff like that. Like, they only have like one child. They got nanny. Well, I guess they got two now, right? But I'm like, what can this man do for you? Like, if you ever saw Alexis, would you be scared of him? Right? Would any man be scared of this man? Like, oh wow, her husband can whoop my ass. No, nobody's scared of this man, sis. He doesn't even he does not exude masculinity. It doesn't give me fear. He doesn't give me a dominant man. He like, okay, sure, he eats a lot, right? But he's not intimidating. Okay. Could he even protect you from harm? I don't think so. Okay. You're more fit than him. Make it make sense. Like, please. Yeah, because they lost their way, like they lost their plot, right? They lost their plot. But I'm like, to me, it was really impressive. Hold on, let me go back to this dude again. What did he say?
You know what I mean? So hard, man.
He's soft. See, once again, he's still lost. Why would you be soft? Be soft. Like what? Like a little bitch? Like, I mean, what you're saying is this, I'm sorry, not sis, but what are you saying, brother? Like, I'm so lost. You should not be soft. A man should be soft. You don't be soft for what? You paper towel, like you downy, like what are you? Like, like what is you? Like paper towel, like toilet paper, right? Charmin, extra ultra soft? No. Okay? No. I gotta be soft. Which mean you gonna be soft? Nah, you can be gentle, I guess, but don't be soft. Right? Because you have to fight. Like part of being a man is that you are constantly competing, but you gotta compete in a healthy way though. You know what I'm saying? Like, they've lost their way. I'm telling you, men are in crisis. Black men are seriously in crisis. Like, it is real. Because they don't think about that. What does it mean to be a man? And for them, it's like a lot of time it means being promiscuous. And it's like, no, that's being an animal. Okay? Anybody can have sex. Right? It takes a lot to have self-restraint and not to know who to have sex with. Not to have sex with everyone. Right? You should think about your kids as a man. Right? The day you become a father, like what kind of father do you want to be? Do you want to be a present father? Do you want to be an absentee father? Do you want a child over here, a child over there, a child over there? Or do you want all your children under one roof? Okay, cool. You say, okay, I want all my kids under one roof, right? What is it going to require for you to make sure all your kids are under one roof? Most likely, I'm going to marry a woman. Amazing. What kind of woman should you marry? Marry that type of woman. Okay, cool. Now, what kind of man do you have to be? What kind of husband do you have to be to make sure that this household can stay together so that the kids can be under one roof? I got to be a kind husband, a thoughtful husband, right? A great leader, a great provider, right? I also have to know how to forgive. I got to know how to bring folks together. You know, like you got to start thinking like that, right? But a lot of them are not thinking. They're not thinking. They're just doing. And they're doing from a place of brokenness, a place of hurt, a place of mimicking, a place of whatever. Even the type of music that most Black men listen to, it is destructive. It's destructive. It's destructive. And people can say whatever they want to say. These lyrics affect you. If you listen to lyrics back to back to back, calling women all kinds of bees, all kinds of hoes, all kinds of swallow my kid, you're going to swallow my whatever, right? It's going to affect you, right? You want to be a more diligent, serious, respectful Black man? Start listening to jazz. How about classical music, okay? Play music that's actually really peaceful, that actually allows you to hear your own thoughts. And think about the kind of man you want to be, right? A man of integrity, right? Respect the woman. A man who respects the woman. Do not sleep around with people's kids if you don't intend to marry them. Don't be dropping babies and people when you don't intend to stick around. You don't have to. You can have sex without impregnating people. But once again, you got to have a vision for the type of man you want to be. You have to. No, they are what they choose to be, which is like in the dark. And I'm telling you, nobody's going to respect you, right? I got to be soft. No. You got to be like, you got to think. Somebody's asking you to be soft. Hold on. Yeah, sure. Okay. So, hold on. Let me go back over here. Where did he propose to her?
Proposal video. Oh my gosh. If you're new to the channel or if you don't know, I am madly in love with a girl named Haley Pham. We've been dating for a year and 8 months. We have a house together. We have a beautiful dog. This girl makes me better. She makes me laugh and smile. And I feel like with her, I just squeeze every ounce of joy out of life. About to tear up right there. Jeez Louise. Come on. Come on. This is where we feel inspired, and this is one of the most heavenly places on earth, in my opinion. And there's not a better place I can imagine starting the rest of our life together. I'm really nervous. I'm very nervous. I don't even know what I'm going to say. I don't have anything rehearsed. But she thinks we're going to go on a hike this evening for sunset, and we are. But this ain't a Pinterest photo shoot, Haley. So with all that said, I can say a million things about why I love Haley and why I'm nervous. But I need to go on a run because I told her that's what I was doing. And then we're going to go on a hike. And I'm going to marry Haley. Okay, it's not marriage yet. And I'm going to propose to the love of my life. Okay, let's do this. Oh, geez, I'm nervous. I just can't believe that, like, from the moment that I met you, baby, my life has just been turned upside down. And the past few years, I feel like it's been my entire life. And I just can't believe that, like, every day you literally put a smile on my face, and nothing in the world is more valuable to me than you. And I would literally trade everything in the world if it meant I get to keep you forever. Haley Pham.
So what was this whole star thing again?
Oh, yeah. Ready?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Wait, I'm gonna be honest, that one's on me.
Carter, it says Haley Traham? It's supposed to say Haley Trahan.
Yeah, that's on me.
Oh my gosh.
I think what happened, I was trying to order food while
Oh my gosh,
doing
Carter.
This world for me with you is where I wanna be. Good or bad, all or nothing.
You see, so cute. So now here we are. Okay, so they're like what, 21 or so when they got married. Yeah, they're doing really well. It's really cute. It's really adorable. So yeah, if you want to go follow her channel, I mean, all she does is read books. So that's all she does. She just reads books. More books, more books, and more books. I'm like, this girl reads a whole lot. My goodness, right? And also, it's very chill. I'm like, Ryan is a multimillionaire. Like, he really is a multimillionaire, right? But it's like, once again, it's very chill. Okay? You don't have to be like a bad bee. You don't have to wear bikinis. You don't have to do all this, like, put Botox in your face. Like, she's pretty chill. She's like a natural beauty, you know? She wears her natural face. Okay? Ladies, please be nice in the comments. Ladies, please, please, please. Do not fight in the comments, y'all. Okay? Everybody be nice. Cool off, everybody. Cool off. Okay? We're all one family over here, child. Everybody needs to cool off. Okay? All right. We're not doing no diaspora wars here. Okay? But she's very chill. Very natural. You know, she does herself. Not too much makeup. You know? But these two people right here are seriously wealthy. You know? So I'm like, Okay. But I encourage you guys, like, get into fitness, start running, start exercising, like, change your mindset, start reading more books, okay? Do not resent the things that you actually want, because you could really have it. But I'm like, Serena, you need to be quiet, okay? Lonnie is really funny. Lonnie, that's what Lonnie does. Lonnie's a sweetheart, okay? Everybody calm down, please. Let it go. Calm it down. Let's stay focused, okay? Let's not let the devil distract us, okay? But it's like, so for me, it's like, yeah, it truly matters, right? So how long have I been here? Ooh, 3 hours. I can talk, y'all. I can talk a lot, okay? But like, yeah, think about that part. But ultimately, when it comes to wealth, when it comes to relationships, when it comes to marriage, I mean, whatever you want, right? You truly cannot resent people who have it, right? Oh, blah, blah. No, you cannot resent people who have it, especially when it comes to money. That's what I really want to talk about today. Is like, people need to stop being jealous or envious or hateful towards people who have bread, like they have money, right? Like, even when, what's her name? North got involved into The Lion King, the play, and I guess she wasn't that good. I mean, she wasn't, but whatever. But people got upset, like, oh, the only reason why she got the role, because she got to play Simba, right, or something like that, because she got the role simply because she's North West, like she's the daughter of Kanye and the daughter of Kim Kardashian. Okay, yes, ladies, please don't fight. Let's stay focused, right? And people were really upset about that. But I'm like, what you upset about, right? The whole point of parents fighting hard to be successful is to give their kids privilege. Like, you really think if Northwest wants to do something, her mom is not going to use her last name to make it happen for her daughter? You are crazy. Like, you are really, really crazy, right? You see the same thing with LeBron James and Bronny. Like, is Bronny a great player? I don't know, right? But you see, like, his dad used his weight and the fact that he's a bully, okay? And he got his son into the Lakers. I mean, the boy was like the 50th draft, right? So for me, I get it. Like, it's your son, you want to hook him up. The only thing I do feel like is that Bronny, unfortunately for him in the NBA, people are not going to respect him. Okay, people are not going to respect him, and ultimately that could cause him to have some serious issues as far as like his self-worth and does he actually matter? Because he should have earned that spot. Because I think like sports is a bit different. Okay, sports is a bit different, right? Because the majority of like legacy kids in the NBA, they kind of had to earn their spot in the NBA. Their daddy did not bully people to get them picked to be on the same team as their dad. So I pray for his mental health. I really, really do. But what's that girl's name? Blue Ivy. Blue Ivy also has Grammys. Okay, like, did she really write those songs? No, but her mom made it happen. Like, that's what people do. That's what rich people do. Like, they hook their kids up, and that's what you should do. That's what you should want to do as a parent, right? You also have even your boy Trump. You know, I'm a Trump supporter, right? Well, oh, his daddy gave him money. His dad gave him $1 million. People are so mad and they're so resentful because of that. But I'm like, what you think $1 million is to somebody who's worth like hundreds of millions? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're a person, if you're a mother or you're a father, right? If you're worth 100 million, if you're worth 200 million, what's $1 million to you? It's nothing, right? I feel like sometimes when you're not used to certain amounts of money, you're like shocked. Oh my gosh, your daddy gave you $1 million. Yeah, because your daddy ain't got shit, right? But I'm like, a man who's worth 100 million. What's $1 million? I'm like, do people know? Do people have any idea how rich people vacation? I mean, like, France is kind of ratchet right now. Even London is kind of ratchet right now, right? But I'm like, you should go to France like during the summertime, especially Paris. The way these Saudi people be vacationing, it is ridiculous. Did I not tell you about the one time when I was doing like summer school back in, it was in London at the time, right? I went to London, the London School of Economics, LSE, right? And the summer cohort, you guys, we had this gorgeous ass Saudi girl. Like, she was Saudi. I forgot her name. I remember her face. That girl was so pretty. Okay, baby, she was always paying for everything. And she was like, like, even the dorm, like where we stayed, she didn't stay there. She had like some really posh apartment somewhere, like Knightsbridge somewhere. You know what I mean? One time we went down to Piccadilly Circus. Like, y'all, she paid for everything. So, no, I got it. Girl, she not stressed. And so she was like, when she was gonna be done with summer school, she was gonna meet her family up in Paris because they had an apartment like right like on the Champs-Elysees. And I was like, damn, you guys, when I met that girl, I used to think my daddy had money. Okay. When I met that Saudi girl after that summer, I realized my daddy's just a working man. Okay. I said, my daddy is nothing but a working man. It's different to make like good money with your job. And it's a whole nother thing to actually meet rich people. I was like, wow, this is what you call having money. Okay. But I'm like, when you're a regular person, even if you make good money, certain amounts of money could shock you. Like, what the heck, right? But it's like, when you're really, really rich, for those people, that's just the norm. You understand me, right? Like, for those people, like, okay, we're going to go out to Paris for the summer. Like, we're all going to vacation in Paris for the summer. We're going to stay at, like, George V, the hotel. We're going to stay at, like, Plaza Athénée. We're going to stay at, like, what else they have out there? Like, all these fancy hotels in Paris, right? And it's like, the room is, like, $5,000 a night. They're spending, like, 20 days in Paris. So, like, just the hotel itself is, like, $100,000 before taxes. It's like, okay, that's normal. Uh-huh. You know what I'm trying to say? Whereas, like, for some people, when you want a vacation, you want to call family, hey, can I come over? Do you have an extra room? Wumpty wump wump, wumpty wump wump. Okay? That's how you do vacation for most people. You're trying to find somebody that you know that lives there that can take you in and your kids for the summer, right? But for some people, it is perfectly normal to go to Paris, find like a palace or a very bougie hotel where the night is like 5,000 euros, 7,000 euros. So, okay, sure. That's the price. That's the price. They don't even argue the price. And they're going to stay there for like 20 nights. And on top of that, they actually eat the food from the refrigerator. You're like, oh, you going to drink the water? Okay, like the water is like $100 a bottle, right? Where most people would actually go to the store, do the little grocery shopping, and bring their own stuff to the hotel. Some people can't be bothered, right? They're going to actually order room service. Like, room service? What? Okay. They don't care. It's like, that's not what you do. It's like, no, we don't do stuff like that. That's too much money, right? But for some people, that's the way of life. Le savoir vivre. Okay. That's just how they live. So it's like when you're a regular person, right? When you're a regular person, like you're shocked. All this money. Like, you're, oh, you're wasting money. That's too much money. We could go to the store. Yeah. I'm telling you, like, yo, I had never met a Saudi person before, right? I'm being so for real. I'm like, what? Yo, the way that girl will pay. And then, first of all, she was very beautiful. I'm telling you, she was dropped. You know, them Arab girls that be like really, really pretty with the thick hair, the really thick brows, like, and like they look like little Bambi and stuff. Yeah, that's exactly what she looked like. Very pretty, very nice, very humble. And I guess because she comes from a very wealthy family, it's like, she was very confident, like, okay, like she has everything, right? But I was like so shocked, like, oh my gosh, damn. She's like, yes, Maureen. And after this, I'm going to Paris because daddy, we have this apartment. I'm like, you have an apartment where? Girl, it was after that trip, I recognized that, you know what, my daddy's not really rich. He does well for himself, but ultimately he's a working man. Because can nobody out here compete with Saudi money? Right? Like, it's real stuff. Like, it is real. It is very real. Now, what some people will do is here's all this money you're wasting. People love that stuff. Oh, y'all just wasting money. Y'all could have spent the money on this. Y'all could have spent the money on that. It's like, okay, but how about you make money and then you spend money how you want to see spend the money? Right? But it was an eye-opener for me. It was like, I'm like, wow. That's when I knew about like Saudi people having that kind of money. I was like, but damn, this is crazy. So like they're gonna stay at these bougie ass hotels. They might spend like $100,000, $150,000, sometimes even $1 million just for housing during the summer, right? And on top of that, they have pocket money to go shopping. So mommy has a budget, every child has a budget, daddy has a budget. They might even bring like a maid or two maids. The maid also has a budget. They be like, I'm telling you, like they have these stores by the Eiffel Towers, like the Champs-Elysees. They have all these bougie stores. You will see them. They go from store to store. These Saudi people, they go from store to store to store to store. You guys, they don't mind. Y'all, they spend like you look at something that's like 500 euros. Like, dang, this is 500 euros. It feels like when they see 500 euros, they're seeing like 5 euros. I'm like, do you see all the zeros behind it? It's nothing to them. It's like, yes, Marlene. Is there a problem? You're like, oh, because it's nothing to them. It's nothing to them. Because like they know, that, like in their head, it's like, okay, we're going on vacation in Paris. We have a standard of living. That's it. The price is the price because they need to have a good time. It's nothing to them. It is like, even when you see these rich people on a private yacht, how much you think it costs? Because a private yacht, you gotta pay for the damn yachts, right? You gotta house it like where you dock it at the marina, right? Then you have to pay for staff. Okay, you pay for the captain, crew, like the whole people gonna like drive the boat. You pay all those people. Then you pay for the staff, like the people who feed you, like the whole crew. Like you pay for a whole crew. So sometimes, like maybe spending like a week or 2 weeks at sea, it might be like $250,000. Okay, that's not including the food, and all the other fees associated with being on a yacht for the summer. Okay, it's nothing to these people. Right? So it's like when I see a lot of people, for example, like being so like, I don't know, uptight, like, oh, his daddy gave him $1 million. His daddy gave him, I'm not, instead of being mad that his daddy gave him $1 million, think about how you're going to give your kids the money required for them to go build their dreams. Because for these people, that's the least they could do. Right? Like in a lot of families too, it's like, especially, I know like, especially for African families, but for African families, it's the normal thing for a parent to pay for their child's school, like to pay for college. It's like, okay, the parents know they're going to pay out of pocket, right? A lot of families in their culture, it's normal to pay for your child's way to college, right? In certain cultures in America, it's like a child has to figure out how they're going to pay for college. It's like, well, that's kind of why. That's crazy, right? It's normal. And some parents are, oh yeah, my child's gonna figure out because I had to figure out something. But you're actually evil. I think you're evil. Just because you had to figure out how to pay for your college, right? You probably recognize that in the process of going to college and having to figure out how to pay for college, you probably were not as committed to your studies as you could have been because you have to pay, right? Like I had a lot of my friends like back up because they were like software engineer majors, like and these are really hard majors, right? But they had to do ROTC. They had to take these courses. They're taking a full load of courses, like 12 credit hours or more. Then you're doing ROTC. Then you have a job. And I'm like, that's not okay. Because the parents never thought about, oh, well, it's going to be her problem. And you see, and that's wickedness. And these are the same people who are in church every Sunday. But it's a wicked thing. Because for me, I do feel like if you are a parent, you should want your child when they're in school to really focus on their studies. Right? It didn't happen for you, but you should be like, you know what? If I had been able to just focus on school, maybe I would have had a higher GPA. Maybe I could have applied for more prestigious internships, right? Maybe I could have done more stuff abroad. Like, like you can go to Oxford abroad. Like, they have all these summer programs, but a lot of young people, especially people who have our complexion, they can't do it because they have parents who never planned how their kids are going to go to college and not have to worry about money. I call that wickedness. And it's very shameful because most of these parents call themselves Christians. Okay, but they don't provide for their kids financially. Do you not read the Bible? Exactly. Right. And that's why I said it's wickedness. Like a lot of Black parents are wicked. Okay. Because the fact that it was hard for you, you should be like, you know what can I do so that my kids don't have to go through this? You know what I mean? And I'm having this conversation for you guys. I'm sure a lot of y'all, your parents just threw you out there and you made lots of mistakes, right? And maybe you have resentment against them. Maybe you just gave up. No, I want you to reignite the flame. We're going to figure this out. We really are going to figure this out. But the day you have kids, right? I want you to think about this conversation and make sure that you give your kids way more than what you had. Okay? Plan for your kids' college. Plan for what you want them to do in college. Like, let your kids not. I'm not talking about, oh, mommy, I want new shoes. Mommy, I want this. Child, I ain't got time for this, right? But when it comes to serious matters like their education, or if they want to go abroad for the summer and like learn something or learn a foreign language, right? or it comes down to them like buying a property, like serious things, okay? Investment things, all right? You need to be able to help your kids financially. That has to be something, like that has to be one of your biggest goals, and that has to be one of your biggest achievements, right? If my child can get into an amazing college, I want them to fully focus on that college experience and also their grade. I got this, or we got this, right? You go focus on your school. So that way you're going to be done in 4 years. You go in there at 18, you're done at 22. That's it. No excuses, because you ain't got to worry about money, right? We have to learn the wealth, the inheritance it is to give your children financial peace of mind. Don't be a hateful parent. Don't be a bitter parent. Don't be a scorned parent, right? You have to desire that for your kids. Like, God, put me in a position, like, teach me what I need to do so that when it comes to my kids, right, I can be their financial peace, right? If your child needs to buy a house tomorrow and your child says, Mommy, I need 100,000, have that money for them. If they need 50,000, have the money for them, right? That your child be able to say, when I need to buy my first house, my mom helped me with a down payment, or my daddy helped me, or my parents helped me with a down payment. I know that's right. Not because you're the wealthiest, but because you plan for that day. You plan for the moment. I'm not talking about buying babies Air Jordans. That's a waste of money. They're going to grow out them things so quick. I'm not talking about giving young people, teenagers, a whole closet full of J's. That is stupid. All them J's, you could have been stacking that money up. They can wear regular shoes. They're going to be all right. Christmas, you can indulge. Birthday, indulge. Besides that, okay, you good. You're fine. Don't raise kids in excessiveness, right? Because we got to save the money for investments. Like your degree, it's an investment. Because if you go to a great school, you major in a challenging major, and you have a great GPA, you're gonna have a great career. I don't want you to have a job. I want you to have a career, right? I am sending you to college for you to have a career, not a job. Anybody can get a job, okay? We want you to have a career. So that's an investment, right? Because it will pay it for itself. If the child has a great major and a good GPA, they're going to do really well. Number 2, we want money for like a house, like down payment on a house, right? Because that's also an investment. It builds equity, okay? Right? Because I really want to have a money channel. Yeah, that's what we have to do. The government, the Social Security, the Medicare, child, leave them things for people who beg. Don't wait for the government. You have 30 years to plan all of this. Why do you need the government for? Okay. These people squander money. The government politicians are very unserious people. Right? You have 30 years, 40 years to plan how you want your kids to live this life. I'm advising you to plan accordingly. Right? But you want your kids to be like, no, I got it. Right? Show your kids, teach your kids about credit. Why credit matters, how you build credit, how you maintain your credit, right? How you have low debt to income ratio. We got to start showing this stuff to kids, right? Why does it matter to save? Teaching our kids not to be impulsive buyers, right? Get what you need, not what you want. Teaching our kids also to be secure in themselves, right? If you got to make friends with people and it requires you spending a whole lot of money, you don't need them people. They're a liability. You ain't got it. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's really, really important to do that. Because the mistakes you made, you need to be a coach for your kids and make sure your children do not make the same mistakes you made. Because if you don't say anything, you don't usher your kids, and your kids are in the same cycle of debt, confusion, taking 6 years to finish college, whatever. You are a wicked parent. You are wicked. You are seriously wicked. Because what's the point of having you? The whole point of having a parent is to have that sound voice of reason, experience that can guide you. Like, no, don't do this. This is how you're going to do it, right? I made those mistakes for you just so you wouldn't have to make them, right? But you can't help your kids to become wealthy if you yourself are resentful of wealthy people. Because if you resent wealthy people, if you have hatred for rich people, if you feel like rich people need to be taxed their fair share, I'm like, who decides what fair is? Let's be so for real, right? Then your kids are also going to grow up thinking that there's something wrong with being rich. No, there isn't. There's something wrong with being excessively greedy. That's the problem, right? But you have a lot of rich people who do good things. Become a rich person. My son, my daughter, become a rich person that does good things with their money, right? You need money. We all need money. Everybody needs money to live, right? So it's like, but if you have a mean attitude, if you have a spiteful attitude, if you have resentment against rich people, what are you teaching your kids? That it's bad to be rich. So is it better to live paycheck to paycheck? That makes you humble? No, it makes you reckless. Because when you have kids, is it really safe to live paycheck to paycheck? No. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Teach your kids to be competitive. They're going to be rich and tell them there's nothing wrong with making money. You need to make money. Make money so you can take care of people, take care of yourself, take care of people, even be able to take care of animals because you have so much money. When you have money, you can make the world a better place. You can make it a worse place. It's all about you though, right? Would you want to be? What kind of rich person do you want to be? Me, Marlene, I'm telling y'all this. I'm going to train my sons to want to be wealthy men, have money. Because a man who don't have money, he's not respected, right? And of course, I think my sons are very handsome. But nothing makes a man more beautiful than a rich man. As soon as you're rich, everybody thinks you're beautiful. Everybody thinks you're handsome, right? I will raise my sons to be wealthy men. Do not resent money. Do not resent people who have money, son. If anything, get closer to people who have money because they know a thing or two about keeping money, paying less taxes, and dodging the government. I know that's right. Okay? Pay some taxes, but don't ever allow the government to rob you blind because these people need to learn to manage the money they tax better. Okay? I'm being serious. Teach your children financial literacy. It needs to be something that is openly talked about in the household, right? We should even sit there with our kids and study rich people. How did this person make it? How did that person make it? Right? Because people are not better than you, but they could have been a bit more consistent, right? They could have been a bit more, what is it called? Diligent. Where's my phone, you guys? Oh, baby. Can mommy get a little break? Mm-hmm. Give me a second, you guys. Thank you. Honestly. Okay. Right. Let me show you something real quick. This was the video I was supposed to do last time and I never got to it, right? Let me show you about this man. Okay. Let me show you this black man. What's his name? What was it called? Yeah, what is that black man's name? No, oysters. Robert? No. Let me show you this man. There you go. The Oyster King. There you go. Thomas Downing. There you go. Oh, child. Okay. So this is okay. Can y'all see this? Right? This is a black man, black American man, right? His name was Thomas Downing, right? He was born a slave. somewhere in Chesapeake, Virginia, right? I don't know how, but he gets involved with like oysters, okay? And so he becomes free. I don't know if I think he paid for his freedom or something like that. He probably paid for his freedom, and somehow he's freed from Chesapeake, Virginia. And because I guess like that's close to water, so he knows a thing or two about water. He moves up to New York City. In New York City, I don't know what kind of job he did on the boat, but somehow he gets involved with like oysters, right? He starts building, like he has like a little oyster cart. I think he was stationed somewhere like 5th and Madison, like some bougie street, like 5th Avenue somewhere. And he was checking oysters for all these rich white people, right? And they really liked it. So word of mouth started spreading. It was like a little cart, nothing too fancy, right? The little cart, word of mouth started spreading. Next thing you know, he starts catering for people like the Vanderbilts, right? He would cater for the Vanderbilts. He would cater for the Astors. That was a big family there. Like they were involved in like selling furs. The guy wasn't on the Titanic. He died in the Titanic, right? Like all these wealthy families. So from the catering stuff, he saves his money. He builds a restaurant full of like loaded with like these wealthy, rich white people. And at the bottom of it, at the bottom of the restaurant, guess what was happening? He had the whole Underground Railroad at the bottom of the restaurant, and he was helping Black people escape into freedom the whole time. It's a bunch of rich white people eating upstairs. No one had a clue, right? And I'm like, think about this for a second. Had this man, first of all, and he resented the people who had enslaved him, because it's true. You have the right to resent these people. Slavery ain't no joke, right? Had he resented people who had enslaved him, and maybe he also had resentment towards white people, but he was smart enough to not let us show, because I need these efforts to get rich. You know what I'm trying to say, right? But he knew what he had in his heart. Not only was he trying to get himself out of poverty, okay, but he wanted to free more Black people. But you need money. And that's why it's like, when you think about it, that's why you can't resent wealthy people, because you yourself need to become a wealthy person, right? You yourself, you need to become a rich person, right? That has to be a goal for all of us. That's why I changed the channel name, right? Like everybody has to want to become a wealthy person, because you can free so many people from so many things. I don't know, whatever you're passionate about. If you have money, not just to take care of yourself, take care of your kids, and you have leftover, so much leftover, then you can actually give to other people. And that's what you should want to do as a Christian. Are you supposed to just have enough money just for you and your family? No. When you're a Christian, you're supposed to take care of other people. The same way Jesus multiplied the bread and the fish, right? You got to have the same mindset. Because if you only have your salary, how can you do more? Right? Let me see if I can find this video. Hold on. Let me see, somebody have, because a lot of people don't have good videos of him. But we got this one. Let me see.
Which is already sold out. But whether you're going or not, you're going to be interested to meet the Chincoteague man who reinvented the oyster business in the mid to late 1800s. His name is Thomas Downing. Now, we have a man here who can tell us all about Thomas Downing. His name is Jim Duffy. He's the author of Secrets of the Eastern Shore, to tell us about Mr. Downing. Thanks for coming.
Good afternoon.
Always good to have you here.
Always good to be here.
I got to ask you about this.
Right.
Am I understanding this correctly? The man who revolutionized the oyster business was a Black man who was living in slavery times.
Yes. Thomas Downing's parents were enslaved in Chincoteague. Their owner converted to Methodism, got religion, freed his slaves, so he became a free Black man. He got the name Downing is associated, if you're driving down Route 13 through Oak Hall and you pass Downing United Methodist Church.
Yes.
That's the family that is connected. That's
wow.
the family that is connected with him. So Thomas Downing was in the late 1700s. He was growing up in the early 1800s. Not much is known about his childhood, but judging by what happened later, he did a lot of fishing and oystering while down in Chincoteague. Probably a lot of cooking with his mother and grandmother as well, because he really turned it into a pretty incredible story.
But he didn't stay in Chincoteague.
No, it's a little mysterious why he left. There's sort of rumors that the Downings wanted to sort of recontrol the slaves that they had freed. It's not exactly clear, but anyway, he ran off to Philadelphia first, spent a number of years in Philadelphia, then found his way to New York, and then became a house painter and a house cleaner. There's ads in the newspaper that he took out, but he would also go oystering in the early morning and then have an oyster stand in front of his house, which was on Pell Street in New York City. So he had kind of just like a sidewalk oyster stand.
So that was where he got started.
That's where he got
in
started.
oyster.
So you see, hold on. Coming out as slave, he's a freed slave. He doesn't, I mean, he has $0 to his name. His own last name is not even his real last name, it's the plantation owner's last name, right? But my point is, when you don't turn around and be resentful and bitter and hateful, you can make something out of yourself. So he starts out small. He starts out what he knows, the little oyster and the recipes from his mother. Let's keep going.
So yeah, and it took 10 years before he opened an oyster place, and he did it with such a work ethic. It was incredible. He would go oystering at 2:00 in the morning, and then he would come back, and then he would unload his catch, and then he would take it to his restaurant, and then he would open his restaurant, and then he would cook the oysters, and then he would serve all the customers, and then he would close, and then he would figure out all the books, and then he'd get up the next morning again at 2:00.
Okay. Today, when you look at Black people today, oh, I can't do it. Oh, I grew up in the hood. Oh, it's the racism. Oh, the system is against me. Oh. People who never even experienced slavery. It's like, what are you even talking about? Okay. Most of your life, you had free education. You had a school bus. You had free lunch. Like, be quiet. Right. But you see, and that's why I was going to do the video last time and I got distracted. But you see what socialism does to people as opposed to non-socialism? This man embraced capitalism. Even though he went through something really awful. Like a lot of us, we've never experienced slavery. We make all this noise as if we even know what slavery is like. He actually did. And like I told you last time, you can either become bitter or you can become better. Okay. He chose to become better and put butter on oysters. Okay. But like they say, it took this man 10 years. Right. But I always feel like, I don't know. I haven't met a person who was enslaved because they're all dead now. Right. But I do feel like, for as much as slavery could have probably was the most heinous thing a person could ever go through. But I feel like people like Mr. Downing, for example, he probably told himself like, yeah, it's not easy. You know what I'm saying? Like I have to start from scratch, whatever. But I'm sure he told himself, but at least this time around, I'm doing it for me. Because when you're a slave, all your labor, everything you do is for somebody else. You own nothing. You don't even own yourself. Right? So I do feel like they probably found joy in the fact that, like, listen, at least I'm free. Even if I only make a penny today, even if I only make a quarter this week, right? But it's mine. I get to keep it. Like they had some type of gratitude because they let that stuff chew them up, right? Whereas like today, you have a lot of Black people who have so much money. They might not be the richest, but you make pretty good money. There are people around the world who would actually envy how much money you make. But you always talk bad about how much you make. You're never happy with how much you make. You resent people who make more than you. You want people who make more than you to be taxed like crazy. Like you're really bitter. Instead of sitting your behind down and like, okay, even though I wish I made more, I currently make this, right? Let me look at my spending. Let me look at the stuff I buy. Let me actually go through your money and see the stuff you could stop doing that you could actually feel like I'm actually making a lot of money. Because a lot of people too, they live above their means. It's not so much as though like you don't make enough money, whatever. You are spending way too much money. Why are you spending so much money for? Right? Because, oh, my friends are buying Louboutins. My friends are buying this, right? Or I got to live in this neighborhood because you and your family have this weird competition, or you are in a part of a weird ass sisterhood where all y'all doing these crazy ass birthday parties that y'all can't afford. You definitely can't afford to be friends with them people. And I've said this before. Certain friend groups are too expensive for you. You can't afford it. Right? If this friend group requires that every time it's somebody's birthday, you buy a Chanel bag, that you go on a vacation, do you have money? No. You politely have to walk away from this friend group because you ain't got it. Okay, that sisterhood is just way too expensive for you. If you want to be friends with people, that in order to be friends with them, you have to wear a lace front, and the lace got cost $1,000. Application is $500, $1,500 for your hair, only for the lace to last for 2 weeks. Girl, these friends are too expensive for you. It's okay, right? Go and be friends with people who wear the natural hair. Listen, certain friends you cannot afford. Okay, certain friends you cannot afford. Certain friendships are too expensive for you. Certain friendship activities, they are just way too costly. You don't have it, and it's okay. Okay, it's better for you to go and be friends with people who have their natural hair. Because okay, like at least that's less pressure. Because you come with your, like, see me right here, it's natural hair, right? The most you might spend is like maybe like hair products or whatever, but it's like it's your own hair. If you want to be friends with the bad bitches, like you're gonna have to spend like all kinds of money on your hair, your nails, your this. Then you're gonna have to buy just outfits just to go on vacation. That you're not only girl, listen, you ain't got it. Okay, you don't have it, so you cannot be friends with these people, and it's okay. But the problem is, a lot of women are goofy ass emotional when it comes to money. Oh, I gotta be friends with these girls. I gotta be friends with the girls. Why? You cannot afford that friendship. It's just way too much money. It's way too much money. You don't have it. Don't go chasing waterfalls, okay? Stay where you belong because you don't have it. Maybe later you'll have it, but right now you ain't got it. Exactly. You don't have it because it's crazy. This is too much. Yeah, because they're going into debt. They're like, T said, I got my birthday. I had a nice cookout at the house with the family. Okay, exactly. Do the birthday you can afford. Like, listen, I'll cook for myself though, because you need to know financially where you're trying to be. So like, if it's not this Sunday, right? If it's not this Sunday, maybe next Sunday. I gotta give you all some time, but we gotta decide though. We have to decide, because one day we need to sit down one day as a family, as a social family, and we need to write down our 5-year financial plan. Yeah, that's it. Right? I'm serious. And because that's how you're going to save money. I'm being so for real. I'm like, this is expensive. Right? Because some people, because you know, one thing I've noticed is this shift of like, I don't need a man, but I'm going to turn my girlfriends into my man. Right? Because like, I see a lot of these like friendship dynamic, like a lot of these female friendship dynamics, right? And it's like these girls are turning their friends, their female friends, into their lover. Because I'm like, girl, the stuff you're requiring these girls to do for your birthday, that's what your man should be doing. But you don't want to fix your relationship. You don't want to fix your behavior. You don't want to fix your mindset. You don't want to fix your temperament. You don't want to become more agreeable, more feminine for you to actually have a relationship, right? So you want to turn these girls into your mans. And a lot of you ladies, you ain't got. No, go get your man, sis. If this is how you want to celebrate your birthday, you want all this extra stuff, that's what a man needs to do for his boo thing. Like, that's what a man does for his wife. But no, I don't want to do what it takes to have a husband. I don't want to do what it takes to have a man. I'm going to turn my girlfriends into my man. No, that's not fair. That's not their job. It's not their, like, I don't know. That's just me. That's just how I grew up. But I don't think it's like when you have a female friend group, right? It's not their job to wine and dine you. Like, I would not expect Lacey or T or like, you know, like any of you ladies like to wine and dine me. Like, no, we can go out and have fun, but like, it's going to be reasonable. But I'm not going to expect my female friends to wine and dine me. Well, I'm not a lesbian. Like, we're not lovers. This is weird. Okay. But a lot of these ladies getting got. And as long as you guys are wining and dining her, she's not going to change her behavior to be suitable for a relationship. Right? Just like I see the same thing a lot with a lot of single moms, right? Oh, I don't need my baby daddy, da, da, da. But then you put your bills on your single friends. Like a lot of girls who have kids, a lot of single moms who have kids, many of them have a lot of female friends who are single. And they like, oh, I'm going to turn you to the godmother. They love to turn somebody into a godmother. I'm like, you see, she about to turn you into the daddy. You're going to start paying all these bills for her. It's like she's finessing you. Because she feels as though, well, you're single, you don't have kids, and you have a good job, so you have money left over. That's how they think. Socialism. always thinking that somebody owes them something. No, where's the father of your kid? You know, and that's why I always tell my friends, don't you dare be a godmother, because she gonna turn you into the baby daddy. I kid you not. Because birthday, they're gonna call you. Thanksgiving, they're gonna call you. Easter, they're gonna call you. Back to school, they're gonna call you. Oh, but you the godmother, call your godmother. Right now, you're like, oh, she's alone. She got a kid by herself. No, she can fix her attitude and get back with her man. Exactly. And people think I'm mean when I say that. But eventually they start to see it for themselves. Like, of course, as long as you're there for her and you keep giving her money and you keep helping her with her child and you keep acting like the father of the child, you are helping her to not go fix that relationship. It is not your job. Right? So they'll be like, yeah, F my baby daddy. I don't need that man. I don't need that man. But then you take advantage of your female support group. That's not okay. It's not their child. Oh, would you like to be the godmother? I had another friend. She's like, oh, the girl wants me to be the godmother. I said, you better not. You better not. Because I'm telling you, this baby gonna be your baby. Okay? No. Don't do that. Go fix your relationship. I don't want to be the godmother, nothing. Okay? They lied to you with that fancy title. They gonna siphon money out your ass. Keep playing with these people. Okay? Like, no. I'm not doing that. And people know not to try me with this mess because I'm crazy. Like, no, thank you. Because I already see the financial setup that's about to come. I kid you not, it never fails. Right? I had another friend, like we were in a susu one time. And as soon as she picked up her money, her friend called her out of nowhere because she's like, quote unquote, the godmother. Talking about, oh yeah, we want to go to Disney. So she thought they were inviting her to Disney because it's her daughter's birthday and she's quote unquote the godmother. And so she wants her to have like, oh, come and let's have a good time, child. They treated her like the man. She pretty much paid for everything. When I tell you all the susu money was gone. So the mom, it was the daughter, and plus the daughter brought the boyfriend, plus her. So she had to pay for 4 people. Right? I'm telling you, all the susu money was gone. Right? When they got back to New York, when they left Florida, got back to New York, I think she got held up at custom or she was waiting for her bag. They left her at the airport by herself. Because they used her. They invited her on the trip because she's single, she has extra money, and they needed somebody to come pay all the stuff they wanted to do. So when they get back to New York City and there's a holdup at the airport, they all got their bags, they got into a cab or Uber, they left her there by herself. So she was really upset. And then she called me. I'm like, you're a freaking idiot. You are an idiot. Right? But y'all want to be so woke. Like y'all want to be so woke so bad. Y'all want to be feminist so bad. Y'all want to hold down these women so badly. No. And I know it sounds bad. It sounds bad to say it, but most single mothers are a liability. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not trying to be mean, but it's the truth though. Because she's like, sometimes, oh gosh, I don't know. I don't want y'all to hate. Okay, helmet of salvation, because I need to say this. I truly need to say this. A lot of single mothers, they are single because they're freaking immature. Okay? Because when you have a child with someone, you better make it work. Because who you think gonna take care of this kid? Hello, somebody. Right? But when you know that you can get pregnant by anybody and either the government gonna help you out, your mama gonna help you out, your single friends are gonna help you out, you're more likely to be reckless because you think somebody else gonna be your safety net. Who, me? When I tell you I will scoot and let you fall on your ass, you got the right one. You got me, Marlene. I will scoot like this. Remember Tom and Jerry? Okay. Well, who's the cat? Who's the evil one? Tom and Jerry. Was it Tom or Jerry? Whoever tried to set a trap, or even the one, the coyote. Remember the coyote? The coyote would try to set a trap with the bird. What's that bird called? Ace, you've been here the whole time. Y'all remember like Bugs Bunny and them people? Like Tom and Jerry. The coyote, like he used to run all crazy to go catch the little bird, and he would always have to trap for the bird, and the bird be like, let me scoot out the way. When I tell you me, I will scoot out the way so fast and let your ass drop. I'm not saving your ass. I'm not gonna be your safety net. Who got you pregnant? Godmother, my behind, my black butt. You don't think I know what you're up to? Them fancy ass title. It's nothing more than flattery to siphon money out your behind. Do not take on this godmother role for this single woman. Don't you dare do it. Don't do it. I tell you, I know it sounds mean, it sounds harsh, but it is what it is. I can't sit here and lie because I say it in public, in private, so I might as well say it in public. I told you, whatever I say in private, I can say it in public. right? But I'm like, this right here, it's a liability. Most single mothers are a liability. I'm not trying to be offensive, but it's the truth. Because it's like, you need to go work it out with this man, right? Don't want to work it out. She doesn't want to admit that she needs his help. She doesn't want to like humble herself. She doesn't want to apologize for cussing him out, cussing out his mother. No, because she think we gonna take care of her financially. No, you need to grow up. You have a baby with this man. Go learn how to be on good terms with this man. Okay? People can help with the baby if they want to, but don't come over here and try to finesse people to get more out of people, right? I said what I said. You're a liability. Even to your friend group, you are a liability. But Marlene, that's so mean, but it's so true though, right? It's so true. Because when people want what they want, they don't think about how their wants affect somebody else's pocket and how their wants put somebody else in a bad position. So you guys, I kid you not, they only invited her because they wanted her to pay for everything. She's probably listening right now, right? And I was like, you are a freaking idiot. And I guess it affected our friendship, but I was so like, what the heck? Because at that time, we were working on a business. That's what happened. We were working on a business. So I said, okay, join the Susu so that you can have money, like you can have like money to start the business. That's what the money was for. You guys, when I tell you, when all the girls like started sending her the money, and somehow, I guess maybe she told the girl, the single mom ahead of time, but the girl called her. And mind you, the single mom, right? She went to a loan shark in New York. She got like a $5,000 loan just to go to Disney World because her daughter was turning 16. I'm like, excuse me, what? Right? You can't have a regular party. No, you gonna go get a loan from a loan shark. So you know the interest rate is crazy, right? So that money still was not enough. So then she called my friend. She's like, okay, oh, it's her birthday, and you know she's your goddaughter, and she really wants you to come. She really wants you to come. We would love for you to come. So they finessed her that way. And so maybe I guess she changed now, but she used to be the type to be like so desperate to be the savior. Like she wants to save everybody. Like, you know what? Like they be so possessed with the sisterhood. She want to be like the savior. I'm like, save your damn self. One of y'all gonna understand that this sisterhood thing it's a damn scam. These girls will freaking scam y'all. Okay, bunch of poachers. They go from the time she landed, they picked her up because they were already kind of there because they didn't go together. From the time they picked her up at the airport, money. They go to the restaurant. They order all kinds of stuff. Nobody says, "Oh, Auntie so and so, is it okay if we order that?" No, because they know they invited her just for that. I'm telling you. If you are a single woman with a job, with a career, and you decide to befriend these single mothers in their heads because you're single, because you don't have kids, they feel as though you have all this money left over, right? So it's not a big deal, right? So whenever she's running short of money, she looks at you, okay, well, I can get it from you because it's not a big deal. You don't need it, right? You're by yourself. You ain't got no kids, girl, and what, right? That's how they think. That's why I said they're a liability, right? They are a freaking liability, especially a single mom who is not on good terms with the father of her children and who does not get child support from the father of her children. She's going to make you pay for stuff. I kid you not. But when you need her, she'll be like, oh, girl, it's kind of hard this month. But yes, she gonna have EBT, right? She has EBT, but she will never say, hey, you know what? For everything you've done for me, let's go grocery shopping and I'll get you something too. No, because most of them are very greedy. But because they have your complexion and because they have a vagina, you don't want to hold them accountable. But it's a one-way friendship. And she knows that the kid mean a lot to you. She knows that you are sensitive towards children, and she's going to weaponize that to get money out your pocket. So now it's like, even your own money, you got to think about how you're going to pay for this. So like, child, so the whole time, even the rides, they got to Disney, y'all. I'm telling you, the rides that she wanted to do, they didn't want to do it. So she couldn't even do the rides that she wanted to do, right? They go grocery shopping, she was paying. They go to the restaurant, she paying. I think they went to like Burger King or McDonald's, like Chick-fil-A. These people ordered the entire menu. Oh, it's her birthday. Do you mind? It's her birthday. Do you mind? It's her birthday. Do you mind? Hey, you guys, when I tell you the Susu money was gone, she had to even go into her savings. You understand me? So then the night before they left, she started to feel away because she realized, oh, I was brought here just to pay for stuff. You don't say. So she started becoming distant. Then her single friend, she realizing what she's like, oh, not she realized that the girl is on game. So then she was like, oh, what's wrong? You know, we just noticed that you're kind of distant, you know, but if you want, we can leave you alone, right? So instead of like asking for forgiveness, she made it seem as though my friend was being difficult. This is where they about to finesse your ass and gaslight your ass, you know? But me, when I tell people things ahead of time, people think I'm being mean. Because, oh, Marlene, but she's a Black woman and she's a single mom. Why would you tell me not to help her? I mean, do it. Go do it. Go do it. When you carry water on your head and your pockets have holes in them, don't call my phone. Because I'm telling you, she's up to no good. Okay? There's a lady. When I was buying the stuff, because we were moving in here, I went to Walmart. Y'all know I have an addiction for cleaning products, right? So I'm in the aisle, like looking at my cleaning product. Oh, I need to buy because I love bleach. I love Mr. Bubbles. And I was like, okay, I have to get some new brooms and stuff. Because I'm like, I love cleaning products. This lady, I don't know what she was, biracial, white. I don't know. She's something. So she sees me standing there in my blackness, in my glory, with my natural hair. And she's like, ma'am, could you help me, please? And I'm like, yes, go ahead. Just like that, very stoic. The place I live, they're about to evict me. Whatever she was saying. I said, okay, what would you like me to do? Just like that. I said, what would you like me to do? Is there any way that you could give me some money? I said, no, I do not have any money. Thank you. I said, well, you're welcome. You think I care? And I'm like, plus you're crying with no tears. They're about to evict you. Okay, evicted you shall be. How's that my problem? Where's your husband? Yo, I don't have time for people. I do not have. When I tell you, me, Marlene, I have become crazy. Yo, where is your husband, sis? You see me, I'm a Black woman in America. Do I look like I have extra money to give you? Okay. I'm about to be evicted. Well, evicted you shall be. Where is your husband? Okay. All right. Carry on. I said, what would you like me to do? I asked her. I think she's like, oh, okay, sure. No. I looked at her just like I'm looking right at you right now. And I said to her, what would you like me to do? Is there any way that you could give me some money? I said, no, I don't have money to give. Okay. I'm like, so you in Walmart, you have a few items in your car, you're about to get evicted. Why are you not filling up an application? You inside Walmart. If you're about to get evicted, go ask for the manager so you can file an application, get you a job as soon as possible. What I look like? I'm Black in America. I need help my damn self. Okay, I wish I knew when them rich Jewish people were shopping so I could ask for some help. Shalom, shalom. I'm about to be evicted. Okay, Kamala Harris is about to be president. Can you help me, please? What I look like? Okay, so then the girl, instead of apologizing, because she know what kind of shiesty behavior she was on, she's like, oh, but why are you being so difficult? Why are you distancing yourself? Why are you sitting over there by yourself? You know, we came here together. She started some beef because she needed to start some beef for her. That's how they do it. I've been outside. Okay, I've been outside, been around the world and okay? When they get to LaGuardia, my friend had a hold up. When I tell you they left her there so quick, okay, since you're waiting for your bag, like, I guess we'll see you later. Because they had what they wanted. And now she had to look at her account. Her Susu money is gone. She went into her savings. I'm like, what have you done? What is wrong with you on this goofy ass Black sisterhood y'all be in? Like, what is this? Right? I'm like, would she ever call you and spend this kind of money on you? And the thing she would, and then, oh, I'm not done. Then she had another friend who's also a Black single mother too, right? So over there, because there's a boy, she's also a godmother. I said, girl, what is wrong with you? Why don't you focus on getting you a husband? Okay. So that's the girl, the 16-year-old. So she went to Disney and paid for everything, right? Now she has another friend who's also a single mom. So over there too, there's a little boy. So with the little boy, she's responsible for putting money on his books. Like at lunch, she's the one who pays for his lunch money. So like every Sunday or so, he calls her like, Auntie so-and-so, can you put money on my books for students? She's like, yes, yes, yes. For the birthday, she put money. She's always the one. I'm like, but what are you doing? What are you doing? And I'm like, all this energy, because I really had to ask her one day, are you insecure? You think you ugly? Like, what is the problem? Right? I'm like, all this money you spending over here, you spending over there, trying to be the father of the household for these are grown ass women. They can figure it out. They can humble themselves. And I'm being so for real. They can humble themselves and go make peace with the father of their children. But instead, they rather cuss them out, do all kinds of bad things because they know you're going to foot the bill. Why is your self-esteem so low like this? They are extorting you. This is extortion. And they're using these children and the fact that you're very sensitive, right, to take advantage. This ain't right. He's not your child. It's one thing to help out once a while to put money on his books. But it's like every Sunday, you have to put money on his books. I'm like, all this money you don't spend. You could have got yourself a trainer. You could have lost some weight. You could have got you a therapist. I'm like, invest this money in yourself that you may find a husband and build your own family. What are you doing? So, of course, she got upset because, they always get upset. They always get upset. But am I lying, though, you guys? Am I lying? You don't have kids. Why are you taking care of other people's kids? Right? And if their shoe was on the other foot, you think these girls would be helping you? No, they would not. You think it's a friendship? It is not a friendship. It is flattery. Like the video I played for y'all with the stoic man, it is flattery. Because they know you're single. They know you don't have a dating life. They know you don't spend on yourself. So they figure, oh, she got lots of savings or she has extra money. I'm like, girl, you live in New York City. Living in New York is expensive. Okay? Why are you befriending all these single mothers anyways? Like, that's a waste of your time. And then you can be offended, that's fine. But it's the truth, though. If you're going to be friends with a single mom, like I told you, make sure she is on good terms with the father of her children. Number 2, he's paying child support. Number 3, she needs to be responsible with money. Then you can be friends with her because she's not going to be a liability. Because she takes care of herself. She got her stuff in order. That kind of single mom, you can be friends with. But unfortunately, the majority are bad with money. They are bad with money. They are bad with finances. They always want to do the very most. Oh, I got to throw a lavish birthday party. Oh, we have to go to Disney. Womp, womp, womp. Girl, you are crazy. So when you try to be friends with someone and you know she likes to live above her means, you better run for your life because she will drag your finances into her mess. Okay, I'm like, the older I get, I understand why people who have good credit, people who have great credit, they don't want to be friends with broke people. You are a freaking liability. Okay, it is the truth. Well, whatever, but it's true. But when I was a socialist, I was like, oh, why you like this? No, they have the right to be like this. It is hard to have good credit. So when you're a person and you work really hard to have a great credit score, you have every right to not want to be friends with just random people. Okay. If somebody works really hard to have a great credit score, they have the right to say, okay, I can't marry somebody with bad credit because you're going to drag their credit down. No, I'm sorry, Kevin. It's the truth. I don't want to be mean. But it's in America, credit is like they say, credit is everything out here, right? So if a woman has a great credit, it means like they were very diligent. It takes years to build great credit. It takes years to build great credit history. For a man or a woman, it's not just given unless your parents were like forward-thinking and they planned that for you, right? But my point is, it takes work, it takes diligence, it takes seriousness to have great credit. So if you find a woman and she's bad with her money, you have the right to say, I'm a way to marry you. I'm a way to propose to you until you show me that you can be responsible with your finances. I agree with that. It's not being mean. Okay. And the same thing goes for a man. I can't say don't marry someone because they have bad credit. I can't say that because even me, I've had bad credit before. Okay. Yes, I've had. Right. But I do believe the person should show you how they plan on fixing it and they should fix it. Like, okay, so once you fix your credit, once you become better with your money, then at that point, we can start talking about engagement and talk about marriage. Absolutely. But otherwise, no engagement, no marriage, because you have to show that you can be responsible with money. You understand? Yes. They're not going to help her. They're not going to help her because you see, As soon as it was the last night in Florida, they started playing these weird games to gaslight her. And once they get to LaGuardia, as soon as she has a hiccup, they all left her. The mom, the daughter, the boyfriend, they left her all there. She was all there by herself. I was like, that is so mean. Then she's trying to make it seem like you're the problem. No, because towards the last evening they were there, my friend started to add 1 + 1 = 2. Like, damn, the only reason why she invited me because she didn't have enough money to make the strip happen for her daughter. Instead of being honest with your child, like, you listen, I know you're 16, but this is all I have. Here is my budget. She said, but the gag is men will marry a woman with bad credit before a woman with good credit making money moves. And that he's gonna pay for that, baby. He's gonna pay for that. He's gonna pay for that. Because she's gonna go into the marriage with her bad money attitude. And he will pay for that. And eventually he's going to resent her. Because a lot of people do not consider the financial aspect of marriage. Oh, I love her. We went to Bible study. We read the Bible together. She reads the Bible. I read the Bible. That goofy stuff, right? Because a lot of people are socialists. And one thing about people who are socialists, right? Socialist people think that money is not something serious. I used to be the same way too. Let me tell them myself. I used to, one time I was working for this mortgage company. And the lady said, well, I don't really care about paying my mortgage because I have a 30-year mortgage. And I think Jesus is going to come back before that. I said, you know what? You know what? Okay. You have a lot of people who don't care about their finances because they think, oh, why should I care? Because by the time it really hits me, Jesus is going to come back. So it's like socialism, Christianity. A lot of people are so dismissive of finances. I was the same way too, you guys. I really was. Right? And I was like, you know what? Maybe the best thing I can do is to actually create a channel where I am forced to talk about money so I can also like take money seriously. But I was, God is good. If I give, God will just replace. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to tell you one thing. One time, let me tell it myself. James, he probably wanted to divorce my ass. One time I went to church, you guys. I gave like $11,000. Cash money. Because I was like, oh, the Bible says when you give, you shall receive. The Bible says that, was it Genesis 26? That what was his name? Was it Jacob? What Jacob sowed? It's Genesis 26. What Jacob sowed that year, he reaped 100-fold. I was like, okay, well, if I give 11,000, I'll reap 100-fold. So I just gave the money. Goofy, like y'all, I used to be on some goofy socialist spiritual shit. Hey. I tell you, I have stories to tell y'all. You think it's a joke. Like, I think a lot of times when I say things, people feel like, oh, money's just, no. Sometimes the stuff I say, I had to even say it to myself. I gave the money, like straight up money. Because I'm like, that's what you do? Because I'm like, oh, I need to show God that I'm not, you guys, I was so sincere. Maybe that's, you know what? Let me tell you something, right? Yes. Oh my God. Oh my God. 11,000. I was like, it wasn't like the cash. It was like $100 bills. And I was so sincere too, because I said, oh, I want to show God that I'm not attached to money. Jesus. Woo! Goofy shit. Like when I tell you the epitome, child. And I was so sincere. Like, and I think that's why maybe God brought it back. Because God gave me the money back. But like, I sit back and I said, but Marnie, what the qu'est-ce qui ne va pas? Like, tu es folle. Like, what is wrong with me? Right? Like, I swear, sometimes I sit here and I just see how foolish I was. That's why I say something. When I tell you guys that there were times James has saved me from myself. Like, it is not a joke. There are days that Jimmy, when I tell you James he probably thinking like this woman is insane. But when I tell you I was so sincere, like I was so spiritual, I was such a socialist, I was so religious. I'm like, no, you have to show God that you're not attached to money. So like the bigger the sum you can give, the more it shows how sacrificial you are. What? who asked? Like, Marlene, what? Like, I was just, what? Child, the pastor be preaching, like, okay, I'll just take out like $1,000. Like, just take the money out. Like, oh, here you go. You guys, like, I've done something. Like, I have done things. No, I swear, like, if it wasn't for God, like, I think because, like, God really saw how, like, I was really coming from a sincere place. So maybe that's why he had like mercy on me, and like he didn't let me, like, you know, like, I swear, God had, I'm like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Oh, you know, what you sow with one hand, you reap with the other. What you do with your right hand, your left hand should know that you got to be a cheerful. I mean, like, just goofy shit was in my head. But I thank God for Jesus, though. I really do. Because I really feel, because my heart was sincere. Like, God had mercy on me. Like, this girl is such an idiot. She's such an idiot. But I have been an idiot. I have seriously been an idiot. And that's why now I'm really harsh on myself and on other people. Like, no, this is idiotic. This is utterly idiotic. Like, who told you to do such thing? Like, what is this? What is this behavior? But like at the moment, like in the moment, you guys, I was so convinced of this. I was like, y'all, I used to be such a socialist. I used to not take money seriously. Oh, it's okay. Give it away. Give it to this person. Give over here. Give over there. Wumpty wump 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 wump. Right? Because I felt like, you know, you don't, as a Christian, you don't want to show God that you care about money. Because you know, because I do believe you should give. But I didn't want God to feel like, oh, look at me now, I'm attached to money. So I was quickly departing from my money. But the Bible says when you quickly depart from your money, it makes you a fool. Okay? Child. When I tell you, I have stories for days. I have stories for days. When I tell you, James has saved me from myself. And that's why I always say, like, a man should never be afraid to tell his wife, you need to stop. You need to stop, because you're crazy. You better? Is that better, baby? You good? Okay. That's why all that goofy stuff about, oh, happy wife, happy life. No, because what it takes to make your wife happy could be utter foolishness. You guys, I was foolish. Like, I wish God could put on my forehead. I guess I'm grateful he didn't. But there was a time, seriously, it should have been like Boo Boo the Fool on my forehead. Like Boo Boo the Fool. How can you have these big degrees and you be so damn stupid? Girl, I don't know. You know, and then I look back at it, I was like, a lot of this goofy stuff, I got it from my dad. I really did. My mom a little bit too, though. But my dad too. My dad even more so. Oh, no, it's okay. Just do stuff. It's okay. No, it's not okay. It is not okay. And this is not okay behavior. But I'm just like, I guess because God loved me so much, I didn't fall as hard. You guys, I should have failed so hard. Yo, I swear God loves me. Like, God truly loves me. Like Archangel Michael, he truly loves me. Because honestly, the stuff I have done with my money, utter stupidity. It's utter foolishness. It's so damn dumb. Like, I need to write a book and expose myself. I need to tell myself. Like, I've always said, if I was to ever do like a course, I would tell people everything I did that you should not do. You know how like some people, like when they're like business coaches, they want to make you feel like they always get it right. They always got it right. No. Me, I'm be the total opposite. The reason why you should hire me as a coach, because I will tell you everything I did wrong just so that you don't do it. Okay? Don't do what I did. Okay. Yes, Kevin. Yes, I had to. Like, there was a day, I don't know if it was like a day or a season. I was like, Marlene, you have to you got to kill yourself. Like, this Marlene that you are, she needs to die. Because she's a fool. Like, you need to just kill this bitch. I'm like, so serious. I'm like, you will never exist again. She had to go. Come on, you're not good for me. You're not good for me. Like, I see where you're coming from, sis, but which if I keep being you, I will never be wealthy. Get away from me. Get away from me. Right? So I truly had to destroy her. Like, I had to like reinvent myself. Hey, I had to reinvent myself because I'm like, you are just like, I'm oh my God. Like, I just see, I'm like, oh my gosh. Hey. Oh my gosh. Like, yeah. I mean, oh my gosh. Oh, give 1,000, give 3,000. Man, boo, here you go. Like, cause I'm like, oh, you're a Christian. The Bible said that it's hard for a rich person to get into heaven than a camel through a needle, whatever, the eye of a needle. You know what I'm saying? You want to share with people. Like, oh, so you feel bad. I felt like it was bad. Like you feel bad for having extra money. Like if I had extra money left over, I felt like I had to give it away because I truly felt bad. Like, oh, why do I have extra money? Maybe somebody needs it more than me. I'm looking for people to give my money to. You guys, I swear. I think truly because God, he saw my heart. Seriously, I did not fall as hard as I should have failed because I should have felt really hard. I'm talking like it should have gave bankruptcy for my ass. And I honestly would have deserved it because my goodness. But honestly, you guys, I was coming from a good place because I thought that's how you do. You know what I'm saying? But and then that part I got from my dad. You know what I'm saying? Oh, we don't worry about money. Don't worry about money. Don't obsess with money. You know, rich people obsess with money. And then it turns into a demon into your life. Like, you know, always like demonizing having money. Always demonizing having money left over. Always demonizing rich people. You're like, oh, I don't want to be like those people too. I don't want to go to hell. I don't want it to be hard for me to go to heaven. Wompty womp, 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 womp. So you become very unserious when it comes to money. But the thing with money is if you don't respect money, you'll lose the money. Right? But I had a very unserious attitude towards money. Like my 30s, like my 20s, 30s, I was very unserious about money. Like I can be very honest. Because I felt like, oh, and you know how like the passage goes, like, don't store riches on earth because you want to store your riches in heaven. I'm like, oh, I guess I don't need money here because my money will waste me up there. But it's like, okay, but what if I die at like 90? I'm gonna have to wait like 60 years before I get my money back? That's crazy, right? That's why I say like the Bible, especially like the New Testament, it can really mess it up for you when it comes to how you understand money. Let me see if Jen can get this baby a little bit. You know, oh, store up your, this is ridiculous. You see? So when you have stuff like that in the Bible, you see all this is New Testament. Because when you really think about it, the New Testament is it's really on some social justice, woke behavior. You know what I mean? It's social justice, it's socialism, it's communism in there. It really is. It truly, truly is. He said, give our super chats back. You know what I mean? Like you even feel bad. Like you feel bad that you have money. Like, oh, I don't deserve this. It's too much. Like somebody else could have it more than me. So you just give it away, right? Right? You know what I mean? Exactly. 7 years of feast, 7 years of famine, right? Okay. So it's like, like the Bible says, but store up for yourself treasures in heaven where moth and vermin do not destroy. So you're thinking like, okay, like, I need to store up and that's the thing too. I felt like when I was giving to the church like that, I was also like storing up riches in heaven. And I'm like, girl, you're still here. But it's like, yeah, but the Bible says like be of this world, but not of this world. You know what I'm saying? Sure. Maggie. Mommy is giving a beautiful, you see? It's really true. Like it's sad, but it's like you have to have a balance. I do believe that you should store up treasures in heaven, right? But you still need to think about life on this earth also. You cannot be out here and be dismissive of being financially successful on this planet, right? You want to be you want to be financially successful here, and you also want to be financially successful once you get to heaven. But you got to find a balance. But you can't be so focused on the heavenlies that you neglect the present, like you're here. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to take care of yourself, mommy. I don't know. My mind was somewhere else, you guys. Like it was really bad. You would have thought like somebody like put a spell on my head. No, it was like my faith. Like the way I read this Bible stuff, it did something to me, y'all. Plus the church I would go to, the pastors I would go. I was so locked into those type of like teachings and stuff like that. I was getting conned left and right. you know, because I felt like, oh, every time you always got to give money, you always got to. So I like, it was hard. If money's in my account, I felt like I had to give it away. That's just the way I like, oh, well, oh, I don't need to save because like, oh, if I ever need money, I could just ask God and he'll provide for me. You know, I never felt like, I don't need to have a business plan. God will just provide for me. Everything was like, oh, let's do everything by faith. Do everything by faith. But where does everything do by faith mean that you don't have to write a business plan? I don't understand, right? And then because you have faith, does that mean you should not have a savings account? Like what? That makes no sense. Like this really makes no sense. I absolutely do. That's why I say I blame Dr. King. Okay, I blame him too. You know what I'm saying? But when you have passages like this, it leads you to believe that there's something wrong with like wanting to be rich on earth. Like, oh, it's evil. Like, no, it's not evil. It's actually prudent. Because if you don't have money and something happens on your house, something befalls your household, you're going to be in trouble. Right? So like it got to a point, I'm telling y'all, because you know I'm free telling my business and I don't really care, right? But it got to a point like James started hiding money from me, and I'm grateful he did because I was insane. I was truly insane. It was like mental health or something. I don't know, like maybe like I needed to get my head checked. You know, that's why I say like many times I'm grateful because like he saved me from myself. And that's why a man that has like a head on the shoulder, he should not be afraid to like check his wife. You shouldn't be afraid to like, girl, you're crazy. Someone needs to tell you you're crazy. Right? Like, what's it called? Y'all, please. Y'all. If y'all can handle real conversation, we can have some real ones because, child, there's too much foolishness out here. Let me show you a video a little sister sent to me yesterday, right? Faye that sent this one to me yesterday. Hold on. Okay, it was from Kev on Stage. Hold up, wait a minute. Right? It's not to be offensive because it's public. Right? Okay. Can you take it for a little bit? Okay. No problem. You could have texted me. You didn't have to come up here.
You wrote my name like something was wrong.
Child. But I'm giving you credit on this live for saving me from myself.
He looks like he's pretty calm.
No, he's calm right now. But I told him about the many times where I wasted money and you just like, you had to save me from myself. Yeah. God bless you for that, Jimmy. No, I really thought I was doing the right thing though. It's really sad. But like it's true, you guys. I don't know what it was. Like it's like something fell upon me. It was like religion. It was like this woman is insane. What remote?
It's my fan.
Oh. Okay. Girl. Phew. No, God is faithful. I really feel like when people say, I think not when you're trying to like, be like passive aggressive, but I really do feel like God does see your heart though. You know?
Can I spray the bathrooms for church?
Huh?
Can I spray the bathrooms for church?
I'm coming.
Are you?
Okay, yeah. So here's this video, right, that Kevin played yesterday. Or like I don't know, but she sent it to me. It was from Kevin's Stage. All right. So here's the video. Let me play for this one. Hold on. What happened? Let me share my screen again.
For you to turn around and look her right in her gut.
Hold on.
Good idea when your wife starts that, I just don't like this, I just don't like that. For you to turn around and look her right in her God-given eyeballs and say, shut your mouth. Just shut up. But if you're a man you ought to be, you'd have been doing that all along. You're supposed to lead your house. You're not supposed to follow her.
You know, I've been married for 20 years, and in 20 years of wedded bliss, I've never looked at my wife and her God-given eyeballs and said, shut your mouth. Just shut up. I never have. You know what's interesting about this? You can hear women in the audience saying amen. There's men too, yeah, But you also hear women like, yes, I need to be told to shut my mouth. Here's what I've learned. Early in my marriage, I learned everything my pastor says don't apply to my marriage. I used to, whatever my pastor said, I'd be like, Liz, pastor says. She said, I'm not married to pastor. You know what? You right. All right. And my pastor was a good pastor. He was smart. He was intelligent. But what worked for his marriage worked for his marriage. Okay. Now, let me also say this. Just because somebody's a pastor doesn't make them qualified to be a marriage counselor. Some people who are pastors aren't qualified to be that. Be that as it may. I want to ask you women a question. Do you want to be led by a man who tells you to shut your mouth, looks at you in your God-given eyeballs and says, shut up? Do you want to be led like that? My wife doesn't. My wife doesn't. I wonder if other wives do. Other men. Do y'all tell women, do you look them in their God-given eyeballs and say, shut your mouth? Just shut up. There's more than one way to lead. There's more than one way to lead. That's all I'm saying.
Good idea when your wife starts that, I just don't like this, I just don't like that, for you to turn around and look her right in her God-given eyeballs and say, shut your mouth. Just shut up. But if you're the man you ought to be, you'd have been doing that all along. You're supposed to lead your house. You're not supposed to follow her.
You know, I've been married for 20 years, and in 20 years of wedded bliss, I've never looked at my wife in her God-given eyeballs and said, shut your mouth. Just shut up.
Okay, right? So you have Kevin saying this crap because Kevin, he's on that like soft crap on the social media, happy wife, happy life, right? And I'm saying this. Now, the way the pastor is talking, yeah, I feel like, look, that's a bit excessive to be like, okay, look her dead in the eye and tell her to shut up. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Maybe not like that, but sometimes a woman needs to be told to shut up. Sometimes a man needs to tell his wife, you might want to check yourself, okay? Wife, you might want to start spending less money. You're doing a little too much, right? Yeah, there are times where you need to check your woman's foolishness. Now, does that mean you look at her dead in the eye and be like, girl, bitch, shut the fuck up? No, that's your wife. You shouldn't talk to her like that. But you should have a tone where she knows it's getting serious because she is harming herself. Because a lot of times a woman can have a lot of foolishness in her heart. So Kevin is saying this, right? Hold on. Kevin is saying this. So it sounds very noble. It sounds very, not everybody's fit to be a pastor. My wife don't want to be led like that, right? But here is Kevin again. Here is Kevin begging for money, right? This is him begging for money, right? Asking people to donate or to go pay more money on Patreon so he could save his business. Let him talk. Hold on. Wait a minute.
I wanted to clear something up real quick. I realized I said this at length on Patreon, but I didn't address it in the public. So as you notice, I've been promoting Patreon more and more, especially the last week or so. And I never really said why. So I'll just be upfront with you like I was with the Patreon yesterday. Podcast revenue has been down around 70% for me. Okay. In all my podcasts. Okay. Josh, Angel, and Greg salaries are dependent on podcast revenue. And it used to be tremendously lucrative and I was able to pay them and all that type of stuff, but it's downturned tremendously. So instead of having to lay them off or reduce their salaries, I decided to give the Patreon audience and you an opportunity to help basically save their jobs. I'm not even... Okay.
So you see how he's phrasing it? So he's giving us an opportunity to save the jobs of people who work for his company. You're funny, Kevin. You really are funny, right? Because here you have another socialist, right? He doesn't want to look at his finances. He don't want to look at how he can change his lifestyle or maybe sell things that he should be selling so he can keep up the salaries of his people. No, instead he says to you, right? He's giving you an opportunity to save the jobs of people who don't even work for you. They don't work for me. They're not my problem, right? It's your business. You're a CEO. If you get to an impasse where you can no longer pay your staff, you've got to go back and look at your finances because how come you can't pay them people? What happened to the money, right? And then you fast forward, right? Here is his wife. And Mel's just a nice person, right? But here she is. Talk about the bags that she's selling. Hold on, listen to this.
Bags are my totes. I really got it to carry like my laptop when I'm traveling. Okay. I would just rather use a backpack. Next up is this Chanel tote that I search high and low for.
So far, these two bags right here, we're about like $7,000. She's not even done yet. Like I'm like, this whole video, all the bags she's about to show, it's like almost like a good $25,000 to $30,000. Bunch of bags that she just bought just because she wasn't really thinking. She saw the bags on social media. They look cute. Some influencer had it. Maybe she felt like she needs to wear these bags to look like she's the wife of somebody who's successful. It's like, y'all don't even make that much money. Let's be so for real. Okay. Like Kevin on stage, Kevin does not have like them $60 million podcast deal with Spotify. He's not out here like the girl Alexandra Cooper. He's not out here like Joe Rogan. Like he's doing well for himself, but it ain't all that. It's not like for you to be spending all this money on these bags. 2 bags in, only 13 seconds. She's already shown you $8,000 spent on purses. You understand? And I'm like, for me, Marlene, this is when you should have told your wife, you need to pipe down, wife. You look at her dead in the eye. These bags that you're buying, do you really need them? You got to check her, right? Because she's also being possessed. Because when they didn't leave, when they weren't living like this, when they had like regular jobs back in Washington, was she that type of person? No. You moved to California and you let the California way of life influence you, and you now starting to have this lifestyle creep, right? Make sense? Let's keep watching the video. Hold on.
I love everything about it. It's giving spring, it's giving summer, it's giving I'm living my best life.
Exactly.
But it is heavy, so it's got to go. There's this like lie,
11,000
on social media that traveling with a toe is like the best thing. Number one, this is uncomfortable. There's no shoulder strap, and trying to do this, girl, bye. It doesn't bend down. You can't put it in the overhead bin. You can't stuff it underneath the seat, nor do you really want to. Now, I did just recently get this in this small mini size.
Okay. So you see this? This is why I say a man cannot be afraid to be a man in his masculine energy and check his wife's foolishness. She had the bigger bag. She realized it was quite uncomfortable because the thing about this, the Dior tote, right? There's no strap. So you really got to put your whole arm in there and carry like this, right? So she has the big one. It's uncomfortable. You would think she would learn. Oh, you know, that ain't really my style. No, she goes and buys the smaller one. So what do you think is going to happen? It's the same bag. It's just smaller, right? Once again, you're going to have to put your hand in there and scoop the whole thing. At what point do you say, wife, do you truly need to have the same bag in 2 different sizes when both of them are not good for you, right? But once you let, but I don't want to check my wife and she don't want to be talked to. It don't matter whether she want to be talked to like that or not. If it's necessary, she needs to hear it. And that's why I have a problem when people get married and they put their wife on a pedestal, you put your husband on a pedestal, because then once you start worshiping the person that you're married to, you fail them because you're not telling them the truth, and the truth needs to be said. And that's why I say when it comes to me over here, I really thank God for my husband, because this Gemini, he's not afraid to let me know a few things about myself, and he saved me from myself. I said, oh, Jesus, thank God. Right? And you know what it's giving? Let's go back right here real quick, okay? Remember this scene? Remember the scene in Power?
We already lost one kid, Tasha, don't you? Never put your hands on me again.
What? This scene right here, this scene will always be iconic because Ghost had to let Tasha know real quick, I'm Ghost B. Just because you're my wife, don't think you can't end up in a body bag, okay? Because Tasha was getting way too comfortable. Anybody who watched Power, you remember this was like the golden scene in Power, because Tasha forgot who Ghost was. Like, she forgot herself real quick. Oh, he had to recalibrate her shit. And sometimes you got to recalibrate a woman's mind. You really do. Like, see, me, even me, myself, my mind had to be recalibrated because I was losing my mind because you don't behave like this. It is ridiculous. Okay. So here's Tasha. Hold on. Let's watch the scene.
I will fucking kill you. We already lost one kid, Tasha. Don't you ever motherfucking forget it. If Tariq dies, his blood is on your hands. Your hands.
Oh, that head.
If you ever put your hands on me again, I will fucking kill you. We already lost one kid, Tasha. Don't you ever motherfucking forget it. If Tariq dies, his blood is on your hands. Your hands.
Exactly. Okay. He didn't beat the lady, but he poked that forehead. I said yes. He had to recalibrate her shit because she forgot who he was. I'ma kill you. You gonna kill Ghost? You gonna kill a man who's known by the ghost? Nobody sees him coming. You gonna kill him out. Okay. He put that forehead right there real quick, reminding her real quick, girl, don't you forget who I am. Okay. Y'all, I even felt like he had poked my forehead too. I said, oh, child. Okay. Because sometimes you can be foolish. You might not mean to be foolish, right? But you can be foolish. Let's get back over here. Maverick, you just don't want to let me work, huh?
This is the move. And I know what you're thinking. You see that and you see that. Oh. Mind your business. Next set of bags that I'm selling are these little mini bags. A Mission Essentials bag is what I call it. Like, imagine me, a girl on vacation, living my best life with my little bags. Yes.
Do you, and so right there, that's already like $5,000, right? Like $5,000 to $6,000. Do you ever need to carry 2 bags like this? No, right? So like right now we're like what, $17,000? Okay, let's keep going.
Yes, I'm having a good time. I'm enjoying the sun. Where do I put my phone? Where do I put my phone? And for that reason, I'm out. You ever buy a bag for the color specifically and then realize I literally have nothing in my closet this color? That's this bag. It is kind of the perfect size, but I just need it in a different color. This I was keeping for nostalgia reasons. This is the very first designer bag that I ever bought in like 2018. But honestly, it's just sitting in my closet collecting dust. I may as well sell it. I just bought this Attico bag, but this is the problem. There's no strap. There's no strap. So when I'm out and about living my best fabulous life, I'm like this or like this. Dumb. A bag without a strap is a bag that wants to be lost. I'm out. And
I'm not trying to be funny, right? But ask yourself, and I think Mel is a good person. You know, nothing personal over here. But does it sound like she makes good financial choices? If this is how she spends money on bags, imagine other things that she spends money on. Not to be offensive, not to be offensive, not to be mean. She's very nice. She's very sweet. I've never known her not to be a kind person, right? But my thing is, she knows that the way she is, she's a person who she needs a strap. Like, she just likes a bag that has a strap. But somehow she keeps buying bags, and these are not cheap bags. We're talking like thousands of dollars, right? She keeps buying bags that cost thousands of dollars that don't have straps when she knows dang well eventually she's going to be upset that the bag does not have a strap. So at what point do you as a husband say to your wife, wifey, like, this is a little too much, right? What point do you tell her? Do you say that to her? You don't. You just let her keep buying. So like right now, if you add up all the bags right now, how much you think she spent? I'm being serious, you guys. And the thing is, she's like, oh, it's dumb to buy a bag like this. So if it's dumb to buy a bag like this, why should your followers buy them? Girl, we don't want your stupidity. If it's dumb for you, it's gonna be dumb for me. And it's like, and that's the same thing the girls were telling her in the comment section, right? But like so far, we're like almost like 2 minutes in. How much money do you think she spent so far with tax on these bags? Right? Okay, cool. Let's keep going. She's not done yet.
And I love a bag that only carries Audacity. But girl, I don't even think Audacity can fit in here. Like,
why this?
What I'm gonna do with it? And there's no strap. Girl, bye. I'm selling this bag. And there's one reason why. It's heavy. Like
But once again, we realize that her and these Dior bags, she's not a Dior girly. Like the way Dior makes their bags with no strap, it's just not a brand for her. So right now she has 3 bags in the same shape. One is big because it's almost like the same tote stuff, right? She has 3 totes from Dior. All those totes don't come with strap. She keeps buying the same problem because this is a problem, right? If you buy a bag that's like $3,030, the big one's $3,500, right? I think this one's also $3,500. If you buy these bags at $3,500, you can't even wear them. You can't enjoy them. They're too heavy to wear. You just spent $3,500 on a problem. So with 3 bags, you've almost spent like $12,000 bringing problems into your life. So these bags are not making your life easier. They're making your life harder. Okay? You gave these people $12,000 to pay for things that you don't enjoy wearing. So at what point does your husband come in and tell you, wife, you're doing a little too much? I'm asking for, and I'm not saying in a disrespectful way. I'm not saying that, right? But at what point does your husband come to you and say, wifey, I think you're wasting money, right? It's okay to have 1 or 2 bags, but obviously the Dior brand is not for you because you just don't like these bags. So why are you buying them? He says nothing. Kevin says nothing. Just let her do it. And people think it's love. And it's the same behavior with obesity, right? You have all these husbands who sit there and they watch their wives go to 200, 250, 300, 400, and they say nothing because, oh, I love her. I love her the way she is. No, you are a problem. Because part of loving somebody is being accountable. Part of loving somebody is having hard conversations with them. Part of loving somebody is helping them to check their and say, are you okay? Are you depressed? Why are you putting on so much weight? Do you need to go see a therapist? Is something going on? Should we work out together? Like you have to help her because maybe she's not even realizing how much weight she put on. Oh, I love her the way she is. No, you want her to be fat. You want her to be so morbidly obese that she won't leave you, right? Anybody who lets you get big, any husband or any wife who lets you get as big as you want, okay? They don't want you to leave. Because if they really were secure in themselves, if they were really secure in themselves, if they were not afraid of you leaving them, they will tell you, you need to shape up because this ain't it, right? You got to take care of yourself. You got to take care of yourself. How do you sit there and you allow your wife to be 450 pounds? Okay? You have to say something. And you have to be comfortable. Like, you have to be comfortable telling your wife, like, yeah, I think you're a little too big. And the wife also needs to be comfortable telling her husband, yeah, I think you're a little too big. You need to lose some weight. The heck? Like, what is wrong with you? You need to lose some weight. No. But my husband loves me the way that I am. Girl, he's setting your ass up. You're going to be so damn big, you're going to have to rely on him for everything. It's a form of abuse. It's a form of control. I don't care what nobody says. Because when you love people, you got to help them. And sometimes if that involves you checking a person, you better check a person real quick. They might be mad in the moment, but eventually they're going to be grateful for it. Like, what the heck was I doing? Thank God you said something. But too many people are so afraid to say something. You go, oh, they're going to be mad at me. They're going to talk to me. They're going to stop being my friend. Who cares? They got to grow up, right? So let's keep going. She's not done yet. My God.
I don't want to be feeling like I'm lifting dumbbells when I'm on vacation. I don't like a heavy bag. And these bags are my honorable mentions, which I'll go through very quickly. This Jacquemus silver and gold bag. Number one, it's heavy. Number two, there's no strap. I hate a bag without a strap. That's just me personally. I need a bag with a strap. It's Fendi First bag that I adore, but I never reach for it. It has served me well, and I think it is time for the bag to hear well done, thy good and faithful servant. This Gucci bag is so good. I just don't wear it. If I don't use it, I'd rather sell it. This army green Chanel bag does have a shoulder strap, but again, it's a color I don't wear very often, and I don't have shoes this color. I would be all for like pop of color moment, but I feel like when you do a pop of color, your shoes should match your bag. Is that a myth? Is that just me? So those are the bags that I'm selling. Let me know which bag you think I should keep.
So how much you think she spent on those bags? Now look at the comments real quick, right? Okay. You see, and the girl realizes, she like, you see what the girl said? Hold on. Where's the girl's comment? Hold on. You all see this one, right? Right here. Do you see this one? Why does it look like this on my screen? Why I can't, why? Why are the comments appearing on this side? I don't get it. Okay, you see this girl right here? She said, girl, think long and hard before buying your next bag and definitely make sure it has a strap. I'm like, exactly. Like, you know who you are. You know what you like, but you keep buying the same bags over and over that have the same problem. Like, what are you doing? Right? So now let's go back to her husband again. Let's go back to her husband, the man who's giving us an opportunity, right?
Yeah, I wanted to clear something up real quick. I realized I said this at length on Patreon, but I didn't address it in the public. So as you've noticed, I've been promoting Patreon more and more, especially the last week or so. And I never really said why. So I'll just be upfront with you like I was with the Patreon yesterday. Podcast revenue has been down around 70% for me in all my podcasts. Josh, Angel, and Greg salaries are dependent on podcast revenue, and it used to be tremendously lucrative and I was able to pay them and all that type of stuff, but it's downturned tremendously. So instead of having to lay them off or reduce their salaries, I decided to give the Patreon audience and you an opportunity to help basically save their jobs. I'm not even, to put it.
All right. So here you have a man, and I'm not trying to be offensive, but that's the truth, right? Because here you have a man who wants to be a CEO, but at the same time, he don't want to step on his wife's toes. I think it rhymes, right? Right? But a serious dude, instead of trying to finesse me like you give me an opportunity to do what? Opportunity means you're giving me equity, a chance to buy equity. None of this that you're offering, right? But I'm like, because he's so afraid to hurt her feelings, you know what I mean? Because he puts on a pedestal, right? Otherwise, he could have simply said, wife, you're going to sell some of these bags. We're going to take the money, go pay those people, right? This video didn't have to be made. Because I'm like, how can you ask people to donate or to go pay more on Patreon when your wife has shown us that she has wasted over $50,000 on bags without straps when she knows she likes a strap? Tell your wife to sell her stuff, right? But that's socialism for you. That is socialism for you. That is that bad Christianity for you. Like, oh, I don't have to change my life. I don't have to fix my finances. I don't have to sell anything, right? I don't need to check my wife and say, oh, maybe let's scale back on the expenses because we got to make sure we can pay those people. No. Let's make other people pay for it, right? Because he doesn't want to hurt her feelings. So because he doesn't want to hurt her feelings, he's going to now go to the people. He'd rather come online and beg for money, like put his whole manhood out here like this, beg for money, than to tell his wife, this garbage, you're going to sell some of it because that's crazy. Or even the whole time, like, check your finances in your house. Like, women, we are spending too much on these bags because that's not the only thing she's paying for, right? But when you don't have the courage, when you do not have the courage to look your wife dead in the eye and tell her, Maverick, and tell her enough is enough, well, guess what? You're going to have to put your whole manhood on the internet and beg for money. Because when I saw the video of her selling this, I'm like, hold on. If she has so much money to waste on bags, why does Kevin need people's money to go pay his staff? Because most likely he's a socialist, right? And a socialist always think that it's the public's role to give them a safety net. It's somebody else's responsibility to bail them out. Wump. Your wife has enough things in her closet for you to make payroll. Okay? She has enough in her. And I'm like, imagine the Amazon stuff. One time she bought a dress. Like she bought this like very expensive dress. It was like almost like $3,000, right? Just to return it. Oh, I found the dupe. So it looks just the same. So I'm going to return it. Like, okay, but when you found the dress you like, why didn't you look for the dupe first? So I'm like, spending all this money, then you're going to send the dress back, to get a refund, like $3,000-$4,000. Right? I'm like, this makes no sense. I don't know. To me, it makes no sense. And I don't understand how when people were like before people have social media success, right? They were living with less money. And now that they have like a bit more money and a bit more fame, hold on. Now that they have a bit more money and a bit more fame, right? That lifestyle creep is so crazy. And because they don't want to stop the lifestyle creep, they think it's other people's job to come and bail them out of the poor financial decisions. Like, no, you're crazy. Yeah. You know, I'm like, why didn't you tell her to stop? Hold on. He wants me to just like, Maverick is so used to having me to himself. It's too much money. And the problem is, like, I remember the first time I saw the video, I'm like, well, you obviously like a strap. Why do you keep buying all these expensive bags that don't have strap? You're not that girl. Right? But I'm like, so you're spending all this money on bags and your husband is stressing about how he's going to make payroll? That's not nice. That is truly not nice. And I even told you, like, after this video, I'm like, then how exactly are they affording to renew their vows in Mexico? If you can't pay your staff and you need the public to help you pay your staff, right? Okay. Then why are you renewing your vows in Mexico? Because most likely he can't say no to her. You know what I mean? Most likely he can't say no to her. Right? Because you want, oh, happy wife, happy life. Now you're miserable. But like, to me, this is a better, like me, if I knew my husband could not make payroll and I had all this stuff in my bag, I will never let him make those types of videos. I will never. Because I'm like, this is not good. Like, this is not good for his image. It's not good for his manhood. Like yo, because then Anton, all the dudes started making videos about him, how he's begging for money. But I'm like, before I would have my husband come on social media begging for money, I'd rather go sell my bags. Like, it's never that deep. But she lets him make the video. He made the video. He posted the video, right? And then after that, now she wants to sell. Because, like, see, This video is 9 months ago. This video is 9 months ago, right? 9 months ago. And you can tell Kevin didn't want it because it's embarrassing, you guys. Because it shows that he doesn't handle his money well. And that's not good for a man. If a woman is reckless with her money, like, okay, you know, it's not okay, but it's more understandable. We are really emotional, whatever, right? But for a man, a father like this, he's a man, he's a boss, he has payroll to make. For him to come online like this, talk about he can't make payroll and he's giving us an opportunity. Bye. What opportunity? Opportunity means equity. You're not offering us equity, right? So 9 months, right? And now look at her video. Look at her video. Maverick. Okay, you see? Look at her video. She waited 3 months to do this. She waited 6 months, right? She waited 6 months, which means she really did not want to let go of these bags. Because at least if her husband does a video like asking for money because he can't afford to pay his staff, right? You would think she would have made this video 9 months ago. Okay, he's trying to help, he's doing this, he's gonna ask because it's very embarrassing. I'm being serious, it's embarrassing. Because he's begging for money. It's embarrassing for a man, it's really embarrassing. Okay? But I'm like, okay, he's breaking his manhood. He's coming out here. He's exposing himself to ridicule. He's exposing himself to people questioning, okay, what does he do with his money again? Like, where did the money go? How come you can't pay them people? Because I'm telling you, Anton and them, they rode his ass. Like, yo, it was so embarrassing. Like, they just rode his ass, right? So I'm like, okay, if my husband is going to humble himself like that to the world to ask for money, I'm also going to humble myself and sell those bags. Like, it's not the end of the world. They're just bags. Like, it's not that deep. No. She held on to this for like 6 months, which lets me know she was struggling with letting go of these bags. Because the social status that come with these bags is a lot. It means a lot to her. But like, I'm like, I don't know, like the Mel I used to know, she was not like this. Like when they were back in Washington State, she was like, oh, she was very mindful of money. She was even afraid for him to quit his job. But you see what happens to you when you hang around stupid people, right? I'm saying a lot of females, they have friends, or they have female groups they cannot afford to have because them people gonna hurt yourself. But she also should have humbled herself. Like this video, it should have been 9 months old, or at least it should have been like 8 months old, right? But the fact that this video came out 3 months ago, she waited a whole 6 months before she also sacrificed something to help him out. And I'm like, that's crazy to me. Yeah, exactly. You're not even wearing them. So just sell these bags. But I would have sold my bags before telling my husband, okay, fine, make the video. Like, no, let me see what I can do. Right? No, you let the man go first and he humbles himself like this. And pretty much he emasculates himself on the internet. It's embarrassing. You should see the type of videos people made about him once he posted the video asking for money like this. It was really embarrassing. Only to find out that she has over $100,000 worth of bags that she's not wearing. Are you freaking kidding me? Are you kidding me? That's what I'm telling you. If you're a man and you think it's a cute thing to, oh, I'm going to let my wife do what she wants. I'm going to let my wife, like happy wife. Okay, go ahead. Women, we have a lot of foolishness in our head. Go ahead and activate that stuff. Go ahead if you want to. Go ahead. You better be like, oh, happy spouse, happy house, okay? Everybody needs to be happy, not just the wife. But I'm like, there comes a time you have to check your wife. It don't have to be disrespectful. It definitely should not be physical. But you have to let her know, like, wife, it's a lot. This is becoming excessive. Gotta calm down. Are you sure you really need one more bag? Tell me why you need one more bag. Right? Okay, fine, you can have it. Okay, fine, because you don't want to hurt her feelings. Man, fuck her feelings. It is a lot. You see, in 3 minutes, we just saw almost like $50,000 worth of bags that she doesn't wear. And he's right there. He can't pay his staff, but she's sitting on $50,000 worth of bag that she's not even wearing. But why don't you help your husband out? You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be funny, but I do not see myself letting Jimmy come on the internet and beg for money, especially if I have hundreds and hundreds of thousands worth of purses. I am selling these purses. The same way a husband got to be a covering for his wife, be also a covering for your husband. Don't let him come on social media and do all of that. That's crazy to me. You know what I'm saying? That's why Kevin, be quiet. Be quiet. So let me play his video again for y'all real quick. I'm like, you make no sense. Hold on, where is he at?
For you to turn around and look her right in her God-given eyeballs and say, shut your mouth. Just shut up. But if you're a man you ought to be, you'd have been doing that all along. You're supposed to lead your house. You're not supposed to follow her.
You know, I've been married for 20 years, and in 20 years of wedded bliss, I've never looked at my wife and her God-given eyeballs and said, shut your mouth. Just shut up. I never have. You know what's interesting about this? You can hear women in the audience saying, hey, man, there's men too. Yeah, ho, ho, ho. But you also hear women like, yes, I need to be told to shut my mouth. Here's what I've learned. Early in my marriage, I learned everything my pastor says don't apply to my marriage. I used to, whatever my pastor said, I'd be like, Liz, pastor said. She said, I'm not married to pastor. You know what? You right. All right. And my pastor was a good pastor. He was smart. He was intelligent. But what worked for his marriage worked for his marriage. Okay. Now, let me also say this. Just because somebody's a pastor doesn't make them qualified to be a marriage counselor. Some people who are pastors aren't qualified to be that. Be that as it may. I want to ask you women a question. Do you want to be led by a man who tells you to shut your mouth, looks at you in your God-given eyeballs and says, shut up? Do you want to be led like that? My wife doesn't. My wife doesn't.
Yeah, that's why she's spending all money on bags, right? But see what Ken said right here? I agree. If Adam had told Eve, thank you, baby. How much would life be better for women out here if Adam had told that woman, you better not touch that tree, girl. You better not. I'm not saying I'm not saying look at her right in the eyeball and be like, you better not, I'm going to hit you with a club. But I'm saying, though, what Ken is saying right here is real. What would have happened if Adam warned that girl, you better not eat that tree? You better not eat from that tree. You better not eat a fruit from that tree. I don't want to see near. I don't want to see you close to that tree, girl. You best not. Because if you do, we're out of here. Right? But he didn't give this girl no warning. Oh, happy wife, happy life. Just let this heifer just roam through the garden. Do whatever she wants, unsupervised, right? Don't check her. Don't talk to her. Don't give her nothing, like no word of caution, nothing, right? That girl goes, she eats the fruit. Not only does she eat the fruit, he eats the fruit with her. Doesn't even say, wow, what have you done? Oh my gosh. Okay, no. He indulges in the fruit with the girl. Next thing you know, God comes. Next thing you know, curses abound, right? Adam gets cursed, Eve gets cursed, and they both get kicked out the garden. So I don't agree with like the method. Like I don't agree with like the tone or like the method that the pastor is saying, but I understand what he's trying to get to. He's just not expressing himself correctly. Okay. You should not be violent. You should not be disrespectful. But as the men of the household, if you notice that your wife is doing things that are not good for herself, good for you, good for the kids, good for the overall health of the house, especially financial health of the house, you need to say something. Right. You have to say something. You can't be so afraid of hurting her feelings that you say nothing at all. And now you guys are in a bad financial situation, especially that you got to come on social media and ask for money. You have to say something. Wife, you're being excessive. Right? And the same thing, a wife also, if your husband's excessive, you got to tell him also, you're being excessive. We have to, like, I think that's the part of like marriage fellowship is like people need to be able to check each other. Like you're doing too much. You are seriously doing a little too much. Right? And I'm like, it grinds my gear when I see husbands like they just let their wives just like run all over them. You are not doing yourself a favor and you're not doing yourself any favor. You think you're loving her. You're not loving her. Because you're teaching her it's okay for her to do whatever she wants and disregard your feelings, disregard your goals, disregard everything else. That is absolute lunacy. It's never going to end well. You have to tell her. You bought this bag. You told me you didn't like it. Why are you buying another one just like it? Oh, why are you buying 3 bags that looks just alike when you told me you couldn't stand the first one? Send them things back. Ask your wife, yo, do you have a budget or just be buying these things? Because I'm like, if you have a wife, every time she has an impulse buy, it's $5,000, right? What happens when she has 10 impulses throughout the day? She gonna spend $50,000. You are crazy. And I'm like, I do believe that Kevin earns a good living, right? But Kevin is not like Joe Rogan, or he's not like Andrea Cooper, where he has like a 50, 60, $200 million Spotify deal. He's doing pretty well. But is he doing that well? No, because it's a lot of expenses. So you as your wife, as his wife, how are you also being mindful to not stress this man out? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a lot. He should have walked her ass to the garden and be like, okay, this you can touch. This you cannot touch. This, ask me first. But this one, oh, hell no, wife. If you do, I'm going to divorce your ass real quick. It's okay. Because you didn't say nothing. Now she goes to the tree. She eats from the tree. And on top of that, you come and you eat as well. Now, both of y'all got cursed. Okay? She got cursed. You got cursed. And then you got kicked out. So, like, you do have to say something. You absolutely do. Like, what the heck? It's hard. Because running a business is hard. But I'm like, if you know your husband is hard to make payroll, sell these freaking bags. Don't have him come on the internet begging for money. Because that's his manhood. And that's why I said I'm telling you, like, always trying to be the good guy, always trying to be a simp, all that goofy shit. You're not going to win. You're going to emasculate yourself and make a fool out yourself. I'm telling you. Because most women, they don't respect the man they can walk all over. You think you're doing well by just giving her everything she wants. But even God in all his glory, he doesn't give us everything we want. There are many things you'll pray for. God will pick and choose what he thinks you absolutely need. That he'll give you. Many prayers he's not going to answer. You'll be just fine. You don't have to have everything. You need to have what's necessary. Because this right here, it's excessive. It's excessive. I'm like, I don't know. To me, I'm like, that's insane, y'all. That's really crazy. Let me play this other video. I can go real quick. No, baby. You are too attached to me at this point. Okay. So let me finish this right here. So let's go back over here, y'all. Let me play my video again.
Their owner converted to Methodism, got religion, freed his slaves, so he became a free black man. He got the name Downing is associated if you're driving down Route 13 through Oak Hall and you pass Downing United Methodist Church. Yes. That's the family that is connected. That's the family that is connected with him. So Thomas Downing was in the late 1700s. He was growing up in the early 1800s. Not much is known about his childhood, but judging by what happened later, he did a lot of fishing and oystering while down in Chincoteague. Probably a lot of cooking with his mother and grandmother as well, because he really turned it into a pretty incredible story.
But he didn't stay in Chincoteague.
No, it's a little mysterious why he left. There's sort of rumors that the Downings wanted to sort of recontrol the slaves that they had freed. It's not exactly clear. But anyway, he ran off, and he ran off to Philadelphia first, spent a number of years in Philadelphia, then found his way to New York, and then became a house painter and a house cleaner. There's ads in the newspaper that he took out. But he would also go oystering in the early morning and then have an oyster stand in front of his house, which was on Pell Street in New York City. So he had kind of just like a sidewalk oyster stand.
So that was where he got started.
That's where he got started. It took, and it took 10 years before he opened an oyster place, and he did it with such a work ethic. It was incredible. He would go oystering at 2:00 in the morning, and then he would come back, and then he would unload his catch, and then he would take it to his restaurant, and then he would open his restaurant, and then he would cook the oysters, and then he would serve all the customers, and then he would close, and then he would figure out all the books, and then he'd get up the next morning again at 2:00 in the morning and start it all over again.
Okay, so you're still full of a lot of ideas. So tell us about this new approach.
Okay, so I'm going to use a modern day example. You know what coffee shops used to be like back in the day: dark, dingy, full of kind of maybe a little shady character kind of thing. That's what oyster joints were like in New York before Thomas Downing. All they had was like raw oyster or fried oyster. That's all you could have. There were drunks. There was people smoking like crazy. There was fights. Thomas Downing was the Starbucks of the oyster industry. He went upscale. Do you remember when Starbucks came out and everybody's laughing? Who's going to pay $7 for a cup of coffee? That's exactly what he did. He put fancy chandeliers, fancy curtains, carpeting, expanded menu. Or he had one item, it was stuffed turkey with poached turkey with stuffed oysters, expanded this whole oyster thing. And all of a sudden, kind of rich white folks would feel comfortable bringing their dates or their mothers or their business partners out to the place where they wouldn't have gone before, the oyster joint. And they flocked to his place. And all these rich white folks in the 1830s, 1840s, they all mentioned going to Downing's Oyster House in their journals. What's really interesting is how few of those journals, if any, if I recall, even mention the color of his skin.
Is that right?
He was such a big deal, the mayor of New York hired him for the event of the century when Charles Dickens, the writer, came to New York. And they had a huge reception with like 2,500 people. And that was Thomas Downing.
So he was playing and hanging out in New York high society, but he never forgot where he came from, did he?
No, he did not. He was deeply involved in helping widows and orphans, African-American widows and orphans. At the time, there were some really evil people who were kidnapping free blacks and selling them down in slavery. He was involved with another group that tried to protect their legal rights and their safety. He may have been involved, maybe was involved in the Underground Railroad. His son became a big activist in the Underground Railroad. But the one little anecdote that's really great is they had horse-drawn streetcars in New York that day, and there was a day when Thomas Downing, he was renowned for carrying himself with pride. He refused to give up his seat to a white man, a century before Rosa Parks did the same thing.
Wow. Remember the name, Thomas Downing of Chincoteague, and this man here, Jim Duthie of Cambridge, Secrets of the Eastern Shore. Thank you for another fascinating story.
Sorry, y'all. I have to go take care of this baby. Okay.
What's going on, good people? This is Gardner.
So you see
the traditional oyster.
Hold on. You see how this man lived his life, right? And unlike Kevin over here, instead of begging for money, he found a way to create an experience. He got smarter. Because that's what when Anton and them were writing Kevin, they were like, well, why don't you just change your topics? Like, why don't you change your topics? But since Kevin wants to do all the like female-friendly topics, he's not making money off of his podcast also, right? But you see, Mr. Downing, no handouts. From slavery, running away from slavery, it took him 10 years, hard grind, and he had a vision. He was not obsessed with the color of his skin, okay? He gave an experience, honey. The men had a little card on his street, okay, saved his money. Then he built an experience. He built a 5-star resort, okay, for his oysters. Okay. All right. You better learn. Okay, hold on. I don't know. A lot of people don't have good videos on him, but I really think a movie should be made about him. Let me see if she's good at it.
Wix gives you the power of AI to build the website you need.
Hi, and thank you for tuning in to Noir Histoire. I'm Natasha, and in this episode, I'll be sharing what I've learned about Thomas Downing. Born in 1791, died on April 10th, 1866, nationality American, notable entrepreneur and activist. Given the period and the years that have passed, there aren't many details about the early life of Thomas Downing. The year of his birth is known, but not the exact month and date. Downing was born free on Chincoteague Island in the Chesapeake Bay off the coast of eastern Virginia. His parents had been enslaved and were owned by Captain William Downing, but at some point in the 1780s, a Methodist preacher visited the captain and achieved a conversion of sorts that resulted in him freeing his slaves. After freeing the Downings, the captain provided them with work in the form of managing a meeting house that he'd established. Additional income was generated by working the Chesapeake and its shore. This included catching terrapins and fish, raking oysters, and digging for clams. The Downings used the money they made to improve their circumstances. They purchased property, built a home, and had their children educated by a tutor shared with other local children. Downing was about 21 years old when the War of 1812 ended and moved north with the troops. The exact reason for Downing relocating at this particular time is unclear. It could be that he wanted to see more of the world or sought new opportunities, but sources also suggested there might have been some tension with the captain and or his family regarding the Downing's emancipation. This is because several years after freeing Downing's parents, records show the captain purchased at least one slave. Whatever the reason for his departure, Downing eventually settled in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. While living in that city, Downing met and married Rebecca West. He spent some time fishing and oystering before managing an oyster bar. After 6 or 7 years, Downing once again relocated, this time to New York City. The oystermen who operated along the Chesapeake Bay where Downing grew up were predominantly Black. This was also the case in New York City, which was then the oyster capital of the world. Oysters were viewed as food better fit for the poor and working class. This was due to them being inexpensive and frequently served at establishments that were deemed unsavory. Downing started out working on a schooner that raked oysters and then offered them for sale. Eventually, Downing began selling oysters out of his home. He would wake up as early as 2 a.m. and row across the Hudson River by himself to tong for oysters in the Jersey Flats. Later, he bought the best oysters possible from the oyster boats. But given the cheap price of oysters, either of these paths by themselves would not be very financially lucrative. Oyster cellars, also known as oyster refectories, were plentiful in New York City. These were small oyster bars that were typically located in basements or cellars. The oysters were cheap and helped bring people in, but the focus was on alcohol sales, which generated more profits. These cellars had bad reputations as they were often poorly lit and attracted rowdy crowds where fights would break out. As patrons would have to be mindful of their safety and belongings, they were avoided by women and the genteel. A visionary, Downing set himself apart from the competition by creating an upscale environment in his oyster cellar. The business was located at 5 Broad Street in New York City's financial district. Instead of a dim and bleak interior, Downing's establishment was clean and spacious with quality curtains.
And what's the thing they always say in real estate? Location, location, location. Okay. You see that? He's not saying, oh, I'm giving y'all a chance. I'm giving y'all an opportunity. No, the man made it happen for himself. He had a vision. He worked. He did what he had to do. That's why I said he's not a socialist. That's why I said I blame MLK, because before MLK, people are not out here embracing socialism like this, right? People think for themselves and they work really hard to make their dreams happen, right? From slavery to this, raised as a slave, but he has fine taste. Okay, taste of luxury. That's why I said, like, your mind, you can be trapped in the hood, you can trap in slavery, wherever, but you can make your mind go to Wall Street. Okay, all right. And there's a reason why they don't teach about people like that, because then if you heard more about such people, what would your excuse be, right? Someone like Kevin's out here trying to raise money from people. Go in your wife's closet and sell the stuff. Okay, sell the stuff. Okay, and do what you have to do for your show. Change the podcast around, change the topics around. You know, if you have to be more provoking, then be it. Okay, create an experience. But you have a man born in slavery, but he understands location, 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 right? Okay, these people are ratchet. I'm gonna do something more sophisticated where white people can come. He wasn't resentful of white people. He's, I'm gonna use these people, make my money off of them. Okay, get rich real quick. All right. I was like, I want to make a movie out of his life.
Crystal chandeliers, and luxurious carpets.
Okay.
The business offered a wide array of oyster-related dishes and later catered events. Its location and decor attracted an elite clientele. The launch of the Thomas Downing Oyster House in 1825 meant Downing created America's first fine dining restaurant and transformed oysters into a delicacy. The business generated a great deal of wealth for Downing. In time, Downing acquired the properties on both sides of the original address and expanded his operations. These accomplishments on their own are admirable, but pale in comparison to...
So, this is a slave. This is a person born a slave, ran into freedom, right? Worked on the ship, had to be in like Philadelphia for like 7 years, 8 years, whatever. Moves to New York, right? He gets a restaurant in the financial district, and then he goes from being a renter to being an owner of not one but 2 properties in New York's financial district, right? Today, you'll see people out here crying, oh, I didn't have generational wealth. Oh, I don't have this. Oh, racism. Oh, socialism. Oh, somebody owes me. Oh, the government. Oh, go tax rich people. Oh. Shut up. See, he didn't resent rich people. Get it how you get it. Okay, get it how you live. He did not resent rich people. That's why he became rich. He wasn't bitter. You see, I'm telling you, I'm starting to recognize you cannot have what you resent. You cannot become what you resent also. Right? If you want to be a rich man, you have to like rich people. Okay? You want to have real estate, you must like people who also own real estate. Don't be a hater. Study people. Work hard. Believe your turn's gonna come. It took him 10 years. I mean, that's a gruesome schedule to work. That's a lot of work for a person, right? And you have people today, they have so much at their disposal, but they think it's other people's job to bail their businesses out or God knows what. Like, no, make things happen for yourself, right? Oh, it's the government. No, it's not the government. You are responsible for yourself. Make things happen for yourself. Yeah. From slavery to owning 2 properties, 2 restaurants that are classy with chandeliers from Paris, okay? With the fancy carpet from Italy, okay? How many people who, like, he was born with on that plantation ever thought he could do something like this? You see, that's why they say, like, the cattle, they might all be together, but they ain't got the same price, okay? We might be part of the same herd, but we don't have the same price, okay? Believe in yourself. Don't try to be equal. Because he could have said to himself, oh, as long as I'm doing just as good as people who want the plantation, as long as I'm doing just as good as people who left the plantation, I'm good. No, you're not good. Just because y'all on the same plantation does not mean that y'all have the same destiny. Do not be equal to people. Okay? Don't ever let anybody bamboozle you into equality. Equality my behind. Okay? You need to do what you have to do for yourself. Don't be afraid to be great. Do not be afraid to stand out. Just like the middle finger, it really does stand out. It's not equal. Your fingers are not equal. Your toes are not equal. If you're careful, if you look at yourself carefully, sometimes you might notice that you have one leg that is taller than the other leg. I do. Okay? You don't have perfect symmetry on your own body. Why would I ever be equal to other people? Do not be equal. Be inspirational. Okay? Do not be afraid to stand out. What the heck? Equal my butt.
Downing's lesser-known legacy as an activist. Downing was a conductor, and the Oyster House became a major stop on the Underground Railroad.
Okay.
While New York...
See, it takes money. It takes money to help other people. Imagine if he was in New York City and he only had just enough for himself. He couldn't have helped other people. But he became a resource for others because he had money. And not just that. He had the perfect front. Because who would think that in a luxury restaurant, they were like running slaves in the basement? Right? Nobody's going to come looking for those people there. Because I wouldn't think you had the whole Underground Railroad like a luxury restaurant full of rich white people. That was very smart. Hats off to you, man. I'm like, that's a smart man. Because no one is going to think to come looking there. Because you would think, oh, like probably in a poor black neighborhood, they might be more slaves running away. Yeah, sure, right? But would you ever go look in a luxury district for like runaway slaves? No, you would not. No, you would not. And that alone, right, makes you really smart. He used these white people as a cover. Good for him. Good for him.
York's elite dined in one section of the Oyster House. Downing hid escaped slaves in the storage room as they awaited safe passage to Canada. He was also actively involved with supporting a local school for Black children and was a member of the church. Downing also helped establish an organization to prevent the kidnapping of free Black people. After being beaten up for refusing to give up his seat on a segregated trolley car, Downing sued, which helped launch the movement to desegregate the city's trolleys. Thomas Downing had a stroke in the early 1860s and died on April 10, 1866. This was only one day after the Civil Rights Act of 1866 declared all males born in America citizens. Out of respect for Downing, the New York Chamber of Commerce closed on the day of his funeral to enable members to attend. Thanks for tuning in. Show notes and sources are available on the Noir Histoire website by the link in the episode description.
Okay. Now I have somebody else to show you. So this is Robert Singstacke Abbott, right? He founded the Chicago Defender in 1905 with 25 cents, you guys. 25 cents. I discovered this man thanks to PBS, okay? So, 25 cents. And press run of 300 copies, which is about $7.30 in 2020 when adjusted for inflation. The newspaper became a prominent Black publication that gave voice to Black Americans and advocated for racial, economic, and social equality. The Defender covered topics such as lynching, racial atrocities in the South, and the Great Migration, and encouraged Black Southerners to write in for advice. Okay, The newspaper influence is credited with helping challenge racial injustice, promote equal employment and fair housing, and even influencing the Great Migration. Okay, let me show you something. Hold on, wait a minute. Let's come over here. Okay, I think it's this one, right? Hold on.
How much should good car insurance cost you a month? $80? $120? I
don't know, girl.
Nope.
Robert, on this day in 1870, Robert Abbott was born in southeast Georgia to formerly enslaved parents.
Is he?
With a vision to defend African Americans who had been disenfranchised, much like his mother and father, he prioritized education. Abbott studied printing at Hampton Institute and went on to obtain his law degree from Kent College. But after several unsuccessful attempts to establish law offices in multiple cities across the Midwest and struggles due to racial prejudice to support himself as a lawyer, Abbott conceived of a new way he could defend Black people, not in the courtroom, but in the newsroom. In 1905, with an investment of just 25 cents, Abbott founded the Chicago Defender. The launch saw a meager press run of 300 copies, which Abbott himself would deliver door to door. But the outlet quickly evolved into a pivotal resource for Black America. It aided in the Great Migration by printing articles about the benefits of moving away from the South. The Defender also covered important events like the Red Summer Riots. Abbott used creative tactics to extend his paper's reach, like creating a distribution network with Black trained porters.
Okay, so now, so where am I? Okay, so you see, and in today's society, because he became really wealthy, right? So you saw so the school Hampton is actually Hampton University. They changed the name now, so now it's Hampton University, right? He studied printing at Hampton University, and then he goes to law school. Once he gets out of law school, he can't find a job, right? He tried, he couldn't find a job. So okay, I guess I can't be a lawyer, so I'm gonna become part of Black media. Okay, the early days of Black media, right? So like today, a man like that, because he'd be really, really rich, you would see people like the Democrats, Kamala Harris, like, oh yeah, we're gonna tax the rich. We're gonna tax the rich. Is it fair? Is it fair? Right? Is it like a man like that, like that's successful, that makes that much money? Is it fair to say, oh, he needs to pay his fair share because he has more money, so he should be taxed and pay more money? Hold up, wait a minute. Right? It wasn't easy to become rich. He could have given up. He could have committed suicide. He could have, oh, well, I worked and I went to school. I can't find no job. He could have also asked for welfare. He could have asked for support. He could have done all kinds of stuff. No, he built his business. He suffered to build his business, and he became a wealthy man. Everybody has 25 cents, right? A lot of people back then had 25 cents. Why didn't they start a newspaper? Okay? He started a newspaper. So not because he's successful with his newspaper, right? He should pay more taxes. Okay, he should pay more taxes so that more people can have welfare. For what? Take your 25 cents and start a business your damn self. Nobody owes you anything. Like, that's really how I feel. I'm like, that it's not fair. It's not fair. When you talk about raising taxes on the rich, a lot of people are rich. It's all kinds of color of people who are rich, right? And many of them, they work really hard to have their money. Why should I be taxed? We all have the same 24 hours in a day. Right? He don't come from privilege. His parents were enslaved. Okay? His parents were enslaved. They were slaves. He studied printing. He did what most people could have done, but they chose not to do. He started his business with 25 cents. You don't have 25 cents? Even today, it's like, okay, it's $7.20. You ain't got no $7.20. All the time you go to Chick-fil-A. Well, there you go. That could start a business. Okay? But they'll be like, oh, no, we need to make rich people pay their fair share. We need to tax the rich, tax the rich. No, tax yourself. How about that? How about you ask the government what they done with your money lately? Why do people who make more money have to be taxed more? Because they dare to be successful, because they were relentless, because they didn't give up. Okay, they didn't give up. They believed in themselves, right? Believe in yourself too. Go build something, start something, and let you be successful. Then tell me if it's fair for people to want bad things to happen to you because you dare to do something for yourself. That's not okay. I'm like, why do y'all want to tax these people because they make more money? It's giving jealousy. It's giving envy. It's giving you're bitter. Because like everybody here has talents, right? Find what your talents are and make something happen for yourself. And if you notice carefully, Everybody I'm showing you is before Malcolm, what's his name? Is before MLK. Because he turned people into socialists. Okay? All these people happened before 1960, whatever. Okay? No, go somewhere. Like, no, you're not about to tax this man.
Because of Abbott's strategy and the content of the paper, by 1916, the Defender's circulation reached 50,000. By 1918, 125,000.
Amen.
And over 200,000 by the mid-1920s.
Amen.
Success of the Defender made Abbott one of the first self-made Black millionaires.
Exactly.
Abbott would pass away in 19...
And then you're going to have these Democrats talking about, oh, yeah, tax the rich, the rich should pay their fair share. You see how this man suffered to build his business? You see how he suffered all the rejection he had to go through? He didn't want to be no damn newspaper person. He wanted to be a lawyer. But he couldn't do that also. So he's like, okay, fine. So because sometimes there's what you want to do and it's what you have to do. So he went with what he had to do and not what he could do. Because he couldn't be a lawyer. They want to hire the man. Okay? But he wasn't resentful. He made the best of what he had. Okay? And by being so successful, he created jobs for other Black people. All these people you saw that he hired, all the other people that he made rich and stuff like that, he did that because he believed in himself. How many people out here, they squander money? Even people who are on welfare, how many of them make it their business to buy a book to read about financial literacy, to buy a book to read about investment? No, they just want to stay on welfare. They never do anything for the most part to learn financial literacy because, oh, well, I have welfare. I'm going to have welfare forever. No, you need to, you should want to grow. You should want to evolve. Like welfare should not be for a whole life. It needs to be like, okay, it's there to hold me down, but while it's holding me down, I'm going to make it my business to learn more about money. I'm going to learn about having a budget. I'm going to learn about living below my means. I'm going to see what kind of business I can start. The goal should be to get off of welfare, not to want more welfare. Okay? That's the problem of socialism, is that when you give people their first $500, they're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe the government gave me $500. But within a year, it's like, oh, well, can I get $700? Then they want $1,000 because they don't want to get off welfare. They want to know how to get more money from welfare. No. Welfare is meant to hold you when you go through a bad season. But your goal should be, okay, within 2 years, I got to get off of this. Within 3 years, I got to get off of this, right? You need to aspire to get off of welfare, not become a welfare queen or welfare king. And teaching kids that it's okay to wait for the government to buy food. That's just insane. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, people were not like this. And I'm like, and that's why I told you, but last time I got distracted last time. And I said, like, when it comes to Dr. King, like he truly killed the entrepreneurial spirit in Black people. Because he made them feel like, oh no, you need to get a job, get a government job, work for the government. The government owes you a check. Nah. Be an entrepreneur. Get to the money. And that's why when you listen to a lot of Black people, when it comes to politics, they always want like, oh, what the government gonna do for me? No, you need to ask these people for financial opportunities that you may build your business and go about your business. Like, leave me alone. Because my thing is, if more people had businesses, you would not want to pay higher corporate taxes, right? But because people don't have money, because people don't have businesses, they want to punish people who do. That is not okay. That's a sick mind. You're jealous of them. That is not okay.
1940, leaving control of the paper to his nephew. The Defender has since transitioned to a digital platform, but continues to serve the Black community. And in 2014, it was recognized as the second most widely read African-American newspaper by a Nielsen survey. So today, we celebrate the contributions of Robert Abbott and the Chicago Defender. And that is for the culture. Thank you for watching Prime and have a happy and safe holiday.
My to-do list used to look like this. A jumbled mess, projects back to back, and I would waste so much time.
What and where's the other man we had found? Like he had to he owned real estate and then he had a bank. Was it in Baltimore? Remember him? Oh my gosh, I forgot his name. I need to write his names down. No. Yo, remember that? We watched the video. Oh my gosh, I can't remember his name. And I watched so many videos. I'm not going to find this man. Hold on. He had a bank. Remember, he bought real estate, was in Philadelphia. I can't quite remember. Ooh, Lord Jesus, help me. What? Where's my mouse? Something is happening to my mouse right here, child. Where is it? It can't be dead. No? Hello, baby. Oh. Where is it? Child, where is my mouse? Also, I think my mouse is dead. Oh, no. Well, y'all can see me. Where'd my mouse go? I know. Sorry, y'all. My apologies. I think my mouse is dead. I need to charge it for a little bit. Hold on. Mouse is off. Oh, my apologies. Hopefully you can see me. No. How do I change pages? I know. Hold on. I'm just looking for this video. Okay. Where is my mouse? But I didn't tell my mouse was down, eh? I know. Sorry. It's okay, little baby. It's okay. I know. You're so sweet. You're such a good little baby. Who's a good little baby to mommy? Huh? Who is? No one is like Maverick. No one is like Maverick. Yes. Yeah, I'm having. Okay, now. Oh gosh, I was like, "Where's the mouse?" I need to find this video. Hold on. Remember we watched the video? Oh my gosh. Oh. I will find it though, but it's okay. Jesse Binga, yes. Thank you. See, your auntie remembered. Hold on. Be nice. Thank you, Lonnie. Thank you for remembering. I was like, what the heck? Yes. Thank you. There you go. Thank you, Lonnie. You're a good student.
Picture this. You're sitting at home alone watching YouTube videos, wondering why you can't find the motivation to do the things.
Welcome to Little Known Black History Facts. Please like, share, and subscribe to the channel.
Thank you.
Jesse Binga, the rise and fall of the richest black banker in Chicago.
Okay, Chicago. Okay, good.
Jesse Binga opened doors for African-American Chicagoans. Outside of politics and policy, few figures in the Bronzeville neighborhood of Chicago loomed as large as Jesse Binga. Born in Detroit in 1865, Binga learned his father's trade of barbering and spent time working in a lawyer's office. In the 1880s, Binga moved to the Pacific Northwest, working as a barber and making some money in real estate speculation. Arriving in Chicago in 1893, Binga began buying up rundown buildings, fixing them up, and renting them to Black tenants. Binga would repair, renovate, and maintain them himself. He was able to rent out his properties at a premium due to the influx of African Americans from the South. In 1905, he took out a long-term lease on an apartment building, which resulted in the mass exodus of all the white tenants, a practice which later became known as blockbusting. Within 15 years, Binga was one of the richest African Americans in the city, and in 1908, he started his own bank. In 1910, he married Eudora Johnson, the daughter of the richest Negro in Chicago, policy kingpin John Mushmouth Johnson. In 1917, he bought a mansion in the Washington Park neighborhood. One of the Southside's leading Black bankers and real estate men, Binga was the first Black to live in this section of the Washington Park. His home, as well as his bank at 36th Place and State, were repeatedly bombed by whites who sought to halt the movement of Blacks into Grand Boulevard in Washington Park. It was an all-white neighborhood at the time, and when racial tensions heightened in 1919, the house was bombed on 7 separate occasions. Each time he refused offers from whites to buy him out and rebuilt the house. He hired round-the-clock guards and offered a $1,000 reward for the bombers, but no one was ever arrested. In 1908, Jesse Binga opened the Binga Bank. The Binga Bank became a major financial player in Chicago, competing with the white banks. He joined the Chicago Clearing House, an association of bankers created to help support each other in times of trouble. The bank was the first to be owned and run by an African American in the North. Because of his bank, other Black-owned businesses were able to establish themselves in the area as well. Binga's bank staff included highly educated, skilled Black professionals from top-tier academic institutions like the University of Chicago, the University of Michigan, and Oberlin College. Jesse Binga was revered in the community, and his bank loaned money that allowed Blacks to buy homes and start businesses. As a landlord, he provided places for tens of thousands to live. He wrote a column for the Chicago Defender and published a booklet of his sayings and thoughts on how to be successful. Binga also established the Associated Business Club, where Black entrepreneurs could network and listen to lectures from high-profile business owners in Chicago of all races. His ongoing philanthropic interests included donations to the Young Women's Christian Association, as well as a number of historical Black colleges, including Fisk, Howard, and Atlanta University. In 1929, at the high point of his successful rise, Binga, now in his 60s, began seeking funding for a second bank, this one with a federal charter. He purchased additional property in the area of his current bank and sold shares in the new banking enterprise to investors. Binga was able to get a state charter for a second bank and opened the Binga State Bank in 1921. To accommodate his growing fortune, Binga purchased more property at that location and had an even grander structure erected. Known as the Binga Arcade, this 5-story state-of-the-art office building housed the entire Binga empire, as well as other Black-owned businesses. Binga owned a block of real estate that was known as the Binga Block. It consisted of a group of storefront apartments located west of State Street between 47th and 48th Streets. In this strip of property was a milliner shop, a barber shop, a drugstore, photo studio, fish market, beauty salon, florist, music store, a novelty shop, and a tailor shop. In the ensuing years, and with his meteoric rise in standing among Black Chicagoans, Binga emerged as a leading symbol of Black capitalism and economic hope. However, trouble was brewing on the horizon.
You heard how she said Black capitalism? She didn't say Black socialism. Okay? Okay. All right.
When the Great Depression hit, Binga's bank was in trouble. Depositors began pulling out their money, and people who had lost their jobs couldn't repay their loans. Binga tried to keep it afloat with his own money, but that soon ran out. He appealed to the Chicago Clearing House, but they refused to help. Many had problems of their own, and others saw a way to get rid of a troublesome competitor. In 1930, regulators closed the Binga Bank, one of hundreds of Illinois banks to collapse in the Depression. Binga's problems weren't over, though. Auditors found sloppy accounting and accused Binga of embezzlement, even though he had lost all his money trying to save the bank. After the first trial ended in a mistrial, a second prosecution convicted Binga, and he was sentenced to 1 to 10 years in Joliet. In 1935, at age 70, he entered the prison to begin his sentence. But in 1936, Clarence Darrow, the famed attorney, appeared on his behalf before the parole board. The pastor of St. Anselm Catholic Church presented a petition in favor of parole signed by 10,000 Black Chicagoans. Some had lost their savings when his bank folded. Jesse Binga was released 2 years later. Binga was broke and had lost his banks and properties. He took on the job as a handyman at the Catholic Church. In 1941, he was pardoned by the governor of Illinois. He returned to his South Park Avenue home for which arsonists could not drive him. But by the time he died in 1950, he had moved in with a nephew. Although his bank and the Binga Arcade are gone, his home remains. But perhaps the most eloquent memorial is the judgment Darrow offered the parole board. I have known Binga for 30 years, and he is a man of fine character. He lost his fortune trying to keep his bank open. Binga died at age 87, still revered in Bronzeville.
The financial secrets. Don't be fooled by this shabby hat. Beneath this hat hides a top business acumen. This little black boy named Bernard is a shoe-shining boy, but pay attention. He chooses to set up his stall in front of the bank intentionally so that his customers are all rich white people.
Is he?
He doesn't care about the little money.
Is he? He doesn't resent them. He's like, oh, F white people, they're racist, they're all racist. Yeah, they might be racist, but they have the money. They have the money. You can either resent white people and be excluded from money, or you can learn to deal with them, okay? But good for him. Because the job is to infiltrate, it's not to be a hater, okay?
He earned by shining shoes. He works slowly so he can hear the financial secrets white people are talking about while they wait. As soon as they leave, the little boy would write it down in a notebook. All he really wants is the valuable financial knowledge he heard from them. From a very young age, he knows that his lifelong dream is to become a banker. This is Texas in 1939, a place where black people are oppressed by severe discrimination.
What year it is? 1939. MLK has not made a scene yet, okay? 1939. Understand that is capitalism. It's going to get you out. Whatever you're going through, you need to embrace capitalism. Number two, right? You need to be around people who have money. Because how you going to learn about money if you're around broke people? Okay? To know money, to understand money, to become wealthy, to have money, you need to be around people who have money. And fortunately or unfortunately, the majority of them are white people. And in America, many of them are Jewish people. Okay? Let me add that point. Right? So if you resent people, they're not going to let you in for you to understand how they did it. So you cannot resent people that you have to learn from. How you going to make it? And that's the problem with a lot of people who have a socialist mindset, is that they resent wealthy people. Because they feel like, oh, they're taking something from me. This unfair. What's unfair? What's unfair? Nobody gives you a business. Like, you got to work hard to make your business a thing, right? A lot of business fail. Not that many of them succeed, right? So if somebody succeeds in business, they must be good at something, right? So why are you resenting people? What's fair is like whatever you put in, that's what you get out. Or you, I mean, for the most part, right? But it's like you gotta be willing to work hard, and you gotta be willing to try over. And sometimes you gotta be willing to try over and try different things to see what actually works for you, right? But he wasn't resentful.
His father tells him sadly that his dream is impossible, but Bernard's eyes show determination against all odds. 15 years later, the grown-up boy moves to Los Angeles with his wife, Eunice, and children. The racial discrimination here is not as serious as in his home, so he decides to start his business here. The family of 3 has to live in a dilapidated utility room of one of his relatives. Still, Bernard promises his wife that they will move out soon. He starts as a real estate agent and searches black community in Los Angeles is overcrowded, while the white community still has many empty houses. Black people have rental needs and financial strength, but there is no market. This is a great business opportunity for real estate speculation and renting. He sees a white-owned apartment with weeds on the front door, obviously not in very good condition. Still, only he sees the advantage of the house's location, which is adjacent to the black area. He goes to the owner and says that you only rented out half of the apartment, so why don't you sell it to me? I'll give you $30,000 now, and I'll give you another $5,000 when I rent out all the rooms. Although the owner admires his idea, he doesn't want to do risky business. Bernard expresses his understanding. Before leaving, that night, he receives a call from the owner. The owner asks him, "Did you use my name to try to get a loan?" He has no choice but to apologize. Unexpectedly, the owner doesn't blame him but admires his belief that he will not give up until his goal is achieved. The owner decides to guarantee the
And you see, I'm trying to be funny too, right? This is not like a white people apologetics, but you see, who made a way for him? It was a white man. Cause like if I'm like, child, like we have to be honest. White people have access to the money, so you can hate them, but you're gonna be outside the club, the money club, right? It's like he was shining shoes for white people, then hate them, right? Now you want to do business, you gotta go through a white man. You want to get a loan, gotta go through a white man. Gotta use a white man's name to get a loan from another white man. You know what I'm saying? And the white man's like, okay, fine, I respect your hustle. Like, sure, I'm gonna help you. You know what I mean? That's why you should not have hate in your hearts towards people. Do not be bitter. Do not be resentful. Don't have hatred, because you never know who might help you. Yeah, just saying.
loan for him as he has foreseen. The building is quickly filled, and Bernard gives the negotiated follow-up payment to the former owner. The former owner admires Bernard very much and offers to start a business with him. Bernard chooses the house and calculates the income. The building is quickly filled, and Bernard gives the
And you see, and in today, with these black Marxists and these black communists and these black socialists, no, they're not good people. What would they say to you? Oh, you a coon. You a Uncle Tom. Look at him. He's doing business with the white man. I swear, these people are so stupid. This is why you don't listen to people who don't understand money. I don't like, it's really hard because I'm telling you guys, if you want to be successful, if you want to make a lot of money and have your dignity and be an intelligent black person, you're going to have to cut a lot of black people out your life. That's number one. Number two, you're going to have to stop listening to black people, and you're going to have to stop listening to what they think of you. Because one thing I've had to admit is, like, we are really miserable, and we'll do anything. We'll use shame tactics. Like, we'll threaten to revoke somebody's black card because we really don't want to see people have a better outcome than we do. Right? Because if you know that you got to be around white people to make money, then you have to get around white people to make money, right? When you start calling somebody an Uncle Tom, a coon, whatever, because you see them close to white people and they're trying to understand money from white people, because white people have had money longer than black people. So if you don't get close to them, how you gonna understand that, right? You see? So it's like, no, they know if you get closer to white man, you're gonna make more money. And they act like it's about the culture and they care about blackness. It's about the ancestors. No, they just don't want you to try something new and have a better outcome, because a lot of them are seriously jealous. I've made peace with that. That's why the young lady, Michaela, that got called to speak at the Trump event, I'm very happy for her. I am really glad that when she met Trump, she jumped on it. She was very polite. She didn't try to be a crazy ass black woman. Oh, you a racist. You call somebody an animal. It ain't got nothing to do with me. She met the man. She greeted the man. She told him, thank you for helping me. Thank you for sending money to Clark. Because you sent money to Clark, I was able to pay my tuition. Okay. And because of that, she made an opportunity for herself. And while Meg Thee Stallion was over there twerking, Michaela had a full outfit on. And she spoke to people. And now her videos all over the place. Millions of views. She had a better moment than a really popular female rapper. And I hope Trump gives her a job. And I hope she's really well paid. I hope she makes a high 6 figures. I hope, like, from that moment, like, it just starts a whole career for her in, like, politics, whatever it is, right? May she not have any more debt. May she pay off all her student loans. I was so happy for her. I'm like, good for you, Michaela. She was like, yeah, my parents don't like Trump. My parents are Democrat, but that had nothing to do with me. I was like, good for you. forge your own path. I'm so happy for her. And I hope he keeps her on the campaign. And after the campaign, I hope they keep that girl. And I hope that she stays with these really rich white people so she can learn how they think, how they live, how they send their kids to school, how they pay the least amount of taxes. Learn as much as possible from them. Sometimes to be successful, you got to get away from your own people. You know what I'm saying? You got to get, because what Black people will shame you. They'll torture you. They will bully you. They'll call you all kinds of coon because they're miserable. Because honestly, if they could all be friends to Trump, if they could all be on that Trump plane, okay, and live like Trump and know a billionaire, they all will be like, yep. You see, they go crazy for these ratchet ass rappers. That's how you know they fake. They go cuckoo gaga crazy for these basic ass rappers who barely have any money. How you think they would act if they actually met a billionaire? And Michaela, she met a billionaire. How often you meet a billionaire? They were all over here laughing and kiki kakaing when Carisha was getting peed on by Diddy because he was a billionaire, right? Allegedly, right? Carisha getting peed on, but they telling you, oh, when you meet Trump, who's actually a billionaire but don't pee on the people, oh, he's a racist. Oh, shut up. Shut the hell up. You listen to all kinds of killers out here, right? Oh, the majority of your playlist is a bunch of people who kill Black people. You have no shame about it, but you want me to feel some type of way because I met a white billionaire. Oh, he a racist. Okay, he gonna teach me a few things. What you got for me? Nothing. They got BBLs for you. They got nudity for you. They got promiscuity for you. They got you out here doing all kinds of abortion. They don't have nothing good to offer you. I said what I said. They will never elevate you because they can't see someone do better. They want you to have the same problems, make the same mistakes, struggle with the same issues, don't have a dad for your kid. They want you to don't be married. They want you to have the same problems they have because they are miserable. They are miserable, right? But a man like this today, if they were to see him today, they'd call him Uncle Tom because he's doing business with a white man. Right? But at the same time, when you open your business, they're not going to come support you also. It's like you can never win. If you have a business and you say, okay, you're going to cater to Black people, they're not going to support you because God forbid you make more money than they do. So they're not going to support you. Then when you decide to start dealing with white people, okay, fine. Since y'all don't want to support me, that's okay. Let me go work with white people. Oh, no, you're Uncle Tom. They want you to fail. They don't want you to be successful because that don't make no sense. Because you'd be like, you know what? I don't like it, but hey, if that person can help you, go for it. Just don't forget where you came from. That's all you should say to a person, right? That's why I commend every Black man who has left the Democratic Party and who's not being a Republican, because over there, they'll show you how to start a business. They will show you how to apply for an SBA loan. They will show you how to put a loan. Like out there, they are capitalists. Republican people, they like making money. You know, you can have a job, but a job don't make you rich. You know what I mean? And it's not even enough to have a job. You need to have connection. So all the Byron people, I support them. I go for it. Even if he doesn't pick you as a VP, it's not a big deal. At least you're there and you see how things are going. Maybe your kids will have more than you can, right? But if messing with these white people allows you to send your children to the Ivy League, do it. You don't owe nothing to Black people. The same Black people, an entire year, they're not going to read a single book about financial literacy, investing your money, how to maximize your 401k. Black people do not care about financial literacy. Do not listen to these people. Because they think, oh, well, as long as there's Medicare, Medicaid, as long as there's Social Security, it's the people who constantly wait on federal programs. Do not listen to these people. They don't want to be rich. They want to be wardens of the state. Like they want to go from one plantation to another plantation. They don't want to be independent. They don't want to build powerful businesses and hire other people and actually make a change. No, they just want to be taken care of. And that's wickedness, right? To just sit there and ask somebody to give you a handout when you could truly start a business and hire people. We should all want to have businesses so big that we can hire other people. No. You're selfish. Since I can't have, I don't want nobody else to have. What if most business people also became socialists, right? A lot of jobs will not exist. Why is the job market so bad? because we're teaching people to stay at home and wait for government handout. Because truth be told, even the stimulus package, it ruined people. It made people not want to work. And now you can't get them to go work again. But imagine if everybody was a socialist. Nobody would have jobs. So I'm like, to me, I'm like, capitalism itself is not bad, right? It's like, it's excessive greed that is bad. Excessive greed is the problem, right? But people should want to start something. And you should want like what you start to be so great that you can create jobs for other people. Look at all the Black people who don't work. They need jobs, but you can't make jobs out of thin air. You need money to start a company. And when you have a company too, if you're too busy paying taxes, that's less jobs that you're creating. They don't understand money. This is why I don't discuss politics with a lot of Black people, especially Black women. It's a waste of my time. Like it really is. Like I guess like it's me because I had a business. Like a lot of things I understood. I'm like, wow, because even though I was not as successful, but I do feel like when you have a business, it changes your mindset so much. Like, wow. So this is how money works. So this is how taxes work. Like you understand stuff because you know what it is to have a business and you know what it is to make payroll. There was a time I was making payroll for like 10 people, maybe more. You know? But I was like, and I really do feel like maybe if I had more business, you know, my dad's a damn socialist over here, right? So he can't help me much. But imagine if like when I was building my business, if I had like a network of more business people. And I tried to do that with most Black women. They were so mean, you guys. They're so nasty. I'm like, oh, this sisterhood. It's a bunch of bullshit. They're so jealous. They only want to be successful. You don't be successful. They want to tell you how well they're doing, but they don't want to see you do. They don't want to see you do good. I'm like, y'all crazy. But if you get close to white people, it's also a problem. Like what do y'all want? Like, no, they want you to fail. You know what I mean? They don't want you to be successful. They want to pull you down. Because it's a bad thing to wish. It's a bad thing to wish socialism for a person. Why would I sit here and wait for a government handout? Why would I sit here and, oh yeah, go tax the people so they can pay me? Go tax these people so I can have some money. I don't need you to tax the people. Show me how to do it. I can do it for myself. Right? Like me, I will pay a lot of money to be around like some successful Jewish people. Yes, I would. I will pay a lot of money to be around some successful Arab people. People that are not Black. No. I mean, a few Black people, but not too many. Like they would need to be like really, really, really wealthy. But like the Instagram Black people that are, I don't want to deal with them people. Like someone like Mr. Pebbles, like Don Pebbles, yeah, I want to meet with him too because I've always looked up to him. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, do not listen to Black people. If they find out that you're getting close to a bunch of white Jews, they're going to be mad. Because they know if you keep rubbing, because you know, the thing about money goes like money, it's all about rubbing shoulders, right? So it's like they know if you guys listen to me, right? If you hang around 10 rich people, let's say you even have bad credit. Let's say you have bad credit. Let's say you just like you like your business is not doing well, or you know, you don't have as much money. But think about this. Think, right? If you hang around a lot of rich people, if you hang around a bunch of rich people, right? Say like you got like 5 rich Jews, right? You have like 5 Arabs that are also very rich. Okay. What do you think gonna happen to you within a year? You might not be as rich as them, but a lot of things are gonna change. Right? If you get to hang around 10 rich people for a whole year, you are gonna be a different person. Your conversations are going to change. Your interests are going to change. You might be someone you probably never even read the stock market. Now, because you hang around all these rich white people and they're always talking about stocks and bonds, now you start caring about, okay, well, what's a stock? What's a bond? Because you don't want to sound stupid, right? They might start talking about estate planning. Okay, now you don't have any money. You have no money. You ain't got no damn estate child, right? But you're like, wow, what is that? So you start looking like, exposure, right? When you're exposed to things you've never seen before, it changes your mind. You're like, wow, I did not know this was possible. And that's the thing with most Black people. They don't want you to know. They don't want you to know because they're doing bad, because they completely effed up their credit, okay? Because they ain't got no money. They don't want you to have money. Because they have a bad attitude. They can't get next to white people. They don't want you to get next to white people. I know you're lying. Because they don't save their money. They want you to spend all your money. Brotherhood, sisterhood, my Black ass. Brotherhood and poverty. Sisterhood and poverty. What does that look like? If I'm already poor, why I need what? If I'm already poor, why do I want my brethren to be poor people? I'm already poor. That's enough. I don't need to be reminded by my brethren that we are truly poor. If you are poor, you should want to be friends with rich people. Make it make sense. Right? Do you want to stay poor or do you want to be rich? Because if you're poor and you hang around poor people, all they're gonna do all day is blame somebody else for why they poor. Oh, you see what she bought? I don't even know why she spent all that. You see that? I don't know. Well, I heard she made this much money. Well, I heard she stole money. That's all they do all day. Blame other people, talk bad about other people, curse other people who have money. That's all they do. They're constantly resentful. And they make you feel as though, oh, you see, they did you wrong. They did you wrong. They did you wrong. Oh, shut up. Be quiet. When you go around rich people, like really rich people, they'll tell you like, yeah, I failed at this, I failed at that, but I got back up. You know what I'm saying? And that's one of the reasons why, you guys, I'm being serious. That is one of the reasons why I really like Trump. Because I had a hard time with failure. Like I really had a hard time with failure. I used to be such a perfectionist. So like I took failure bad. Like, oh my gosh, like I had a mistake or I had a setback. It would take me forever to recover. Because I took it so personally. Like I felt like a mistake was like, it spoke about me. Like it's something wrong with me. Like I have deficiencies. I'm not good enough. It's like, no, sometimes it's like it happened. Shake it off. You got to get back up. But it would take me forever to recover. You know what I'm saying? And so like when I look at Trump, for example, and all these court cases and everything they threw at this man, I'm like, damn, he's still standing? Because me, I would have given in. I would have gave up. I would have gave in. I would have gave up. Because I would have felt so overwhelmed because my dad, for example, like he never showed me how to fight. And I told him that one day. I was like, isn't it funny how when I call uncle, because I have another uncle, like, you know, his name is Moses, but it's Moise, like from Moses from the Bible, right? But my uncle, like when I call him, y'all, he is gangster for real. He'd be like, niece, that's how it goes. Like, da, 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 da. You can call this man, you can be so sad. When I tell you the way he gonna hype you up, but the thing is, my uncle, like he went to military school, like his entire like what's it called? His entire K through 12, right? He went to a military school. My dad didn't. My dad went to like a classical, like engineering kind of school, but he didn't have a military upbringing. When I tell you my uncle is gangster, oh my gosh, I love him. See, Marlene, I love a man who's not afraid to be a man. I love a man who talk big shit. And he's not afraid to talk big shit because he can back it up, do something, see what happens. I want you to try me, bitch. He is crazy. Well, it's like my dad. If you call my dad and you've had a setback, he'd be like, well, I don't know. Okay, I guess. Like what? My uncle be like, nah, fuck that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because, yeah, like, you might want to give up because you sad, right? Like, I mean, you sad, so of course you want to give up. But the reason why you call somebody, because you want them to cheer you up, like, nah, fuck that shit. You got it. Man, fuck these hoes. They ain't shit. Like, oh, really? Like, nah, they ain't shit. Don't be afraid, niece. Like, you got this, niece. I'm like, okay. Oh, I got this. You know, and I told them that. I'm like, that's why when I go through stuff, I don't call you because you don't know how to be gangster. Like, what is wrong with you? But he's a socialist. Oh, gosh. I don't tell him stuff anymore. Because he's very passive. Because he's a damn socialist. Oh, you know, it's okay. You don't have to be like, it's okay. Like, yeah, you need, like, Lonnie, he is unhinged for real. He'd be like, niece, what's up? Like, crazy. Like, he is insane. I'd be like, oh, do you know what happened with these? Oh, man, fuck these bitches. Oh, One day I called him because I'm like, if you see what these girls out here doing to me, he's like, man, fuck these bitches. Man, oublie ces filles. He's like, Niche, you got this. Believe in yourself. Wump. My dad will never hype you up like this. And look at this socialist. Okay? He's a socialist. I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't like it. But it's like, for me, it's like, I even told my sister that yesterday because she was here yesterday. And I was like, you know what? I wish Trump was my dad. No, I'm being serious. Like, say what you want, right? But I'm sure, like, when you're a child, no matter how old you are, if you see your dad, like, all this stuff happening to your dad and he's not giving up, I think somewhere you have to be like, wow, my dad's impressive. Because I don't like, how do you put up with all these court cases? I mean, the court cases, they try to get $450 million bond at this man. He had to finesse, okay, like he got it down to like 150. I'm like, even 150. Where did you get the money from? Right? Well, I tell you, my dad would have died. My dad would have died. He's like, oh, it's too much. I'm gonna die. He would have given up. My dad would have gave up. Like my uncle, he probably would have acted like Trump. He's not giving up for shit. Like when they had the coup in the Ivory Coast, he had to leave because he was working with the president, so his life was in danger, right? So he left. My uncle was rich as shit, you guys. Like he had money. He was like me. One time I even spent $1 million taking this goofy ass team because he took the Ivorian team to something, like, because he's really into basketball, right? He paid $1 million out of pocket. I said, but damn, like he talked big money, like, oh, he a real gangster. And let me tell you this. No, like one day I will do a video with him. I might have to like translate. But when I tell you he is gangster for, like he's a real soldier, like he bout it, like he's like Master P. Like he's a real soldier, like it's in his blood. Because his entire education, he went through military school. Like we have this, like they have this very prestigious like military academy in the Ivory Coast. He went there from like K through 12. That's his entire education. My dad went to a nerdy school where all you gotta do is be a nerd. And I guess you play a little bit of basketball, but you're not really active. Okay. You don't put in that work. Okay. All right, cool. So when he left, he was a refugee in Ghana. From being super, super rich to like sleeping on the floor because he couldn't go back. He slept on his mattress on the floor. I'm like, this is a man that like had like private jets. Like, y'all, the man had money. But when you talk to him, it's like nothing happened. You wouldn't even know he was struggling. 10 years. I thought my dad would have died. My dad don't have it in him. He don't have it. He's a socialist. He's a socialist. He does not have it in him. Child, that man would have passed out. He would have passed away. I kid you not. But my uncle, he stays serene though. You can call him at any time. Tell him what's happening in your life. Like, girl, he's like, Niche, you got this. This is small. Blah, 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 blah. I'm like, big shit. Like, he talk big shit, right? He's not afraid of people. I'm like, you should never be afraid. You're a man. Why are you scared? You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, when I see Trump, I told my sister yesterday, I was like, I wish my dad was more like Trump. I really do. No matter what happens, don't give up. If they throw all these cases at you, do not give up. They shoot your ass. Don't give up. They call you Hitler. Do not give up. I'm like, this man is impressive. Me, Marlene, there are times like my mental health was not that strong. Like I know I'm smart, like I'm very intelligent, but I wasn't mentally strong. And so things like it got to me. And when it got to me, I would just shut down. But I would just shut down because I didn't know how to fight back. I'm like, how do you fight through this? And you call your dad, here he is on his goofy ass socialist. Oh, it's not that bad. Oh, I guess it's okay. Like, no. Should have been like, Marty, what you need? I got you. Like, you want me to come to New Orleans? Like, nothing. It was like, oh, it's okay. Oh, it's okay. I'm like, what the heck? Like, what is wrong with you? My mom, she's a fighter. Like, but she's a woman. Like, I guess too much. Like, I would have preferred it if it came from my dad. And it has made me very sad. And one day, I got so upset at him, and it came out. I was like, why is it like you? Like, you're always so passive. You're always so passive. But I had to make peace with that. I'm like, that's what it is. So like, if I need reinforcement, I'm calling my uncle. I'm not calling my dad. Like, he's a waste of my time. Like, I know it's messed up, huh? But you gotta know how to fight. Like you have to know how to not give up, and you have to learn not to give a fuck. I gave too many fucks. I used to give way too many fucks. And that right there, it made me weak as fuck. It really did. When you give too many fucks, you try to please people, you don't want people to say bad things about you, it will make you weak as hell. Because to be great, you have to learn not to give a fuck. You got to free yourself from people. You guys, I swear, well, oh my gosh. I wish I could call him right now. He probably will pick up though, but he can't. Like, he speaks French though. He don't give a fuck. Like when he's really tall. Like when he comes in, it feels like there's a dark cloud in the room. Like, oh. So like he, and like, so what happened was, this is what happened. Let me tell you what happened, right? He's not my blood uncle though. He's my dad's like best friend, kind of. Like he's like almost like a childhood friend because they play basketball together. So my uncle, like, he had a job. Like he used to have a really good job. Like he was making great money. He wasn't rich though. He wasn't loaded, but he was making good money, right? Okay, cool. One day he decided to quit his job. When I tell you, my dad, my mom, everybody was so confused. Like, what the heck? He said he gonna quit his job and be a pastor. That God told him to serve the Lord. I said, huh? So they were all, I remember those conversations because they were all shocked. My godfather was shocked. My dad was shocked. My mom was shocked. My auntie, like, yo, everybody was like, he's lost his mind. It's a cult. This is not a real religion. It's a cult. It's a cult. Right? And so he went and found the man who will become like our next president, he's like what, our fourth president, Laurent Gbagbo. Right now. So they went to the man's house. He said, God told us you're gonna be president. Everybody thought they were crazy. Like, y'all crazy. People really thought he had lost his mind. Like my godfather was like, because my godfather's a Gemini, right? He was like, no, that's it. He's lost his mind. This is a cult. He's like, Leo, he has joined a cult. This is a cult. Like they really thought he had joined a cult. Like, because it was really frightening. How do you have such a great job and you just quit your job? Are you insane? With kids. You guys, lo and behold, the man becomes president. My uncle was right. So then everybody who thought he was crazy, now they're trying to finesse, like, oh, we want to go meet the president. Da, da, da. So I think he was a little bit upset at my dad because my dad didn't believe in him. My dad like questioned his thought. But I'm like, uncle, like, you got to forgive him because the man's a socialist. Okay. The man is a socialist. Like, he's not going to see life the way you see life. So you got to forgive him because that's crazy, right? So I don't even know how we connected. But I was like, yo, he's so cool. Because I was a kid back then. I was a kid. So now I'm talking to him. I'm a lot older. I'm married. I'm older, whatever. And I even had to tell my mom, like, Uncle Moses, like, he's what's up. Like, he is lit. She was like, yeah, your uncle went to military school. I was like, I see the difference. He don't give a fuck. And I hope they unfreeze, because they froze his money. Y'all, he got money. I said, oh, Lord Jesus. He's not afraid. So, like, you go from, because I'm like, I guess, like, when he had money first, Maverick, let me tell the story. When he had money first, he quit the job because he was making a lot of money. Like, he had a great job. Y'all, he had a great career. He walked away, became a pastor because he said God told him that this man going to be president. They made it happen. The money from like private jets, this, that, ba, 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 ba. I mean, so much money. My dad didn't have access. I'm like, how you gonna have access to him? When he quit his job, did you believe in him? Did you encourage him? No, you socialist. God damn Libra. You damn socialist. Okay. Maverick, what's up? You freaking socialist. Okay. Of course he was. He was upset. Because y'all made him feel like he was crazy. You didn't believe in him. You thought, oh, just hold on to your job. I don't know. I need to ask him. I'll text him. But my godfather is. So my godfather thought he was crazy too. They all thought he was crazy. Like, I think that really hurt it. Because when he made it, when it actually came to pass, he didn't have time for nobody. I remember one time we were at my godfather's house and he pulled up. And my dad was trying to finesse like a little connect. He was like, child, bye. You know what I mean? But so my dad held the grudge. I'm like, how you gonna hold the grudge? Like, you gotta see where he coming from. You didn't believe in him. But then once his dream came to pass, now you want him to open doors for you? Nah. You need to apologize first. Like, yo, fam, I didn't believe in you and I'm sorry. I should have trusted you. It just came off like you lost your shit, but I guess you were right. My bad. Right? But for me, he picks up though. Because I'm like, I love his mind. Like, you understand? I love people who are not afraid. Like, I love people who are not scared. Like, that's just me. Like, nah, fuck that shit. Do not be afraid. Right? So I'm like, Trump, I just not to, I was really upset with the whole Obama thing. I was like, oh, F this man, he racist. But then I was like, hold up. This man doesn't give up, though. Like, he does not give up. And I was like, what the heck? And you know me, I'm not a hater. I'll give you credit. Even if you're racist, I'll give you credit. But I'm like, this is really impressive. I mean, they had court cases after this man all over the place. I mean, that's it, but damn. I really thought he was going to get arrested. I thought he was going to go to jail. But it was like, slowly but surely, like everything started working in his favor. Like every case started to go left and going left and going left. And I was like, and what really made me feel like maybe God really has favor over this man with Atlanta and Fannie Willis. Child, the way that thing, it went from her trying to prosecute him to her getting prosecuted, her whole life being exposed. I said, what is going on with this man? He doesn't, Candace too. I'm like, these people do not give up. And I was like, if I had a dad like that, if I had a father that had that type of like tenacity, if I had like friends like that, yo, I would have been so far gone. Because you have to learn to forge ahead. No matter how bad it gets, no matter what people say about you, right? Like I used to be so afraid of people being upset at me. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, they used to hold me captive. Like, what people say, are they not gonna like me? Well, like, oh my gosh. Like, I was such a prisoner. People talk about, oh, Trump this, Trump. I'm like, child, please. Joe Biden tried to be president for 30 years. Trump tried the first time that Trump tried to be president, he got it. Okay. Believe in yourself. Another first, she was like, oh, but Martin, all his businesses failed. He filed for bankruptcy. I'm like, girl, my business failed. What you trying to say? Okay, like, girl, what? Make no sense, right? But that's the point. That's the whole point about being an entrepreneur. But because you're not one, you're not going to get it. Many entrepreneurs, they fail. They've had many failures. You only know the one that actually succeeded, right? But many entrepreneurs, before they actually got to the one business that they're actually known for, they've had plenty of businesses that failed. It is what it is. Right? So it's like what people call a failure. It's not really a failure. It's a learning. It's like you learned something. Me, I learned a lot. The stuff I did, I learned a lot. I learned a lot about people. I really learned to read people. I learned like when you don't have money, hell, you better have relationships. You know? So like that really got to me. And I'm like, I love the fact that he doesn't give up. You know? And I'm like, I want to be like that too. I really do. And I hope I can put that into my kids. But I'm like, his children have to be really proud of him. Not of everything he's done now, because he, a little cheating daddy, but I'm saying like seeing their dad like this, like in the news, being sued left and right, being called Hitler, and he still shows up. And I'm like, to me, honestly, and I'm being so for real, whether Trump wins the election or not, in my eyes, honestly, he's a winner. Because I have never seen anybody in politics, American politics, do what Trump has done. I've never seen this. I've never seen a president, a man who wanted to be president. The first time you run out of nowhere, you never served office, you get it. Okay. Number two, I've never seen anybody who wants to run for office or anybody who's been a president, understand social media the way Trump understood social media. Twitter. 80 million followers. Instagram, 27 million followers. I'm like, but damn. He builds his own stuff. Like he can talk directly to the people. He does not need CNN. He does not need MSNBC. He doesn't need Fox. He has direct access to his followers. I'm like, yo, like we've never seen this. I've never seen this. All these cases, he managed to get out of these cases. So I'm like, whether he wins the election, I mean, I would love for him to win, but I'm like, whether he wins or not, when have you ever known somebody to make people care about politics this much? And that alone makes you a winner. Like, even if they vote for Kamala Harris, even if Kamala gets hired, like she gets elected, she only got elected because they didn't like Trump. So once again, because of Trump, she gets something. It's the same thing with Meg Thee Stallion, right? Like love Nicki Minaj, hate Nicki Minaj, right? If it wasn't for Nicki, she wouldn't have had a number one. So whether you are friends with Nicki or you make Nicki your op, if Nicki responds a good way or a bad way, you're going to have a number one record. And that right there makes you a legend. When Nicki got involved and did her diss record, Bigfoot, his went to number one. Has she not responded? Right? Hold on. No, baby. Just go to sleep. Had Nicki not responded with a comeback, with a diss track, hits would have never gone nowhere. But because Nicki responded, people went and supported Meg Thee Stallion out of spite for Nicki Minaj. And once Nicki went quiet, the entire album flopped. What'd that tell you? Nicki's an icon. When she hates on you, you're going to win because she hates on you. People who don't like her will support you out of spite, will support you out of spite for her. But ultimately, it's because of her, right? When you see all the people out here with their Trump derangement and they're so obsessed with, oh, I'm voting for Kamala Harris. They never even cared about Kamala Harris. Okay? Where were they in 2020 when she was running for president? They didn't even care about this girl. Now they care about her so much. They fighting for her blackness. Wumpty wump wump, and all of that is because of who? Because of Trump. Because if Trump was not in the picture, they wouldn't care for that girl. So all that, even so, her career, everything that's happened to her now is because of Trump. And nothing is because of her own merit. And she knows this. I'm like, girl, even if you do become the first woman president, you became that because they were out of spite for Trump, not because they believed in you. Nobody believes in you, sis. They know you're mediocre, but they've told themselves anything but Trump. So once again, because of Trump. And I'm like, history will always remember this man. He will be studied in high school, in middle school, in high school, at colleges, at grad school levels. Like he's going to be studied because nobody's ever done it. Nobody knows me like you, okay? Nobody's ever done this to American politics. Like when I first moved to the States, we thought Bill Clinton was a big deal. Obama showed us that you could have way more hype than Bill Clinton. But the kind of hype that Trump has, no, I have never seen this in my life. Like when he went to Atlanta, when they indicted him in Atlanta, he had to go in there and take a mugshot. The man pulled up in Atlanta on his own private plane. He is the first American president who didn't even stay at the White House. It's too basic for me. I'm too rich for the White House. Most politicians, they can't wait to live at the White House with their broke asses. Because most of the politicians who become presidents, they all have student loans. They all have student debt. They broke people. They owe money to the government. Trump like, no, I'm not staying there. Even the salary for the White House, he didn't take it. Like, what am I going to do with $400,000? It's too small for me. Obama sure did take it. Biden took it. I'm sure Kamala's looking forward to it. He didn't take the money. He didn't take the salary. He did not stay at the White House. So I'm like, it's giving broke. But imagine you get indicted and you pull up on your own plane. I said, but damn. My Lord. I never see it. You turn yourself in, and it's not a private jet, y'all. It is a private plane. He just got J.D. Vance another plane. So J.D. Vance, his plane was on the tarmac with Air Force One. So he walked over to Kamala Harris. She walked so fast up them stairs. I'm like, why are you hiding? A whole coward. I'm like, big bank, little bank. This is government money. Trump, that's private money because he made something of himself, right? JD also got money from them rich people in the tech world, whatever it is, right? But what kind of man, you know, he gonna go turn himself in. He pulls up on a private plane with his name on it. Then they have the whole motorcade for him to go to Fulton County. They took his fingerprints. They took his mugshot. He rolled back in his motorcade, got back on his private plane, and went back to Mar-a-Lago. I said, but my goodness, this is amazing. I said, oh, Lord, I wish I had FU money. And that's what makes them mad, because the majority of these politicians, they are government workers. They are federal employees. The most they ever made in their lives was like, what, $200,000? Even Jerome Powell at the Treasury over there, he don't make more than $200,000. So I'm like, they mad, they broke, they mad. They living paycheck to paycheck. And they look at somebody like Trump, like, oh, his daddy made him. Well, that you mad that your daddy didn't make you? What the fuck was your daddy doing? What the fuck was your father up to that he could make you also? Okay? Make it make sense. But the majority of these people, they're government workers. Okay? They're W-2 employees. They don't make a lot of money. I don't even know how much the vice president makes, because the president makes $400,000 a month. Even the Supreme Court justice, they make like $250 a year. It's not that much money. So when you see Trump, he like, it gives like nepotism, the child of a rich man, those rich kids who their parents gave them everything. So these people are hella jealous. They are mad because their daddy didn't have money for them. Kamala Harris didn't even talk to her daddy. Let's start there. She didn't even talk to her daddy. And maybe her daddy didn't give her nothing for college or for grad school. That's why she had to go sleep with Mr. Willie. Because maybe her dad didn't have nothing to give her. Because he's a college professor. Mostly, maybe he's a socialist also. Maybe he's like a socialist out there because he's an economist, right? So maybe she was raised by a socialist. But she has finer taste. She has finer taste, right? So that's why maybe she had to go sleep with Mr. Willis. Right? Right? But when you look at Trump reminds people of the kids. That's what I really thought about. I feel like for a lot of people, Trump reminds them of the people they went to high school with, like those rich kids they went to high school with who had the car, they had all kinds of money, they wore nice clothes, they had summer camps. I think he reminds people of what they didn't have growing up, and it triggers them. Oh, because you'll ask people like, what did Trump actually do to you? They can't answer you. And I'm like, I think because you know what it is, right? He reminds you of the little punk you used to be in high school. Right? You know how like people be like, you'll have the nerds, like, you know, high school, like you'll have like different crowds in high school, but everybody really is like envious of like the jockeys, like, you know, people who like play sports, who have the like varsity jacket, and all the girls are into them, and their parents have money, and they always have the after party, or they always have the how you call it, like the tailgate at their house, you know, like that's what he reminds people of. That even though we went to the same high school, we had different groups, like we had different strata, like we had, you know, it's a pecking order in high school. And I feel like Trump, he takes people back to high school when they were powerless. And he's a Gemini, so of course he's gonna be blunt too, though, right? I'm like, how he trigger you? Why he trigger you so much? But me, I was like, yeah, I wish my dad was more like Trump. I'm being so serious. I wish I was more like Trump, right? Maybe I was still like, maybe I would have been further ahead. Learning to don't give a flying F. Do not care. Do not give 2 F people say about you. You know what you want and you go for what you want. Obama made fun of him. Obama said you would never be president. He said, oh, really? Watch me. Okay. And he made it happen. Like, you know, and now for the rest of history, Obama and Trump's picture, they will always be side to side because he comes right after Obama. Obama was 44. He was 45. He's not scared. Like he gonna pull up. You say pull up over here, show up at the CNN debate. He gonna show up. Come over here to the, they asked her to come to the Fox debate. She don't want to come up because she's scared. Trying to be something she's not. She's not a big shot. She's not a person who can like get in the ring and be like, you know what, it is what it is. We live today or we die today. It is what it is. Like either way, I'm okay with it. She don't have the heart. She don't have it. And that's one thing I love about Trump. I really do. I admire that in him. And I think the majority of people, low-key, high-key, they also admire that in him because it's been impressive. The number of court cases they've had against this man, it is insane. They have to resort to like stupid ass stuff. Oh, 34 counts. I'm like, if you ever read those counts, it's ludicrous. Like, what is this? It's the same thing 34 times. And I'm like, when do you ever know that a prosecutor will bring up charges against a person and they get convicted of every single charge. Nothing was dropped. 34 charges, and he was convicted of every single one. I ain't never seen this though. But even with that though, he keeps forging on. Talk about, oh, you gotta pay what, like a bond of 450 million. He's like, I'm not doing that. He filed an appeal and he got the bond lowered to 150. He gave her the check. Like, here you go. Another DA, another frustrated DA with mad ass student loans. A hater. It's a bunch of hating ass people who work for the government. They make low money. They make like low six figures. They bitter people. They bitter. Because imagine like her, she wants him to pay a $450 million bond. Has she ever even seen $1 million? No, she hasn't. But she thought she could ruin the man. But he still went and got 150 though. And he gave her the check. Here you go. Here you go. 150. Have you ever seen $150 million in your life? No, she hasn't, and she never will. Because she's a hater. And that's what it is. When people don't have money, they want to create expenses for you to drain you of your money. Because they're haters. Yes. No, he's very resilient. Okay. I'm like, you see? Because you're not successful. You had to be elected to know what power feels like. You had to be elected. All these people, Fannie Willis, all these people, right? They had to be elected. When it comes to Kamala Harris, she had to be selected. She couldn't even earn it for herself, right? Hating ass people. They're so hateful. That's why they tell you, stay away from broke people. Because they're jealous. And they'll do everything in their power to cause you to lose your money. Because they want you to be just like them. I'm like, this is ridiculous. I've never seen anybody ask nobody for a $450 million bond. I'm like, that's $500 million. Like, what is this? It's utter lunacy. And you all see this, these people, these black DAs over there in New York City, they make what, like 150, 175? They're just jealous. People are, and I'm like, people are truly envious of rich kids. And that's why rich people stay together. And that's why rich people send their kids to school with other rich kids. Because God forbid you send your kid to school with regular people, they're going to poison your baby. Because people are so envious of rich children. They really despise kids who grew up lucky. Like people who grew up privileged, they really despise those people. I'm like, are you sick? They didn't choose to be born wealthy. It is what it is. Life is not fair. So work hard and make sure that your kids are growing up wealthy. And life ain't fair. Life ain't fair. Like, what the heck?
Negotiated follow-up payment to the former owner. The former owner admires Bernard very much and offers to start a business with him.
Amen.
Bernard chooses the house and calculates the income, and the owner also moves from an apartment block to a mansion shortly after, providing a happy life for his beloved family. This is his wisdom.
You see? And even that too, huh? This man, oh, look, he left to go live with white people. He left black people behind. Okay, he went and moved up in a white neighborhood. You know, I'm like, a man like this today, they will talk so poorly of him. Like, you see, before MLK and his foolishness, he's going to be celebrated. And today's time, a black man like this, they will talk so poorly of him. Because unless you're a rapper or an athlete, you know, that's who they have respect for, right? But if you're a black man and you get your money through hard work, intelligence, and grit, and you do work with white people, they will talk so poorly of you. Oh, he kisses white people's ass. Oh, you know, he's kissing white people's ass. Oh, he hates himself. He hates himself. He hates himself. He wants his kids to grow up around snow bunnies. He don't like black people. Okay? But when LeBron James does it, it's okay, though. Because they pick and choose who's allowed to be rich. And that they're going to be comfortable with. Yeah, they're going to question his blackness. Call him that he's gay. It's giving zesty. Okay? It's giving zesty. Because the only people who are allowed to be rich are black people who are athletes or black rappers and degenerates, right? The more, if you're, oh yeah, that they don't mind because they know the money not going to last because you're a degenerate, right? But this black man right here, they would today in today's society, they would talk so badly about him. Oh, he think he white. Oh, he changed now. Oh, he think he better than. Oh, he look like a Republican. Oh, he a coon. Oh, he a house Negro. Oh, he Uncle Tom. Oh, shut up. The first thing you must do as a black man is think about your family. And if they got better school districts for your black children in a white neighborhood, you better take your black children to a white neighborhood. Put your kids where they can actually be successful. F this loyalty to blackness. You be loyalty to your family. You're not responsible to carry black people on your back. Let them carry themselves. They got a bunch of books on Amazon. They can learn to read them. Okay? They got a bunch of podcasts on YouTube about finances. They can learn to stop watching Love and Hip Hop and start watching podcasts about how to manage your money better. You don't owe nobody nothing but your family, but your children. Okay? So if you feel like there's a better school district for your kids and it's around a bunch of white people, take your children to a better school district. If you got to go move a bunch of Korean people, yes. If you got to move to a full-blown Korean neighborhood, if your children have to start speaking Korean, 어머니, sarasol, okay? Because that's the best school district and the people there are competitive and there's a different culture. Take your kids around them Korean people. Sarasol, araso. Okay? You don't owe them nothing. This whole black culture, black sisterhood, black brotherhood, we all we got. No, we're not all we got. I'm all I got. Okay? Because they only love you. They only want to do sisterhood and brotherhood when it's for miserable conversations. They want you to hate white people. I'm not going to hate white people. I'm going to hold white people accountable, but I'm not going to hate them. Because I never know when I might need a white person, or one of a few white people. You always need white people. Come on now. Don't hate them. Hold them accountable. If they got something wrong, correct them. But don't hate them. Let them know. Okay? Y'all see me. Sometimes I do get white people who come in here, and I let them know. I don't appreciate when you say things like, oh, slavery happened all around the road. I know slavery happened everywhere. That's not the point. Don't say that. But after that, we can move on. But I will correct you. If I don't like something you say, I will correct you. It's never that deep, right? But it's like you need white people. You need Asian people. You need Arab people. You need all kinds of people. You need to be exposed. Because anybody that comes from a different community, they can expose you to something you didn't know existed before. And you need that. We all need that. Who doesn't need that? Okay? But this is what you're supposed to do. You got to maneuver things to make things better from your family. He left Texas. He moved to wherever he moved to, LA. They were living with family in a squabbly type of room. He told his wife, I'm gonna make things better for us. Then he bought her a mansion in the Beverly Hills. Point blank, period. He didn't have to pee on nobody. She didn't have to get peed on. So if he had to work with a few white people, then so be it. Okay? So be it. Exactly. If these black influencers befriended Alex Earl instead of bullying her, they could have secured a major bag, but no, just hateful. Yeah, that's all they do. And they want you to join them in hating these white girls. I will not hate these white girls. What they don't know, just tell them like, oh, can you fix that? Can you work on that, right? But they can be your ally. Why you gotta make everybody your enemy? Because they're so bitter. They're so bitter. They want you to hate white people because they know white people have the bag. White people have the bag. We are so loving, but young black people have to sell drugs to eat. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. And all these black kids who are selling drugs, right, to make it out the hood, whatever, if they were in a predominantly white neighborhood, they wouldn't have to do that. Because white people be like, oh my gosh, you're so gifted. You're so talented. Here's a scholarship. There's a program in my school, right? White people, when they see that you have gifts and talents, they help you to find an avenue for you to be successful. Child, they stay looking for reasons to hate people. Oh, a white person can't say the N-word, and that's fine, right? But in the same breath, she'll turn around and call another black woman everything but a child of God. So it's okay for you to be disrespectful. It's okay for you to use racial slurs. It's okay for you to defame another black woman, but God forbid, right? When the white man uses the N-word, now they want to be all self-righteous. Oh, go somewhere. Go somewhere. We're not falling for that anymore.
When someone discriminates against him, he will not punch back, because then he will fall into other people's game rules. Economic and maximum profit is his ultimate goals.
Exactly.
However,
you hear what the man said? He said irrational economics. Rational economics. Black people. Emotional politics. Oh, I'm voting for her because she black. I'm voting for her because she a vagina. I'm voting for her. Yeah. You see? That's why you don't listen to these people. Play by your own rules. Black people, oh, but she black, so you got to vote for her because she black. Oh, she went to Howard University, so you got to vote for her because she black. You cannot listen to these people. It's like a bad episode of Boondocks in real life. Do not listen to these people. I kid you not. Okay? Like they know this girl forever. Do not listen to them. I'm telling you, their ways will send you straight into poverty. Okay? They will send you straight into poverty. Yeah, Mamala. Rational economics. Right now, I'm here. How do I get to the next level financially? None of them are thinking about how they're going to fit. No, they're all struggling with gas price. Everybody right now is feeling the economy. We're all feeling the economy, my behind included. Okay? Everybody's feeling the economy. Gender. Oh, she black. Oh, she AKA. Oh, she a divine nine. Chap. This is how you know. You need to wash your hands of these people. Wash your hands of blackness. Wash your hands. Your number one preoccupation is, if you're single, it's your financial health. Maximize your financial opportunities. Fix your network. Find a way to be around very successful people. Okay? Work on your credit. Either you make your credit higher or you keep it as high as it is. Right? Maximize your savings. Increase the number of financial books that you're currently reading. Make sure that you find a good financial podcast and listen to it at least once a week. Write down your 5-year financial plan. I'm telling you, you need to wash your hands of this blackness. Listen to me carefully. These people right here, they don't care about money. And people who don't care about money are a financial liability. They are reckless-minded people. They are wicked people. It is a wicked thing to not be concerned about financial matters. I'll show you guys some podcasts. Do you hear me well? I'm telling y'all this, right? You need to wash your hands of this blackity black stuff. It is no longer your business. Because these people do not care about finances. Whereas we know we are in America. It is a capitalistic nation, right? We are in America. Money matters. Money is power. So if I don't have money, I will be powerless. Why would you want that for me? Right? Why would you want that for yourself? You need to play by your own rules. And I'm telling you guys, I'm being so for real. You need to sit down and think about what is your 5-year financial vision. Like, where do you see yourself financially? If you say, oh, Maureen, in 5 years, I want to have $250,000 in my bank account. I want that for you. If you want $500,000, I want that for you. If you want $1 million, I'm telling y'all, you guys, nothing is impossible. It requires a plan and it requires discipline. I have seen things, okay, on TikTok. I have seen people make millions on TikTok out of nowhere. I have seen people make money on YouTube out of nowhere. Like, you will be surprised. But like I said, if you resent money, you will not see the money. If you resent rich people, how you going to be a rich person yourself? You can't curse a thing and want the same thing. Wish well to rich people, because one day you're also going to be rich. You are also going to be wealthy. I'm like, speak wealth over yourself. I am called to be a wealthy person. I am called to understand money. I am called to master money. I am called to be like what's it called? A financial boon. Like, money is coming my way. To speak that over yourself. You are going to be wealthy. You will not die poor. You will leave something for your children and your grandchildren. Believe that and speak that over yourself. And once you start talking like this, and once you start praying like this over yourself, you are going to depart from these people. I kid you not. Money is abundant. Money is a mindset. And so you got to be around people who share the same mindset about you with money. All of these people here, all they care about is having an abortion. Look how limited they are. People want to have abortion because, oh, I don't have money. Then make more money so you can keep your baby. You can create do you know how much people love babies? You can be pregnant. You can rub on your bellies. You'll have millions of views because people love babies. You can be pregnant today. You have no money. Start a YouTube channel. Start a TikTok. You'll be surprised how much like the financial blessing that the baby can bring to you. People can love your baby so much. They ask you, oh, do you have a registry? Can I help you with the baby? Because that's how people love babies. No, you're so afraid of money. You go and you get rid of your pregnancy because you think small. You think small. You think real small. Okay? I could have been like, oh my gosh, like I'm losing weight. I have my life. I want to be pregnant. I'm like, okay, fine. Come along, baby. We're here. We manage. Right? But a baby can open doors for you, especially on social media. People love children. People love these goofy, cute baby videos. I watch them every night. They're so cute. Okay? Children can bring you money. Don't let these people scare you. They are small-minded people. They don't think big. They're not creative. When they have a bill, they get scared. When they need money, they get scared. They don't believe in themselves. Don't you be scared. Exactly. Like there are so many videos on YouTube, especially shorts with babies, 140 million views, 14 million views, 3 million views, 2 million views, right? You don't have to get rid of your baby because you don't have money. No. Ask God, ask this baby, help mommy make money. Let's think of something, right? But I'm like, if you study social media, you will find your own formula. But I'm like, there are so many pregnant women out here who make money with babies. Because people love babies. They love these little suckers. They're so cute. People love babies. Right? But you got to use your mind. But if you resent wealthy people, if you resent learning about money, if you're lazy when it comes to money, you're going to be poor, busted, disgusted, and frustrated. And now you're thinking, oh, they got to go tax the rich people. Go tax the rich. No, we're not taxing no rich person. Because I want to be rich one day, and I don't want to be taxed. Yes. I want to be extremely rich one day. I don't want to be taxed. I don't want to pay for nobody to stay home and eat free food on my money. You better get up and get a job. Okay? If I can hold the baby and do a live, so can you. Get to work. Point blank, period. Right? But this man today, he would have gotten disrespected up and down, up and down, up and down. You have to be money minded. We'd all, like I said, if it's not this Sunday, maybe like next Sunday, we're going to write our 5-year vision for our finances because you need to have a vision. Like the Bible says, write your plan, write it, write the vision, write it. You need to write your vision. Hey, Shaniqua, what's up, my love? Thank you, babe. Thank you. Right? You got to have a financial vision. And when you start having a financial vision, you'll see. This blackness, it don't work. It don't go together. You'll see. And even all these black celebrities who are all multimillionaire. If you think these people vote Democrat, you are crazy. What rich person gonna go vote to pay more taxes? Who does that? Who does that? You really think Beyonce gonna go vote Democrat? She lives in a $200 million house. Okay? She does her own makeup. She is known for not paying her dancers well. You think Beyonce want to pay more taxes? You think Jay-Z gonna pay more taxes? You think Tip want to pay more taxes? I remember years ago when he was on the panel, it was a revolt panel. It was Tip, Candace. He was going really hard on Candace because he wanted to act like he's so loyal to the culture. Hypocrite. But then he was like, oh, but one thing about Republicans, though, I love how they feel about taxes. I said, yeah, now you tell the truth, right? So all these famous black people lying to you. Oh, I'm with her. Nobody's going to go vote against their own self-interest. Like nobody. Nobody who has millions of dollars is going to go into a booth and vote to pay more taxes. Why would they do that? They're going to make you think they're going to be Democrat or they're Democrat or they vote Democrat. But I promise you this, though. I promise you this. They're going to vote Republican because they don't want to pay taxes. Nobody wants to pay taxes. Nobody ever will. It's like, oh, I'm gonna go take a gun and shoot myself in the foot because the person next to me is paraplegic. I mean, I feel bad for you, but shoot, I want to use my legs, right? Nobody will do that. You're not gonna go intentionally cut off your legs just so that you can go join the Paralympics. You're not going to do it. So why would someone who has lots of money go vote for more taxes? Like, stop believing everything. Oh, just because somebody said, oh, no. It doesn't make sense for a very wealthy person to vote Democrat. No, it does not. And you know, they're like, oh, I support Kamala Harris. But when she talks about raising taxes on the rich, I'm sure they're scared. Like, oh, because she's talking about you. Okay? Like, please stop. Please stop the madness.
However, life does not always go smoothly, and challenges can arise at any moment. So Bernard finds Joe, another black.
You see this? Today, with these black socialists, oh, let's do a protest. Let's start marching up and down and do all kinds of foolishness, right? All kinds of foolishness, right? Oh, the system holds against us. He didn't do all of that. He didn't go cuss people out. He didn't run to his social media, bashing people, doing the protests and breaking things. No. He simply said, I'm going to buy this building. I'm going to buy this building. I don't have to make an announcement. I don't have to cuss out white people. I don't have to be the whatever. No, I'm going to buy this building. I just need to find somebody that I can link up with and we can make this happen. And like, you see this. And it's like, and these are people who are really suffering real oppression. Today, you have people who they suffer oppression through social media. They're not even really oppressed themselves, actually. Many of them live in like middle-class neighborhoods, suburban neighborhoods, and they manufacture all this oppression and this hatred for white people, right? And they're so chaotic. They don't create jobs. They don't bring wealth. They just destroy things. That's all they do. It's just be destructive. It's like you. What have you built? What do you intend to build? Okay? Do you create jobs? No. Their protest is always going to the streets and being rambunctious and destructive, right? Their protest is never to say, we're going to start creating jobs. No, because that actually requires order. They just want to be chaotic. And today we have a lot of performative activists who honestly do more harm than good because they are destructive and they are chaotic. They have they don't have a bigger vision, which is, right? We have to elevate people financially. The biggest F you can give to someone who has oppressed you is by becoming richer than that person. He understood. You see what I mean? And also notice, and this is what happens when you have a movement, not trying to be offensive, when you have a movement that is led by sound black men versus a movement that is led by chaotic black women. These black women out here, the quad, the squad, whatever you call them, they are so chaotic. And these people right here, when I tell you the backlash, just like with these Zionists, the stuff they're doing to Palestine, trying to be, oh, this is anti-Semite. They're going to create real anti-Semitism. The stuff Israel is doing to Palestine, they think they know what anti-Semitism is. By behaving the way they are behaving towards Palestine and not stopping what they're doing, they're going to create real anti-Semitism. Wait and see. It's the same thing. All these crazy, unhinged black women activists, that foolishness they're up to, they're going to create real backlash against black people. It's coming, y'all. It is coming. There's going to be a severe price to pay for all this unchaotic, unruly ass behavior going on. You see, AIPAC is getting rid of one black congressperson at a time. They got rid of Cori Bush. They got rid of the guy from New York. They are getting rid of these people one person at a time. They will get rid of all of these people. That's phase one. Phase two is going to be a social backlash. I'm telling y'all, because being an activist does not mean being loud. Being an activist does not mean being chaotic. And a lot of people think activism means loudness, being chaotic, marching up and down, doing all kinds of crazy stuff, right? Because these people are full of themselves. You think they're trying to help black people? No, they're trying to be famous. They want to be seen. These are insecure, insignificant people who take advantage of very unfortunate circumstances, right? To make a name for themselves by being loud, being chaotic, and ultimately stealing money. And there will be a price for that too. I'm telling y'all, it's all coming. The backlash is coming. But being an activist also, it does not mean you got to be loud. Activism could be like, what I see, I don't like. And because I don't like, I'm going to change it. And the way I'm going to change it is by becoming the employer, becoming the owner of the property, becoming the banker. That's real activism. Why is it that activism does never mean creating jobs for Black people? Just want to be loud, be like, oh, a white person has to post a Black square. All these white people posted Black squares during Black Lives Matter. And where we at? We are still back at 0.0, right? Because the best way to get respect out here is by being rich. People respect money. I didn't even know that AIPAC was all the way in Israel. I thought they were here. No, come to find out, they're not even registered as a foreign agency. But from all the way out of Israel, they control the Congress. They're getting rid of these Black Congress people one at a time because they put money into campaigns of their opponents and they make sure that the people have way more money for their campaigns. So Cori Bush, she's the second or third victim of AIPAC. They're not done. They're going after Rashida, the Palestinian one from Michigan. They're coming for her ass next. So all the Quad members, they're going to be gone. AIPAC is putting so much money up to get rid of these people one at a time. You guys, there's always correction. Correction always occurs. And that's why even when you can do something, don't go overboard, because if you go overboard, the correction will also be overboard. Everything happens within balance, right? And that's why for the majority of the time, you don't let these females just go out here and just think they can run everything. No, it's out of order. Right? But you see how he protested? And that's what you call being an activist. But he's doing his activism through business, through the world of business. Because if you change access to the money, if you make the money more accessible to Black people, you've done way more. You've done way more. Screaming, asking for Black squares on Instagram. What does that do for people? Does that help me get a mortgage? Right? Does that help Black people get loans? Does that create better school districts for Black people? No. You need money. When you look at the majority of these white allies, these white female, them white liberal ass women, they never give money. They always give words. Well, I support you. Okay. If a Black woman says something, let's just be quiet. And I was like, yeah, I got a white girl to shut up. That's all you want. You have not asked this woman for money. Ask her ass to take you to her rich ass uncle who has an investment fund so he can write you a check. No. Because all you want is performative stuff. Because it's mostly women. It's just their ego. They have no strategy behind their asses, right? Or they're on social media asking for foundation shade. Another thing. They want foundation shade. I'm like, how ridiculous. I'm like, they're so dumb. They're so stupid. It's a bunch of bird brain people. You can really tell who went to college, who didn't go to college. And you can tell who went to college, what they studied, what they didn't study. And you can tell who had this type of GPA and who had this type of GPA. What does a foundation shade gonna do for you? Right? What you should be asking for is more money for Black women or Black men to start their makeup company so that they can provide the foundation shade. I don't need a white man or white woman to give me foundation shade. I can do it myself. Just let me have access to the money. We just need the money. That's it. I can do it by myself. I don't need a white person to make foundation shade for me. Thank you. You're white. Do stuff for your own people over there. Okay. But I'm like, white people have money. A lot of these white liberals, they are sitting on so much money. But all you want is a Black square. All you want is more foundation shade. All you want is for, oh yeah, okay, so when a Black woman is talking, do not question her lived experience. Like what? I don't give a fuck about that. What? You know, who do you know? Who in your family has a venture capital fund? I need to check. Like, girl, you can question me about Black experience. You can ask about my hair. I don't care. Ask me whatever you want. Take me to your uncle and tell him to write me a loan with no collateral. Okay? Girl. I can do it myself. I just need the money. I don't need your help. No. They be asking for the most stupid things that when you really think about it, you put those things on the scale, it changes nothing. Black people are still poor. Okay? Like, what? But they never think about activism through finances, through businesses, through Black people creating like financial, like we need to create jobs for other people. That's how you change things, by creating jobs. When you create jobs, you create wealth. You can take an entire community out of poverty because you created jobs, right? That's why it's important to have educated people lead a movement, not people off of social media because they went viral. Like, what the heck? Tamika Mallory is not fit to lead anybody's movement. The girl she takes medication, not to be offensive, but I'm like, girl, she's manic. Like, what y'all doing? Oh gosh, oh my gosh, oh my goodness.
Real estate developer in Los Angeles.
They are really chaotic.
EVE Online on Mac immerses you in a universe.
I was like, when it came to Tamika Mallory, not to be offensive, right? Not to be offensive, but I've always felt like she was manic depressive. And then one day she came out and talked about, you know, how she takes pills. And I was like, okay, I can see that. I'm like, the girl is manic. How can y'all let them like, I don't know. I was like, wow. Come on, she really gives manic depressive. I'm like, this girl is manic. Child. And then one day she was like, she has a pill addiction. I was like, I see it. It makes a lot of sense, right? Because she'll just be ranting, and I'm like, I don't know.
And tells him his plans. At first, Joe thinks he is out of his mind because but after discussing it for a while, Joe discovers that Bernard is not a delusional man, but a thoughtful rationalist.
You see?
Why does he want to buy this building?
See? You see? What he say? He's not crazy. He is a thoughtful rationalist. Meaning this brother, he put a lot of thought into it. Before he speaks, he thinks hard. Before he speaks, he thinks hard. Before he decides to commit to something, he has thought hard about it. Before he goes and talks to someone, he has thought really hard. Then I tell you, you have to think. You got to think. Because the more you think, the clearer your mind becomes, the clearer your ideas become, the more thorough you become. And people are like, wow, this person, the way his answers are so clear and they're so precise, he had to have thought about this for a very long time. He didn't just wake up and thought about this, right? You hear me? Right? Makes sense? And I'm like, look at this. Look, let's go back to this dude right here. Hold on. Wait a minute. Let's go over here real quick.
Room, we tried to get a diverse perspective, but of course, that caveat.
I was young.
You see? And when he says that too, right? When he says, being from a Black man, being from the hood, you got to be hard, you got to be tough. What part between your logos, like between your mind and your flesh, which part are you using? You're using your flesh, right? I don't like somebody, I'm gonna beat them up. You don't do what I do, I'm gonna beat you up. Behaving like an animal because you're not a thinker. You're not a thinker, right? That's the thing about people who are mostly in the hood. Why are they violent? Why are they giving to violence so much? Because they don't think. All they see is the hood, that they go, this is the way it's gonna be. So they give into that. They give into that because you refuse to think. Otherwise, you'll recognize this is just a place. Of course, there are a set of rules to that place to survive, but the one who dares not to do what you're supposed to do, you play by your own rules, you use your mind, you won't get out of this place without doing what none of them people have done because you're smarter than those people. Because they don't want to think. They don't want to think. Right? Oh, I gotta be hard. All that involves what? The muscle. And that's one thing. That is one thing about us, and that's what we probably use for slavery, right? Black people are physically strong. So because we're physically strong, it's just like we just lean into that because it comes easy, it comes naturally. And that's why most Black people play sports. That's why most Black people are very good at sports, right? Because we're very athletic, because we're physically strong. So it's very easy to do something that comes naturally. But the challenge is, now that we're mostly with white people, is not to be strong physically, but it's to be strong intellectually. You must be a thinker. Yes, baby. Yes. Come here. Come on. I know you're not hungry. Right? You have to think. You got to think. And you don't want to think. Even when you see people like, oh, but she black. What does it mean to be Black? They don't want to think. Just tell me she's black and that's good enough for me. Because you don't want to have to think for yourself. You don't want to think. So that's why he says stuff like that. I have to be hard. I have to be hard. You have to behave like an animal, right? You don't want to think. You have to think. And you got to think rationally. And when you think rationally, even though you might want to get revenge, it might not be the best time for you to get revenge. You might have to wait. I'm not against somebody getting the lick back, but you might not be able to get your lick back right now. Because right now, what you're about to do is stupid. Okay? So when you think, you're like, I got to think rationally, not emotionally, not revengefully. Okay? You have to think rationally. That's how you're going to win. Okay? You got to be rational. You got to be a rational thinker. That's why as a man, you should not be out here following a woman, listening to a woman, be behind a woman, because most women are emotional. They're not rational. They're not rational. And you see the majority of black men who say, I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris. It's a type. It's a type. It's a prototype. It's a type, right? It's the type of man that is comfortable being led by a woman because he wants to be emotional. He does not want to be rational. Because I'm very skeptical of a man who takes the lead of a woman. Oh, well, whatever she decides, I'll follow. Why? Why? Because we know, by the way, by biological design, God has designed the woman to be more emotional than the man. A man needs to be rational. A man needs to be logical. He cannot be swayed by his emotion, but by the vision. What is the vision that you have for your family? What's the vision you have for your finances? What is the vision you have for your community, for your neighborhood, right? What is the vision that you have for your children, their education? They don't even know. They don't even know. They're just too scared to be told, oh, well, you didn't support a black woman. Okay, Ann. I got to support my vision, not a person. What is your vision? And many of them, they're blind. They are so blind. They are blinded. They are seriously blinded. You see this man right here? Where is he? Was he following a woman? No, his wife followed him. I'm sure she prayed for him. I'm sure she gave him good advice, though. But all of this, it was his idea. And he found a way to make it happen. And that's why he got to own a bank. He had real estate and he had a bank. He doesn't follow a woman. He leads his wife. And he finds a way to make it happen. God bless the man.
Because as long as he owns the building, the bank inside will serve him. They will also disclose the real estate trend to him so that his real estate business will be smoother.
Amen.
Joe is shocked by his idea, but after thinking about it, he believes it will work. In this regard, Bernard already has an idea in mind, Matt, who has been helping him with renovations. This guy is an honest man. He's also very ambitious, just a little inexperienced. So Bernard and Joe set out to train Matt comprehensively, teaching him golf, high-class manners, mathematical thinking, and real estate. Matt lives up to expectations and quickly becomes proficient at golf. While playing golf, he can calculate real estate valuations, just like a young and promising entrepreneur. At a golf club, Matt meets the owner of the bank building. Of course, this encounter is also arranged by Joe. But Matt doesn't know how to do it. Don't worry. Before the negotiation, Bernard helps Matt make all the preparations. He first counts the number with the support of the banking.
And you see, hold on.
The little manager who.
You see, like those people today, these unhinged people, these so-called activists, and I'm like, these activists, they're giving black people a bad name. Because today, what would they do? Oh, you racist white man. They would go up to his face, call him all kinds of racists, you this, you that, doing the very most. No, they got what they needed to get. We're out. Now he knows. He knows, right? That's it. What's understood ain't got to be explained. They don't have to go in front of this man and act a monkey fool, call him all kinds of racists, do all kinds of stuff. They don't have to do all that. It's so ratchet. It's so stupid. It is very stupid. It's very immature. It is very unclassy. He owns the building. That's it. That's it. Okay, but today they will go find that man, take a picture. They will shove a camera in his face. Oh, there's a racist white man, right? They will do everything in their power to do all kinds of TikTok, have it go on the shade room. They do too fucking much. That's why I say they're not activists. They're freaking anarchists. Like they're just out here just creating chaos. Come on, ultimately, what does that do? What's the purpose of all this, right? Okay, they do too damn much. No. And like I said, he's a rational thinker. So if it's not necessary, we're not doing it. Right? I don't have to take my phone and go shove it in this man's face and like try to pull up on social media. That ain't my problem. The mere fact that he knows that I own the building now. He can resign if he wants to, but I guess he's not going to.
Who made things difficult for him in the past is shot. Soon after, they even get received by the vice rapidly.
So look at this map right here, right? You see, okay, so black people just have this part, white people have this other part, right? Okay, keep moving.
They break the
Look at that. Look at that. This is what I call activism. It's silent. You see this? They pretty much own all the place. That's beautiful. And you're not yelling, you're not screaming, you're not cussing people out. Right? You do what you have to do. You take what you have to take. But to me, it's like, this is what you call effective activism. Because like now, black people are going to live in all these houses. Okay? Point blank, period.
The strict zoning of Los Angeles' black and white segregation single-handedly. The movie ends after we learn that Bernard and Joe's residential properties were instrumental to the fight against housing segregation in LA, and they still have 2 mansions next to each other in Bahamas.
Senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy has more.
What the heck? I'm not talking about these people, child. Mike back on. I did the right thing, right? But my thing is, you guys, today he's just the boy, the baby. Oh man, you okay? But the thing is, you guys, make a long story short, not to go. Been here for a minute now. We'll talk this. We'll do this tomorrow. Or maybe the day after tomorrow. But long story, he threw up all over me. But long story short, right? You gotta think about your finances. Okay. Think of your finances. Think of how you're gonna build your wealth. Think of how you're gonna be there for your kids. Think about what you want for your kids, right? And do not walk with people who resent wealthy people. Don't do it. Because one day you will be wealthy yourself. Okay? And you're not going to like it and people talk badly about you because you made it. The goal is to make it, you guys. The goal is to make it. And you do have to be selfish and you do got to think about yourself, right? But the goal is to make it. And the goal is for you to really find yourself, surround yourself with people who are also very successful. T asked me about this. Hold on. What's that lady's name? Okay. No. Hold on. Mel Rock. Is that her name? Okay. Hold on, hold on.
For so many people sucks. And it is
okay. So when it comes to baby, hold on. Hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay. It's okay. Hold on. I'm almost done. Right? Okay. When it comes to financial part, I think like Mel Robbins is a good one. Yes. Mel Robbins is a good one. She had this lady on recently. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Yes. Ooh, little baby. Child. Okay. I know. Okay. That's better. Okay. No problem. All right. So she had this lady on. Where is she? Before she had Sarah on. Are you okay? Okay. Thank you. Hold on. Where's that video? But Mel Robbins is a good one. I think you have Mel Robbins. Some people also like what's his name? Ramsey. Dave Ramsey, is that his name? Right? So you have Mel Robbins, you have this one. I like Vanessa too, though. I don't know if you would call her like a money person, but there's also Vanessa, right? So I don't know if she's really a financial person. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Kind of. Who else do we have? Let me exit out of here. What's that? No, it's not Kim on Stage. Oh yeah, you have this guy here also, Meet Kevin. Oh, he made a lot of money during the quarantine. You have this guy. Hold on, baby, hold on. But Kevin, like, he talks more about like stocks and bonds and like real estate and stuff. But there are a few, like, you have a few podcasters here on YouTube, right? But my point is, when it comes to you, like, you really got to care about your finances. Like, you have to care about your finances. You got to have a financial vision for yourself, have a financial plan. I would say, like, right now, everybody should get like a notebook. All of us, myself included, we should all get a notebook and think about what is your 5-year plan like. You know what I mean? PBD Louise. Okay. Oh, Patrick Bet David by himself. Okay, so you have like, yeah, Patrick Bet David also. I do watch his stuff. Okay, you got Patrick Bet David, Evan Carmichael. Evan too. I think he's a credit card guy, right? He's like, he did real estate also. Hold on. Oh, Evan, yeah, he has like motivational stuff. But there are a lot of people, like you have a lot of I'll make a list of them, but you have a lot of good like financial podcasts and stuff, right? But I would say like at least once a week, listen to something that is money related. Okay. Like go on Amazon, look for books about money. Okay. Transform your mindset. Like you need a financial makeover. Like find books on Amazon. Maybe like once a month you find a book, you know, make it your challenge. Like, okay, I got to read one book about money every month. Okay. Maybe 2 books about money every month. Right. But definitely at least like once, twice a week. Right. Listen to a podcast that talks about money, the economy, bonds and stocks. I don't know, something. Right. Because nobody's coming to save us. Like there's no savior. Like the government is not a financial savior. Okay. These people, I don't know. They're going to run out of money because the more money they print, the more problems they have. Okay. Yeah. You know, like you have to, like, it is your business. Like, it's not enough to have a degree. It's not enough to have a career. You truly have to become a money person. You have to become a money person. We all have to become a money person. And when you read a book about money too, take notes, right? Don't just assume the stuff's going to be stuck in your head. Okay? As you read something, take some notes. You want to take notes. Like you want to read, okay, like, oh, okay. And when you read stuff, take notes. And if there are things that they're telling you to do, try to implement those things as well, right? But the government is not saving anybody. It is bad. Social Security, by the time you retire, it might not even be there. So don't bury your hand in the sand. Like, face it. It might not be there, or if it's there, it might not be enough. But honestly, nobody should even want to retire on just Social Security and 401k alone. It's not going to be enough money. Because the more money they print, it devalues the money. So money becomes cheap, but like everything else is more expensive. Right? And that's why this whole blackity black stuff is like, it's stupid. Because it's not going to help you when you retire. Oh, I'm with her. Yeah, you better be with your 401k. You better be with your finances. Okay? Gotta think about that. A lot of people can afford to be Democrat and to be liberal because they come from wealthy families. So they got money. Somebody in their bloodline, make sure they have the money. Okay, so if that's not the case for you, you got to think about like the way you vote, the way you do things, the way you spend your money, the stuff you do, who you're friends with. It has to make financial sense for you, right? And if your friends are too expensive, well, you got to say, you know what? I respectfully bow out. I can't afford y'all. Y'all too rich for me. Like you're too rich for me, right? Focus on your financial goals. I'm not the type to believe like you shouldn't buy nothing and you should like save every single penny. That's excessive. Okay. Yeah. Hold on. It's okay, baby. It's okay. You're drinking too fast. Okay. Yeah. Okay. But you see, you could sleep by yourself though. But instead, you want me to hold you nonstop. You love me a little too much, little baby. Right? But you're like, I don't believe in like completely like denying yourself of everything. Like that's excessive, right? But do everything within reason. But ultimately, you really and you seriously have to be concerned about your finances. Like that is your responsibility, right? So think about what you want. You should have a 5-year vision for your finances, and you should also have a 10-year vision for your finances. When you're done with the 5 and 10 year, then you should have a 20-year vision for your finances. All right. But I think like we all need to think about that, because the more I think about the economy, the more I think about these politicians, I'm like, you know what? People really have to start, like people truly have to start planning their own retirement. They got to start planning like how you want to retire, how much money you want to have, what do you want to do? Because if you think that the 401k is waiting for you and I'm gonna have my 401k and then I'm gonna have my Social Security, so I should be okay. Yeah, right. You better be sure you're gonna be okay. And the best way to be sure that you're going to be okay is by you taking financial charge of your own life. It is your life. These are your finances. Do not expect the federal government and federal employees to care about you. They do not. Okay? They do not. So if you find some more, if you have like more financial podcasts, if you find more, write them down. And the next time when we come back on the live, you can share that with the rest of us. Okay? So with that being said, you guys, I hope you enjoyed today's live. I hope you learned something. I hope you did. I'm going to be here tomorrow because I got to go outside tomorrow, but I hope you learned something. Okay. So, well, they don't tend to prioritize the environment. Well, maybe become a billionaire. That way you can prioritize the environment. You know? Because when you don't have money, like when you don't have money and when you're outside the club, like you really can't make a change. You know, you have to have money, right? You got to have money. If you don't have money, it's just going to keep happening. But it's like people truly have to be financial literate, like we all do. Now, Democrats, I don't know if Democrats really prioritize the environment also. I don't think they do. I think they just say that to force people to buy electrical cars because a lot of them have stocks with like Tesla, or they have some type of stock somewhere. So they want to pass laws that force people to go electric so that they can make money with their stocks. Like, I don't trust these people. You know, these politicians, they all want to make money. But it's like, I don't know. I do not know. Right? But it's like if you really had a very casual attitude about money, I hope today's live like inspire you to change that. You need to change that. Do not be casual when it comes to money. Right? Even if you're like, oh, but I don't make enough. It's okay. You got to stop. You got to take care of what you have before you can make even more. Right? So it's like, do not have a chill attitude towards about money. Take your credit very seriously. If you haven't checked your credit in years, or if you haven't checked your credit in a long time because you don't want to know how bad it is, you know, just look at it. You know, once a year, I think, or like twice a year, you get like a free copy of your credit report, right? You need to print one out. And you need to look at it. And you need to own it. If it's good, that's beautiful. If it's great, that's freaking amazing. Teach us some few things, right? But if it's bad too, you need to let it sit. Like you have to actually look at it and you need to see what you've done. Like, dang, yeesh. Okay. But you have to look at it, right? Because you need good credit to buy a house. You need good credit to rent. Like, you need credit for a lot of things, right? So if right now your credit is not good, you have to deal with it. Print a copy of it, look at it, stare at it. And when you want to start wasting money and squandering money, like, oh crap, I've been too irresponsible for this. Like, I need to fix some things, right? Don't pretend that things are not happening. You know? So that's the thing. So if you haven't looked at your credit in a very long time, you should. This month of August, you really should. Right? And you should print a copy. And then give yourself like maybe, I don't know, 5 years or so. You know, it happens. Time flies, though. Time really does fly. So whether you have a plan or not, it's going to come by. So you need to be mindful, right? But time does fly. So I would say, like, print your credit report, look at it. Right? And then, like, what kind of score would you like to have? It's not going to happen overnight because you didn't mess up your credit overnight. So it's going to take some time. Right? But you can rebuild your credit and you can have great credit. But first, you got to face the problem, right? You got to face the problem. But you can't. Like, even right now, like, you might not have good credit for the next 2-3 years. I don't know, but the next decade could be great credit, right? The next 20 years, you could have great credit. You know, it's okay. People make mistakes, right? But you got to fix it. You got to be resilient. You have to fix it, right? Then you got to start thinking about like investments and things like that. Like, you know, we got to start being more like financially like savvy. We got to start caring about money. We have to. We got to care about having riches on earth, and we got to also care about having riches in heaven. You can't just, well, I don't care about having money here. I'm going to have money I'm going to have riches in heaven when I die. You're right. You're here now. So that also needs to be a concern of yours, right? You need to be concerned about making money here as well. Okay. So, like I said, if you had a very casual attitude about money, okay, I truly hope that this live has inspired you to change that, or at least to start thinking about changing your attitude towards money. Okay, we have to, you guys, we have to. Because when you don't have money, you're not protected. Because anything could happen, and then it's like you have no money to fight for yourself, and that's not good. That's not safe. That's really not safe, right? You might not know a lot about money right now, and that's okay. But if you write your financial vision, or if you write like your 5-year financial vision, you're more likely to be inspired to want to make money, because now you have a plan in mind. Like, okay, I'm thinking about X, Y, and Z. Like, you have a plan in mind. And because you have a plan in mind, you're more likely to be intentional, right? But usually when you don't write anything down, if you don't have a vision and you don't write it down, you're less likely to be intentional, because it's just a thought, but it's not a true desire. Like, it's not a true goal because you didn't write it down, right? So do not be casual when it comes to money, okay? Be mindful of your money. Be a great steward of your money. Have positive attitudes about money, right? And ask that, you know, and pray and hope and work hard that one day you also can be a wealthy person. That's it. Because that. I mean, money doesn't protect you from everything, but it protects you from a whole lot of things, right? And so you want to make sure that you're also protecting yourself, right? We saw many people who came out of slavery and things like that, and they were able to build like amazing businesses for themselves and make a lot of money for themselves and their family. And then they could do other things to help other people, right? So that's my prayer for all of us, all right? So that's it, family. Hopefully I'll see you on Sunday, okay? All right, bisous. Gotta go now. I'm tired. I need some food. And plus, he threw up all over me, all right? So love y'all very much. Take care of yourself. Find a podcast. Get a notebook. Go on Amazon. Make me proud. And I will see you guys next time. All right. She got to go now. She's tired. Okay. Bye. Bye-bye, family. She loves y'all. Bye-bye.